A talented mage is constantly mistreated by his childhood friend, an alchemist, who unfairly criticizes his low material gathering rate, even though he's the only one capable of collecting rare resources. Tired of the toxic treatment, he cuts ties and moves to a quiet frontier town, where he begins a peaceful, slow life, using his abilities freely and finally gaining the recognition he deserves.
A red-haired woman held a pale flower up to the light, turning it slowly. She reminded Lloyd, not for the first time, that ingredient freshness was everything in alchemy. Lloyd muttered that yeah, she said that every time. She ignored him and told him this batch didn't meet her standard. She held it out toward a clay pot labeled trash while Lloyd scrambled backward, crashing into the wall. The flower went in. Lloyd stared at the rim of the pot, unable to move. He was 19 and he worked at a drugstore. It had taken Lloyd a full week to get that flower, the phantom flower, Fleur d'Eincel. He'd stayed up through the nights, pushed through dangerous terrain, and made it back in 3 days. His body remembered all of it. Now his hands were shaking as he looked into the trash pot and saw the flower dissolving into the slop at the bottom. He couldn't get a word out. Ruby turned back toward the crowd, cheering her name outside. She waved, bright and easy. The kingdom's beloved alchemist, inventor of countless tools and potions, admired by everyone. Kind-hearted, they all said. From where Lloyd stood, she was something else entirely. She leaned in close, her expression flat and certain. Everything produced in her lab had to be top quality. No exceptions. No compromises. That was her standard, and she wasn't lowering it for anyone. Lloyd stood in the wreckage of the workroom below, surrounded by discarded materials and failed attempts. He couldn't believe it. She called it just another failed procurement run on his part and walked past him like he was furniture. Alchemy worked like this. The alchemist designed the recipe and did the mixing, while the assistant mage went out and gathered whatever materials were needed. Simple in theory. Ruby's success rate as an alchemist was 100%. Every recipe she developed worked. Every compound she mixed came out right. Lloyd's success rate at finding materials was 40%. The average assistant mage had a collection rate above 90%. Lloyd knew this. The whole kingdom knew this. Because of his failures, Ruby's laboratory had taken hit after hit to its reputation. Ruby got close to his face and spelled it out. His job was to bring her materials she approved of on time. That was the deal. Lloyd apologized. She asked if he actually understood what he was doing. He apologized again. She turned away. A small blade dropped from her hand and clattered on the floor. Ruby didn't let it go. Everyone in the kingdom was talking about Lloyd. His collection rate was the lowest on record, and she found it humiliating. Lloyd was useless, she said. Slow. An embarrassment. If he had enough energy to apologize, he should use it to do his job right instead. Lloyd said sorry again, almost by reflex. That made it worse. She told him to stop apologizing every single time. It was annoying. He flinched. She threw something. It shattered near his feet. He kept his head down and said sorry one more time. Quietly. People outside talked about Lloyd too. Not kindly. Ruby had a habit of breaking things when she was angry, and when Lloyd once asked her to stop because it looked bad, she told him a guy like him had no right to say anything to her. Lloyd crouched in the corner of the room, arms around himself. He thought he couldn't take any more of this. A small figure appeared in the doorway. It was time, she said simply. End it. Lloyd straightened up and said it out loud. He was done being her assistant mage. He was leaving Atori. Ruby stared up at him. Just one word out of her. Huh? Lloyd pointed at her and said he meant it. This was over, today, for real. Ruby didn't react the way he expected. She just told him curry for dinner, and to be back by evening. Lloyd's face went slack. She told him his personality was annoying, that he didn't need to go through a whole formal procedure just to say he was going somewhere. If he wanted to leave, just go quickly. Then she went back to her blueprints. Lloyd held up his item box and stored his things inside it. He stood there a moment, staring at her back. He needed to get out fast. He packed up what was left of his things and moved through the cluttered workroom without looking back. Anywhere was fine. It didn't matter where, just away. Then he noticed something slip out of Ruby's item box and land in his. He opened it. A letter. It asked him to pick up some Earl Grey on the way home. Lloyd stood outside, staring at the note. She was still making him run errands. Even now, even after all of it, she'd slipped in a shopping list with a little footnote wishing him good luck running away. He was furious. He was also already trying to remember where the nearest tea shop was. He sat down in the middle of the town square and said nothing for a while. Kids ran past him. People went about their day. He watched them and let himself feel it. He thought about where to go from here. Then he caught himself wondering why he was still planning to buy the Earl Grey. He looked down at the note in his hand. The habit ran deep, apparently. Then something else caught his eye, up in the sky. A dragon, just visible between the clouds. It was gliding wide, wings spread, going wherever it wanted with nobody telling it otherwise. Lloyd wanted that. He wanted to live without being pulled around by anyone. He decided, standing there on the street with tears running down his face, that he was going to start over completely. Two kids nearby pointed at him and told their mom that the useless Lloyd guy was crying. One of them said not to get a boyfriend like that. Lloyd wiped his face and walked toward the city gate. He caught a carriage headed out of the city. It rattled along the road at a steady pace while Lloyd sat in the back, watching the town disappear. He thought about the destination. A town where nobody knew his name, nobody knew his record, nobody had an opinion about him. He let himself smile a little at that. There were two other passengers sharing the carriage, a young man named Mars and a girl named Lyra. They were sitting very close together because of the narrow space, and Lyra kept mentioning it. Mars turned red. She said she could practically hear his heartbeat. The whole inside of the carriage had gone soft and warm with their back and forth. Lloyd sat across from them with a book open in front of his face, doing his best to disappear. Lloyd kept the book up and thought, privately, that Ruby used to be nothing like this. Not like them. But also, if he was being straight with himself, kind of like a noble to his servant. He'd admired her a little back then. A memory surfaced, pulled up by the carriage noise. A building. Someone calling his name from outside. Loud and desperate. Ruby from years ago, younger, hungrier. She'd told Lloyd to stop crying if he was going to apologize. He'd said he was just hungry. She'd told him to stop apologizing then, and yelled at him to be quiet. Back then, she'd handed him something. A bread roll, just held out without a word. Lloyd had taken it, surprised. She'd said she was going to become the best alchemist in the country. That way she could live like a noble even coming from an orphanage. She could eat whatever she wanted, as much as she wanted. Lloyd had stared at her with the bread in both hands, not sure what to say. She'd recruited him on the spot. Just become her assistant mage, she said. He'd said yes, quietly, still holding the bread. After that, they'd both thrown themselves into their work, each focused on their own role, not paying much attention to anything outside of it. Ruby earned her title, Alchemia Steel, a recognized aristocrat. Tori built its name. And somewhere along the way, success changed her. She got arrogant. Lloyd thought about it now, watching the carriage ceiling, and figured that whatever good nature she used to have had rotted out by then. The carriage jolted hard and stopped. Lloyd slid sideways and crashed into a barrel. Mars and Lyra grabbed onto each other on instinct. Lloyd had been muttering to himself before the jolt, which apparently alarmed Lyra enough that she called him shady. He told her not to call someone she'd never met shady. Mars apologized on her behalf and explained she tended to say whatever was in her head out loud. From outside, the coachman was screaming. Mars asked if it was a monster. Lloyd said he didn't really mind, they should just get out and see what happened. He didn't seem too worried about it. Outside the carriage, Lyra ran toward the coachman in a panic, calling for Mars. It had burst up from the ground right beside the road. A massive worm, wider than the carriage was long, reared above them with its mouth open, a spiraling pit of teeth pointing straight down. The horse had collapsed. The coachman was frozen. The carriage sat tiny and still at the creature's base. Lyra grabbed Mars and told him she'd protect him no matter what. Mars snapped back at her. Nobody gives up before even trying to fight. Lyra admitted, quietly, that she was no match for the worm. Lloyd stepped in and said he'd fought something like it before and could offer some tips. Mars lit up immediately. Lyra shouted that she loved Mars. Lloyd stood to the side and watched them, a dull ache in his chest. He and Ruby would never have had a moment like that. He wanted to help this couple anyway. Lloyd told them the weak point was the head. A direct sword strike would do it. Mars asked the obvious follow-up. The thing was enormous, so how exactly were they supposed to get close to the head? Lloyd said to psych themselves up and figure something out. Mars stared at him. Lyra muttered that they really couldn't rely on the quiet guy after all. Lloyd flinched. She'd called him an introvert again. Lloyd stepped forward alone to face the worm. Lyra and Mars watched from behind, both frozen. The worm's mouth came down. Lloyd didn't move back. The blast hit the head dead-on. Lyra stared with her mouth open. Mars caught her on instinct as she stumbled. Lloyd had raised his staff and cast an explosion spell directly at the worm's head. The magic circle flared open behind him, and the detonation tore through the creature at point-blank range. Mars and Lyra braced against the shockwave. The worm was gone. Not just the head, the whole body had been blown apart. Lloyd looked at the crater and noted, mostly to himself, that blowing the head off worked pretty well. He glanced back at Mars and Lyra, then said his advice earlier hadn't been much use and he was sorry about that. Mars thanked him anyway. Lyra grabbed Mars by the collar and demanded to know what that attack magic even was. Mars did not have an answer. Lyra rounded on Lloyd directly. She wanted to know what that attack magic was, and why Mars wasn't even reacting to it. Was that actually normal? Lloyd blinked. He asked what was wrong with his magic. Lyra pointed at him and declared it was clearly impossible. No one should be able to do that, it had to be some kind of cheat. Mars quietly noted to himself that she was criticizing Lloyd's magic while still treating him like some kind of introvert. He wasn't sure how to feel about that. The coachman had recovered and was holding the new horse steady. He apologized for his reaction earlier. The explosion magic had genuinely shocked him. Lyra settled down a little and mentioned, almost as an afterthought, that she was also a mage. Lloyd asked what the difference was, since she hadn't looked like one. Mars pointed out that she was carrying a staff. Lloyd said that didn't prove much. Wouldn't any old person with a staff count as a mage by that logic? Lyra called it prejudiced thinking. The coachman, still nearby, quietly asked them not to say things like that about elderly people. Lyra threw herself at Lloyd's feet and begged him to teach her magic. Lloyd told her he wasn't even that skilled. She was misreading the situation. She grabbed his leg anyway and called him master. Something shifted in Lloyd's expression. His whole life he'd been told he was useless, that the only thing anyone cared about was his connection to Ruby. And now someone was calling him master. He stared down at her. She said she wanted to be a mage who could cast magic like that. She asked if he'd answer her questions. Mars said Lloyd seemed like a good person. Lyra agreed, a good person who never lies. Mars said a good person wouldn't say that about themselves. Lyra apologized for being rude earlier. Lloyd pointed out that she was mixing insults in with honorifics. She apologized again to master this time. Lloyd smiled, small, genuine. He said people make mistakes when they're young, and all he'd ask was that she use her magic responsibly. Lyra stared at him like he'd said something unbelievable. Mars said the teacher was amazing. Lyra agreed. She added, in the same breath, that she could also vouch for his debts if needed. Lloyd's smile held. Lyra leaned in close and demanded to know who Lloyd really was. Lloyd got flustered and said he wasn't anyone worth calling a teacher. Lyra wasn't buying it. She asked if he knew Ruby the alchemist. Lloyd went still for a moment. He asked if she knew Ruby's assistant mage. Lyra nodded and listed off Ruby's achievements without hesitation. Her inventions, her elixirs, her magic dolls. The greatest alchemist in the country. Lloyd cleared his throat and asked again, specifically, about the assistant mage. Lyra kept going. Every time Ruby failed a quest or lost money, it was because of Lloyd, that incompetent mage with a 40% material collection rate. She said she hoped that Lloyd would hurry up and die soon. Lloyd sat very still next to her in the carriage. Mars watched him sideways. Lyra turned and asked what about him. Lloyd looked at her, tears running down his face, and told her. That Lloyd, the one she hoped would die soon, was him. Lyra's eyes went completely blank. Mars was not close enough. Lloyd muttered that it was fine to be hated. He was still crying. Lyra turned to look at him properly and told him he was actually an incredible mage. She told him to be more confident in himself. Lloyd introduced the situation plainly. He'd quit being an assistant mage and come to Manurva for a fresh start. Lyra told him they'd help. Mars seconded it without hesitation. Lloyd said thank you a bit stiffly. He thought quietly that making friends this fast on the first day was maybe a good sign. He let himself feel it. Lloyd said his name, Lloyd Nelver. Mars and Lyra immediately started suggesting he get a complete makeover, a fur coat, a mohawk, spiky accessories. Lloyd told himself to stay strong and managed a week. He stepped through the gate into the city. 3 weeks after leaving the capital, he'd arrived at Manurva, the city of life in the South Light region. He was done with people like Ruby. He was heading toward something easier, something quieter. Lloyd stepped into the city with Mars and Lyra at his side. His second life. Starting here, starting now. Or so he thought. That same night, something came down from the sky and hit the town. A massive creature, sharp, jagged, enormous, landed in the street. Lloyd stood alone below it, looking up. A woman descended in front of the creature, calm and unhurried, and declared that his evil ended here. Lloyd stared up at her from the street, sweating. It was his first day in Manurva. He hadn't expected his second life to be over this fast. After one problem ends, another begins. A few hours before the incident, Manurva, the South Light regional city. Lloyd walked into town with Mars and Lyra on either side of him, taking in the noise and the bustle. It was a 3-week carriage ride from the capital, yet the place was packed and lively. Mars explained that the city ran heavily on the adventuring trade. Lloyd asked if the two of them were adventurers. Mars confirmed it with a grin. Lyra declared that Lloyd was definitely the adventuring type and asked if he wanted to join them. Lloyd said he didn't really see himself as an adventurer. Lyra explained what adventurers actually did. Traveling, killing monsters, collecting materials, exploring dungeons. That was the job. Lloyd went quiet. It was basically the same as being an assistant mage. Lyra steered them toward a restaurant and said they could figure out the details over lunch. Lloyd panicked at the idea of spending money. Lyra put her staff down on the table and declared she and Mars would help Lloyd build his second life. Mars backed her up. Then Lyra remembered she hadn't eaten yet and brought up lunch again. Lloyd spotted something across the room. A communicator station where people could get job consultations. He thought that was exactly what he needed. Lyra told him he didn't have to phrase it like that. Lyra pointed out that Lloyd was being extremely cheap by skipping the meal. At this rate, his second life would look just like his first. Lloyd muttered that he'd already eaten on the carriage. Lyra held up a tapioca milk tea and called it the most popular drink in Manurva right now, rating it a perfect 10. Lloyd told her to just eat lunch already. The consultant handed Lloyd a slip of paper and asked him to write down the job he wanted. Lloyd stared at it. His mind went blank. Lyra suggested he become a guide. Lloyd did not respond. Lloyd's head filled up with noise. Imaginary voices telling him to gather materials, calling him trash, demanding curry. He couldn't think of a single thing. Lyra noticed and said it seemed like he'd given up his own dreams for Ruby's sake. That landed. Lloyd forced himself to focus and wrote out his second life wish list. Adventuring was out because Ruby might track him down that way, dungeons for the same reason, school was a no, no lab work since he wanted to be outdoors, magic use preferred if possible, mercenary was out because of the blood. He looked it over and said done. Lyra leaned over and read it. She said, let's see. Lyra suggested a tool shop. He could use everything he knew about material harvesting. Lloyd's eyes lit up. Not a bad idea. Then the thought hit him. What if Ruby came to buy alchemy ingredients and walked right into his shop? He froze. Before he could finish panicking, someone appeared in the doorway of the shop they were looking at. A girl with green hair, arms crossed, demanding free materials immediately. Lloyd stared. It was Ruby. Lloyd's whole body locked up. The carpenter working on the roof nearby asked how he liked the new finish. The carpenter was clearly proud of the work. Ruby looked up and told him to tear it down and rebuild the whole thing. Lloyd nearly collapsed, apologizing on the carpenter's behalf. Ruby turned without looking at Lloyd and left. Mars ran up to Lloyd and grabbed his hand, telling him they should become adventurers together. Lloyd looked at him, still shaking slightly. Lyra said it straight. Not doing the job you actually want was a waste, and worrying about Ruby finding him was ridiculous in the first place. She told Lloyd plainly that it was his choice whether he went back to Atori or not. Even if Ruby showed up, that didn't change anything. Lloyd stared at her. Mars told Lloyd to give adventuring a try, and Lyra added they'd back him up the whole way. Lloyd said they were too kind and thanked them quietly. He wondered how long he was going to keep living in the shadow of what Ruby had done to him. That was right, it was done. He asked if he could actually become like them if he tried. Mars said absolutely. Lyra agreed without hesitation. Lloyd decided. The version of himself who was scared of Ruby was gone. Lloyd straightened up and announced he was a new person starting now, then declared he'd try being an adventurer. Mars and Lyra cheered. Lloyd tried to look cool about it. The three of them walked down the street in the evening, and Lloyd said out loud that it felt incredible to just walk around without being scared of someone. Mars muttered that it sounded kind of depressing when he said it that way. Lyra said it was still a big step forward. They passed a large bronze statue in the square. Lyra looked up at it and called it a strange old lady. Lloyd explained it was a statue of the saint from the Emerald Church, an important figure who received divine messages. He added that calling her an old lady in neighboring kingdoms would get someone executed on the spot. Lyra said that was scary. Lloyd said he just knew a lot about religion. Mars and Lyra split off for the night, telling Lloyd to meet them at the guild tomorrow. Mars asked if Lloyd wasn't heading to the inn. Lloyd waved them off. Lloyd walked alone toward the Adventurers Guild, thinking that he was hungry and needed to sharpen his skills before his debut. He pointed at nothing in particular and made a quiet declaration to himself about getting ready. Lyra watched him go and said she was glad he was feeling better. Mars said that kind of over-the-top confidence was a bit much for Lloyd. Lyra said it was still a big step forward. Night settled over Manurva. Two men grabbed Lloyd from behind in an alley. The bigger one said they were a bit low on cash and called Lloyd bruv. Lloyd yelped and said his adventuring days couldn't end before they even started. The man laughed and asked what he was muttering about. The other one went quiet and still. A volley of ice spears came down from above and blasted the men off Lloyd. The impact scattered debris across the street. Lloyd stared at the damage and noted to himself that ice spear was very high-level magic. The woman responsible landed nearby and told the men that their evil ended here. The woman stood over the collapsed men and ordered them to stay put. One of them looked up and threatened her. Lloyd watched and thought, if she used that kind of magic again, the whole street would be in trouble. He muttered wait, then decided it couldn't be helped. Lloyd activated a physical enhancement spell and moved in. The entire town would have been covered in ice if he'd let her fire again. He closed the distance and knocked the remaining attacker down before the woman could cast. She watched wide-eyed. Lloyd stood over the men and told the woman that Ice Spear was a powerful but difficult spell, and in situations like this it was better to use beginner-level magic. She apologized. He said no. She'd saved him and he was grateful. She said she was glad to help. Lloyd thought. She was dressed like a priest and used powerful magic. Who exactly was she? The woman asked Lloyd to hold still, then reached up and touched his cheek. Lyra, watching from nearby, pointed out that his cheek was bleeding. Lloyd said it was just a scratch. The woman said she was good at healing magic and got closer. Lloyd's heart started hammering. He'd never been this close to someone. Not even Ruby. The woman noticed his face had gone red and asked about it. Lloyd panicked silently. The woman introduced herself as Iris. Lloyd stumbled over his own name before getting it out. She asked if he lived around here. He said actually no, he'd just arrived today. She said what a coincidence, same for her. She asked what he did for work. Lloyd stiffened, then managed to get out that he was an adventurer. Iris smiled wide. Lloyd thought her smile was way too bright. Iris said a mage like Lloyd must be a great adventurer. Lloyd said it wasn't really like that. Lyra leaned in and asked what Iris did. Iris said she was currently unemployed. Lloyd lit up. They were kind of in the same situation. He asked why she was in Manurva. Iris said she wanted to try the tapioca milk tea. Lloyd said he knew a place. Iris grabbed his arm and said to show her immediately. The clock tower chimed late into the night. Lloyd and Iris stood near the fountain square while Iris mentioned her attendant was waiting at the inn. Lloyd thought, an attendant. She was like something out of an old story. A flustered figure ran up and called out to Iris, demanding to know if she was really heading back already and begging not to be left alone in the dark. Then the figure turned to Lloyd and called him a useless piece of trash. Lloyd apologized immediately out of pure habit. The attendant froze and then addressed Lloyd as Prince Lloyd, bowing and apologizing for her behavior. Iris smiled and called Lloyd by name with a little lilt in her voice, then asked if he'd do her a favor. Lloyd said yes before she even finished the sentence. Iris asked him to help her find her way back to the inn. She was lost. Lloyd stared at her. Lyra had followed them. She'd gotten worried about Lloyd and trailed him through the streets. She was watching the whole thing from the shadows, thinking this was getting interesting. She spun it out in her head. An incompetent prince exiled from the capital. A tragic girl named Iris who met him by chance and fell for him. And the genius alchemist ex-girlfriend who hadn't let go. A love triangle. She pointed at Lloyd and said the climax would be Iris hitting him with a love letter. Mars told her she was showing too much of her romantic side. Mars offered to lead the way instead. A woman burst out of the Adventurers Guild with a bow raised, screaming at everyone to stop moving. She said she'd shoot an arrow through someone's head if anyone tried anything. She was mid-process restocking something and was furious about the interruption. She spotted the guild building and seemed delighted, saying the gods were on her side tonight. Debris flew from inside. Lyra grabbed Mars and demanded to know what was going on. The woman lowered her bow and said this was just a small bit of help from a light elf who liked to bring people together. She wished Lloyd luck under her breath, then said happiness comes from people with the same problems connecting. She quoted it as a line from some novel she'd been reading. Lloyd said she didn't have to say that part out loud. Iris pointed out the Adventurers Guild and suggested they could ask for directions inside. Lloyd agreed. Inside the guild, two rough-looking men sat hunched at a table radiating open hostility. Lloyd and Iris stepped in. One of the guild members asked if they could help. The big man with an eye patch stood up slowly and asked who had defiled the portrait of his beloved Saint Sama. The room went tense. Lloyd had no idea what was happening. The man recognized Lloyd immediately. He called him the incompetent mage who was holding back the kingdom's top alchemist. Lloyd's stomach dropped. He thought. Iris now knew he was a terrible mage. He also had no idea how this man knew his face. The man accused Lloyd and Iris of running away from the capital and attacking the guild, and told his crew to get them. Lloyd's only thought was how to stop this without anyone getting hurt. Lloyd cast ensnaring vines and caught both men as they charged. The thick vines wrapped around them and held fast. The men hacked and yanked but couldn't cut through. Lloyd grimaced. He'd accidentally made a pretty awful-looking situation out of it. The men thrashed and yelled about the vines moving. Lloyd looked at the result of his spell and thought he'd made something genuinely disturbing. The guild chief walked in and demanded to know what was happening. The men tried to explain they'd been attacked. Lloyd said no, that wasn't it. A woman appeared at the top of the stairs inside the guild, looking down at the scene with a cold expression. Iris recognized her immediately and said her name, Isolde-san. Lloyd asked if she knew her. Iris said she was the knight who had served as her bodyguard. Lloyd and Iris both stared up at her. Isolde looked down at Iris and asked if it was who she thought it was. Then she said the name aloud, Iris Elzerbel Chortsama, the saint of Holy Roland. Lloyd turned to look at Iris. The guild members bowed to the floor and apologized for not recognizing that the saint of the Holy Roland Kingdom was part of the group, and for disrespecting her throughout the night. Iris told them to raise their heads. She explained that she normally wore a mask in public, which was why nobody recognized her. One of them produced a drawing of what the mask looked like. Iris added that of course they wouldn't know her face without it. One of the pinned guild members muttered that she was still just a saint from a neighboring country, so what was the big deal? Lloyd kept his mouth shut and watched everyone else in the room bow their heads to the floor. He guessed this was guild policy following orders from the master. Someone grabbed the muttering man by the collar and informed him, very loudly, that she was an extremely important VIP and that he was an embarrassing country bumpkin. The man apologized immediately. The Holy Maiden, a narration explained, was someone born with a special power called Holy Law Power. Holy power had the effect of restoring life and cultivating the land. Places that hadn't been touched by it, known as uncultivated territories, were dangerous zones where high-ranked demons ran loose. Because only one person with that ability was born per country, that country protected its saint from the moment of birth. Lloyd processed all of this, then glanced at the man still wrapped in vines who was trying to explain something but couldn't because his mouth was covered. Lloyd thought he should probably remove the vine from his face. Lloyd looked at Iris. She'd said she was unemployed. Isolde stepped forward and addressed the guild members who had raised fists against the saint. She stripped their ranks down to E on the spot. The screaming that followed was immediate. Iris moved between them and asked Isolde to wait. Iris said plainly that she was no longer a saint, and asked Isolde not to punish anyone on her behalf. Isolde stared at her. The guild men and their knights exchanged confused looks. Lloyd stood back and tried to work out what that meant. She wasn't the saint anymore. She'd said it herself, and there was already someone new in her place. He thought about the practical problem. If she said that out loud in front of these fanatics, there was no telling what they'd do to her. Isolde's expression stayed flat. She said as expected. The tension in the room sharpened. The man with the eye patch broke into tears and grabbed Iris's hands, overwhelmed that she would go so far to protect them. He declared this was how a saint should be. Isolde cleared her throat and said that since Iris had asked her to stand down, she wouldn't pursue punishment, but warned them not to lie to her again. The guild members erupted in reverence. Iris insisted she really wasn't the saint anymore. Lloyd watched from the side and thought, fanatical. By the time everything settled, dawn was already showing. Lloyd noted the time it had gotten away from them entirely. Iris said it was a new day. She pointed out they needed to turn down a different street to reach the inn. Lloyd thought about how close things had gotten to going badly, and figured it was a good thing Iris had been there. Iris said it was her own fault for getting lost, and that Lloyd-sama was not a bad person. Lloyd apologized for dragging her into trouble because of his reputation. Iris told him not to apologize. She said she had wandered the town at night because she didn't know what to do with herself. Tonight had been her first memory as just Iris. She said she had really enjoyed it. Lloyd thought, Iris had been a saint her entire life. Everyone had their own circumstances. He felt he understood the loneliness of not having a place to belong. Iris turned to him and said she was just glad to thank him for everything. Lloyd said she didn't have to thank him. Iris asked if he was all right. Isolde watched them from a few steps behind with a small, quiet expression. Iris moved closer and addressed Lloyd directly, saying that when he spoke so formally it made her expect too much. Lloyd looked around nervously, wondering if there was anything nearby he could use as a response. Then he got an idea. He said he wanted to go to the clock tower. Iris said she didn't mind. Lloyd used physical enhancement and picked Iris up without warning. She made a startled sound. He launched them both up the side of the tower. Lyra, who had been watching from a distance, ran into something and stumbled. Lloyd apologized. They crouched on the roof of the clock tower with the whole city spread below them. Iris looked out over it and said it was so beautiful. Lloyd told her to watch her step. The attendant scrambled up after them, barely keeping balance. Lloyd explained the town's lights. Lantern stones that absorbed daylight and glowed through the night, invented by a craftsman named Hikui. He mentioned that when he was out searching for materials at all hours, looking down at a lit town from the mountains had always been a moment of rest for him. Iris thanked him quietly. Lloyd told her not to look away just yet. The morning light hit the lantern stones across the city all at once and they flared, scattering bright points of light across every rooftop. Lloyd watched it happen. Iris watched beside him. Lloyd told her plainly. He'd spent his whole life as an assistant mage, got fed up with it, and ran away to Manurva. He was nobody special, but he could share his favorite view with someone he liked. Iris looked at him. She said it was really beautiful. Iris said she wanted to find her own place in this world. Lloyd went still. Then something hit him from behind. Isolde had given him a firm push. He jolted forward in surprise. Iris grabbed at his sleeve. Lloyd yelped. Lloyd slipped off the roof. Iris shouted his name. He was dangling off the edge, and the attendant lunged over the side and grabbed him by both ankles, hauling him back. Iris asked if he had thrown himself off the roof in some kind of dramatic gesture. Lloyd said he hadn't meant to at all. He just wanted to live up to her expectations. The attendant called him really powerful. Lloyd said no, that was not what happened. Lloyd laughed. Surprised him. Iris looked at him sideways and said Lloyd-san was a strange person. Lloyd smiled and asked what kind of life Iris wanted in her new place. Iris grinned and said he had already exceeded her expectations. Lloyd stared at her, unsure what to make of that. Iris said she wanted to spend easy, quiet days with her new friend. Lloyd thought about that for a second, relaxing. Isolde watched from nearby and thought just as planned. Down below, Lyra grabbed Mars's arm and declared this a victory for the bow and arrow approach. Mars had no idea what she was talking about. Isolde leaned in close and asked to hear more about that story. The guild men listened from behind her. The scene cut to the royal capital, Ruby's atelier. An auditor stood in Ruby's workroom and informed her that a week had passed since the request was submitted. Ruby demanded to know if they couldn't just wait for her assistant mage to come back. The auditor said he was sorry, but as an official reviewer he had no choice. The atelier's rating was being dropped to B. Ruby stared at him. Ruby grabbed the auditor and told him to wait. The atelier's rank was what gave it credibility, and if that dropped, her reputation would follow. She raged internally about Lloyd. 3 weeks gone without a single word. She raged about the rest of the atelier staff too, who had apparently promised to cover the request and then backed out with some excuse. Ruby insisted the materials weren't that hard to gather. If that useless Lloyd could do it, anyone could. She was furious at the other mages who had agreed to help and then refused. She decided they were just jealous of her talent and causing problems out of spite. One of her assistants stood nearby and said nothing, thinking quietly that it was all Lloyd's fault. Ruby resolved to find a new assistant mage. She told herself she was going to become a chronicle-class alchemist, just like Hecate, and that irresponsible idiot was not needed at all. A small voice off to the side asked, even if she replaced him, would there actually be anyone who could do what Lloyd did? Ruby's expression didn't answer. Lloyd had planned to register at the Adventurer Guild that morning. He stood outside waiting, uneasy without the 2 people who were supposed to come with him. They were late. Then he spotted them, Lyra and Mars, being dragged across the ground toward him. The woman pulling them along stopped in front of Lloyd and looked down at him with cool recognition. The guild receptionist stared at what had become of the 2 in the span of half a day, visibly unsettled. The woman, Isolde, explained that an unavoidable incident had occurred that morning and that she'd had to interrogate them briefly. She asked Lloyd whether he was their partner. Then she turned her attention to him directly, telling him she had heard rumors about him and that she wanted to know what had brought him to this town. Lloyd had no idea what kind of interrogation this was supposed to be. The scene shifted back to the Grim Guild's interrogation room, not long before. Mars sat slumped at a table with a guard standing watch nearby. Lyra entered and called out to him. When she got close, she realized he wasn't responding. His mouth moved but nothing came out. Isolde, standing apart, explained the situation without urgency. She had used silencing magic on the half-elf. She had no interest in fighting a mage. Isolde pressed Mars to explain why he had attacked the guild. She suggested possibilities: religious extremism, foreign espionage. Mars knew he couldn't say the real reason. If he told her that Lyra had wanted to play matchmaker, they would think he was out of his mind. Lyra, still silenced, caught his eye. She gestured urgently. Make it believable. Tell them bandits attacked and a stray arrow went flying. Mars stared at her. Something in her expression got through. Mars told Isolde that Lyra had wanted to be a cupid of love. Lyra froze. Mars hadn't gotten it at all. He added, plainly, that Lyra was deeply fond of a novel called Letter of Insulation for the Incompetent Prince and genuinely believed love could solve most problems. Lyra looked like she wanted to disappear. Mars told Lyra not to worry. If they were honest about her reasons, they would probably be understood. That was what he meant. Lyra's reaction was immediate and total. She ordered him to stop. She did not want her tastes and preferences explained to strangers. And she absolutely did not want any mention of the novel. Before the exchange could go further, the scene cut to the present. Lloyd and Lyra sat on the floor together outside the interrogation room, still recovering. Lloyd quietly asked Isolde what kind of interrogation that had been. Isolde let it go just this once. As penalty, she told the two of them they would take on guild requests without pay 3 days a week for 1 month. She watched Lloyd absorb this. He was, by reputation, an assistant mage considered incompetent in the royal capital, and yet he had managed to incapacitate several A-rank adventurers from her guild. That same night, Saint Iris had appeared without warning, and both incidents had Lloyd at the center of them. There was something about this man. She couldn't afford to dismiss it. Isolde had already decided. If Lloyd posed any threat to Manurva, she would have the guild expel him from the city. She turned the conversation outward, asking him lightly whether he had registered as an adventurer yet. While she waited for his answer, she was already thinking about how to get him to reveal himself. Lloyd fumbled his response and she pressed him on it. He quickly backed down. Isolde announced that the guild was always recruiting. She declared that the entrance examination had begun. They were heading out immediately. Lloyd, bewildered, realized the test had started. He rode in the back of a cart with Lyra, who nudged him out of his slump. Isolde explained that the test involved touching a trial crystal stored at the top of a tower called the Temple of the Winds, a relic said to measure the strength of whoever made contact with it. To reach it, they would have to clear the monsters inside on the way up. Isolde added that the crystal also measured vocational aptitude, personality, compatibility, and could even offer life guidance. Lloyd's attention caught on one detail: vocational aptitude. The possibility of finding a profession that actually suited him meant he might not have to force himself into being an adventurer at all. Lyra and the others encouraged him. He made up his mind. Isolde kept her thoughts to herself as the group approached the Temple of the Winds, a dungeon tower an hour outside Manurva. Maybe the trial crystal would show her what Lloyd really was. She briefed the group. The crystal was on the top floor. They would clear the monsters floor by floor on the way up. On the stairs, Lloyd asked Isolde if she had also touched the crystal before. She told him it was none of his business, and her tone ended the question. One of the other group members called out. Monsters detected on the floor below. Black spiders and beetles swarmed the lower floor. Other adventurers were already under attack. 2 Class B adventurers stepped in front of the group, one of them grinning as she told the others to get clear. They had it handled. Isolde cut in, asking Lloyd if he knew the core purpose of the Adventurers Guild. She answered it herself. Even with a saint's power holding them back, monsters kept coming. That was exactly why the guild existed, to eliminate them completely. She moved, and wind magic tore through the swarm. Mars, using physical enhancement, drove through a spider on his own. Lloyd watched. Then Lyra spotted one coming from behind. She shouted a warning. Lloyd turned and cast lightning magic, striking it before it could close in. Isolde watched Lloyd collect the fallen beetles, noting their value as materials. His movements were precise, nothing wasted. She tested him, asking what he would do against something stronger than himself. He answered without hesitation. 16 consecutive bursts of explosion magic, then retreat. Isolde absorbed this. 16 bursts of explosion magic, one of the highest tier spells. Most people would be gone after one. She kept her expression steady, but the number stayed with her. Even as a lie, it was a strange one to tell. Isolde called a rest. She set down a meal she had prepared and put a cup of tea in front of Lloyd, who brightened immediately. Mars mentioned, offhandedly, that he was a descendant of a noble elf family. Isolde refilled his cup a second time without comment. He quietly noted that this felt strangely commoner-like for someone of his background. Lloyd asked if Isolde had made the food herself. Lyra reached for her portion, and Isolde's objection came before she could take a bite. Lloyd had already started eating. He stopped, then finished anyway. He said it was good. Genuinely good. He mentioned it was his first time eating a homemade meal inside a dungeon. Until now it had been nothing but dried meat. Isolde said nothing. Beside her, Mars added that it was remarkable she could fight, use magic, and cook. She accepted the comment flatly. Lloyd asked, almost to himself, whether Isolde was also a noble. She confirmed it without ceremony, only daughter of the Lord of Manurva. She had to be capable across many areas to honor that name. There was no room for unnecessary consideration. She stood and told the group they were moving again. Lyra fell back slightly and asked Lloyd in a low voice whether the results of his training today had matched what the crystal showed for his vocation. Lloyd looked awkward. He gave a vague, trailing answer. Lyra drew closer and told Lloyd quietly that she had the feeling Isolde was hiding her crystal results. She asked if he was curious. Lloyd was, but about something different. He was more uncertain about how the crystal's assessment would actually be determined for himself. He told Lyra simply that there were things people didn't want others to know. Lyra mulled it over. Then she said there was something she wanted to ask him. They reached the top floor of the Temple of the Winds. The trial crystal sat at the center of the room on a stone pedestal. Isolde told them to hold it and ask what they wanted to know. Lloyd asked about his own ability. The crystal responded. Isolde's assessment appeared first instead. Advanced magic and swordsmanship user, adventurer rank S. Lyra immediately asked the crystal about Isolde's vocation. The crystal began listing results. Isolde told it to stop. Continued third place martial artist, second place holy knight. Isolde grabbed at the crystal, demanding it cancel the reading. It moved toward first place. She told it to stop. It did not stop. The crystal answered, Baker. The group stared. Isolde stared back at the result, rigid. Lyra and Mars were barely containing themselves. The two guardian griffins flanking the room regarded the scene with flat, unreadable expressions. Isolde looked like she wanted the floor to open. No one said anything for a moment. Isolde's expression had gone somewhere difficult to read. Lloyd and the others stood at the base of the stairs below her, uncertain. Then the crystal spoke again, unprompted. It mentioned that Isolde liked sweet things. Lloyd fumbled. Mars said nothing useful. Lyra looked delighted. The griffin moved. It crashed down from its position with enough force to crack the floor. Isolde and the others scattered. The creature filled the room. Lloyd recognized it, a griffin, not a statue. He had assumed the figures flanking the crystal were decorations. The griffin lunged. Someone shouted a warning. Isolde rolled clear of the impact, barely. The crystal bounced loose across the floor. The griffin pulled back and swallowed the crystal whole. Lloyd watched it happen and felt something drop in his chest. The vocation reading, gone before it could reach him. The griffin erupted. A blast of force tore outward, and the room went dark around Lloyd. Lloyd demanded the crystal back and fired lightning magic at the griffin. The bolt struck, but the creature was already moving. It had dodged. The griffin took to the air and the group scattered across the floor. Lloyd pressed forward, landing another hit. The griffin veered but not fast enough, almost. Lyra watched from the side, wide-eyed. Lloyd pushed harder, still a little short. He cast thunder magic. The blast tore through the room. Isolde cut off the questions. They could figure out later why a griffin was guarding the top floor. Right now they needed to end this before anyone got hurt. The griffin fled deeper into the temple. Mars called after it. Isolde noted that off the main route, the temple became a maze. Lloyd apologized for nearly blowing up the tower. Mars, still giving chase, asked the crystal what Isolde's favorite food was. The crystal, still inside the griffin somewhere, answered from somewhere ahead. Fluffy pancakes. The group stopped. The crystal had responded. Lloyd asked the crystal whether Isolde's ability rating would still register even without him holding it directly. He had seen others get their results after touching it. He wondered if the connection held. The crystal answered. That question had already been answered. It would not answer the same question twice. Isolde told them flatly to stop hesitating and prioritize keeping people safe. She told them to just ask directly. Lloyd admitted he wasn't sure what to ask. Lyra noted that Isolde looked mortified. Mars asked what magic Isolde specialized in. The crystal answered, wind magic. He asked her favorite animal. The crystal answered, rabbit. Isolde told them to stop looking at her. Then Mars asked her favorite book. The crystal answered, a love novel. Mars asked for Isolde's favorite pairing. The crystal answered, love that crosses boundaries. Isolde told him to stop digging. He asked her favorite genre. The crystal answered, stories of love that transcend borders. Isolde snapped at him to stop entirely. The gap between the group and the griffin wasn't closing. Lloyd cast physical enhancement on the group to close the distance, and they lurched forward at speed, Lyra and Isolde barely keeping their footing. Lyra lost her balance entirely. She screamed that she was going to fall. Isolde, also accelerating beyond what she could control, noted with alarm that this could not be low-level magic. She lunged and grabbed Lyra before she went over. Mars tumbled off the tower edge entirely. Lyra called after him. Isolde muttered that they had just lost their best asset for the chase. Further along the tower, other adventurers were already at the edge of exhaustion. Two of them recognized Lloyd's name and noted that his examiner was the guild master herself. One added that she was the type who frightened off anyone from forming a party with her. Too demanding, too intense. The other thought it was a shame. She was genuine, but no one could keep up. Lloyd finally caught up with the griffin. He asked the crystal his own question, what Isolde's favorite pajamas looked like. The crystal answered, a pattern of bunnies and moons. The adventurers nearby reacted with open confusion. The griffin screamed. Lloyd tackled the griffin, trying to reach the crystal inside it. Isolde cornered the griffin alongside Lloyd. One of the adventurers nearby, a man with a braid, asked her quietly what Lloyd actually was. She told him to take the novices and evacuate. Everyone else out. She turned back to the griffin and told it plainly that this time she was going to kill it. She fired water bullet magic. It struck. Lloyd thought to himself, if he could just get it outside the tower, he could finish this in one hit. Isolde watched Lloyd push toward the crystal with a focus that didn't quite add up. She knew he had been called incompetent in the royal capital, and yet he had handled multiple types of magic, shown precise monster knowledge, and fought well throughout the dungeon. He had arrived in Manurva alongside Saint Iris, and now he was single-mindedly chasing a crystal. Something clicked. She couldn't be sure, but the question was already forming. Isolde seized the trapped figure. Saint Iris, bound and held, and pressed her accusation directly at Lloyd. She told him he had been targeting the crystal from the start. She told him he had exploited Iris's weakness to take her power for himself. Lyra stepped forward and cast silence magic, cutting off further sound. She told Lloyd quietly that Mars had nearly been killed because of this man's actions. Lyra explained, matter-of-factly, that Lloyd had taught her the silence magic a short while ago, and that her strength was in applying what she learned. She had simply extended it to cancel her own sounds as well. She launched herself at the griffin. Lyra's strike connected. The griffin's beak snapped open, and the crystal came loose. Lloyd and Isolde both saw it at the same moment. The crystal hit the floor. Lloyd dove for it, laughing without meaning to, and pressed his hands around it. He asked it for his vocation. The crystal began to answer. Lloyd Sand's vocation is to be Ruby's servant. Lloyd held the crystal overhead, grinning. Isolde sat nearby in the rubble, watching him with an expression she couldn't quite organize. The memory surfaced. A younger Lloyd, sleepless over stacks of notes, explaining to someone he had been studying alchemy. He thought it might help Ruby. The someone, a woman, told him flatly that he was her assistant mage and should do only what he was told. She knocked his notes off the table. Lloyd wailed after them. The woman turned away, quietly certain. He was her assistant mage after all. Back in the rubble of the dungeon, Lloyd sat with the crystal results still glowing in his hands. He understood what it meant. He had to follow Ruby's direction. Everyone had always told him he was useless. He didn't want to keep living that way. He wanted to change. He couldn't understand why it kept being impossible. Isolde looked at him. Lyra saw it first. Lloyd had turned away from her, but the griffin had circled back. She shouted a warning. The griffin dove at Lloyd from behind, claws out, glowing with gathered force. Isolde intercepted the griffin mid-strike, catching its claw with her sword arm. She told Lloyd plainly. The crystal's result was just a suggestion. He was the one who decided what to do with his life. She added, without looking away from the griffin, that she might have made more people smile by baking cakes. But she had chosen this work, and she was proud of that. Lloyd stared at her for a moment. Then he steadied himself and told her his plan. He would push the griffin out of the tower, and she should hit it the moment it cleared the wall. Isolde drove the griffin back toward the opening. Lloyd moved with her. Isolde launched the griffin out with wind magic. The moment it cleared the tower, Lloyd cast thunderstorm magic. The spell tore through the open sky and struck the creature at full force, reducing it to nothing outside the walls. The fight was over. The crystal sat on the floor, intact. Isolde told Lloyd she owed him an apology. She had suspected from the start that he had come to Minerva with some scheme. She had been wrong. Lloyd reacted with visible disbelief. That had been what she was thinking. She told him simply that things were back to normal now. Isolde, still holding the crystal, asked it Lloyd's favorite food. It answered, patofu. She put the crystal down and told him she would treat him to a meal in celebration of passing the adventurer test. Lloyd's reaction was immediate. Outside the tower, Mars and Lyra congratulated Lloyd. The trial was passed. Isolde told the group he could now take guild quests once a week. One of the other adventurers asked if Lloyd was really all right, and whether he wanted to take a guild request together the next day. Before Lloyd could answer, Isolde cut in. Isolde pointed out that tomorrow was Sunday, her day off. She added, with careful casualness, that she usually spent that day adventuring. The others saw through it immediately. She very clearly wanted to be invited. Lyra asked Lloyd if they could follow elven tradition and join her. Isolde relented with minimal resistance. Lloyd asked her to bake him a cake. She declined that part. Walking back, Lloyd thought to himself that this town might actually work out. Mars and Lyra fell in step behind him. A few days passed. At an inn in Minerva, Lloyd was humming to himself while cooking. A fresh egg omelette with tomato ketchup, consommé soup left to sit overnight, homemade bread. He carried it out cheerfully. Lloyd set out the meal for Iris. She wasn't there. The head maid explained that Iris had gone out early to practice magic, and that the head maid had already brought her sandwiches. Lloyd stared at the empty seat. He asked about his morning menu. The head maid, Safiria, noted that Iris had become noticeably more active since arriving in Minerva. She thought it might be due to that mage's influence. A man sitting across from her, Nero, went still. He asked Safiria to stop eating and tell him more. Safiria explained what she knew. On the first night they arrived in Minerva, Iris had slipped out alone and met a man named Lloyd. She noted that the two had grown close, and that Iris was looking forward to seeing him again. Nero asked what Lloyd looked like. Safiria described him. Dark hair, tall, plain face. Nero's composure cracked. He demanded to know why this was the first he was hearing of it. Safiria pointed out that he had never asked. Nero called that the behavior of a swindler. Nero declared that he would join the next escort assignment. He said Lloyd's name with a particular kind of focus. He was looking forward to the meeting. The head maid tensed. For a saint's escort, she noted quietly, 2 guards would be required. 1 week earlier at the Adventurer Guild, Lloyd turned in a collection request, 40 goblins and 20 red boars, and received 3 gold coins in reward. The receptionist noted the mission usually took 3 days and asked how he had finished it so fast. Mars and Lyra presented themselves proudly as elite adventurers. Under their breath, they admitted to Lloyd that they had mostly just stood still while he handled everything. He told them to leave that part out. Back at the guild entrance, Isolde was waiting. She was carrying an enormous cake. Her subordinates had found out she liked to bake, and they had asked for some, so she had made enough for everyone. She told Lloyd directly. He needed to complete at least one request on his own. Lloyd protested that he had plenty he wanted to do. Isolde told him he was still looking after Lyra and Mars. She told him a slow life meant making time for himself. Lloyd thought about it. Around him, his daily routine had quietly filled up. Morning meals, laundry, cleaning. He felt good about it. Lyra told him he was too dependent on Lloyd for everything. Lyra and Mars put in a dinner request for red boar curry that evening. The next day, in the Great Forest Vid, Isolde's words were still with Lloyd as he worked through his solo commissions. He had taken on several already, but found himself wondering what a slow life was actually supposed to look like. He had just finished a request to subjugate 100 goblins, a 4-night, 5-day job, and it was barely morning. He decided to aim for 3 completed tasks today and take a quick lunch break. A small figure appeared beside him. A girl with small wings, pointing out that recovery magic would let him skip rest entirely. Lloyd considered this and thought that if he stayed up all night too, he could probably clear 5 tasks. The winged girl told him flatly that this was the exact opposite of a slow life. Lloyd startled and told her no. That wasn't what he meant. The winged girl pointed out that Lloyd didn't actually know what he wanted to do. When he couldn't answer, she told him to eat first, then work, then come back to her. Lloyd stared at the food she pushed toward him. He said he didn't want to. Isolde appeared behind him with a full breakfast plate, setting it down without fanfare. The winged girl asked if that was patofu. Lloyd lit up at the mention of it. He declared he would make his own food for himself, for once. He announced he would cook patofu. The winged girl said she preferred curry, and that he had always taken her one sausage when they were younger. She muttered that she hated patofu. Lloyd explained that patofu had been the best meal at the orphanage where he grew up. He started laying out ingredients. At the orphanage, patofu had only ever been made with vegetable scraps. Lloyd had always dreamed of making it properly, with real ingredients. He fetched water from a distant well, insisting the physical labor brought out the flavor of the broth. The winged girl told him to shut up and make curry instead. Lloyd looked genuinely startled. Lloyd heard his name and turned. Iris was drifting downstream in the river nearby, soaking wet and only half conscious. He pulled her out immediately. She came around looking embarrassed. She explained she had been practicing magic at the river near Manurva and had lost control. The current had carried her roughly 2 hours by carriage from the city. Iris said she needed to get back, her servants would be worried. Lloyd offered to wait with her while her clothes dried, and suggested a meal in the meantime. He had made his favorite dish. Iris accepted. He cast a quick drying spell and started serving. The winged girl appeared again and announced that Lloyd's favorite dish was curry, and that it was hers as well. Lloyd froze. He had just tried to make patofu and failed completely. He slumped over the ruined pot, calling himself useless. Iris looked at him carefully. Iris tasted what he had managed and said it was delicious. Lloyd lifted his head. She told him his cooking was very good. He thanked her quietly. Iris asked about Ruby. Lloyd explained she was his childhood friend, a mage who wanted to become the greatest alchemist in the kingdom. He described her as a remarkable person. He said he was different, someone who just did what he was told and helped Ruby along. He said it without bitterness, but something in the way he said it was heavier than he intended. Iris told him that being someone who helped others was something to be proud of. She added that even now, after the split, the fact that he had supported Ruby remained true. Nothing could take that back. She said that to succeed at anything, people needed others. The winged girl watched Lloyd's expression shift. Lloyd told Iris he had thought leaving Ruby behind would fix things. Coming to Manurva had shown him that wasn't how it worked. If nothing changed in him, nothing would change at all. He caught himself and apologized for talking too much. Iris told him not to worry about it. Then, quietly, she told him the reason she was no longer a saint. Because she had not changed. The two of them sat together without speaking for a moment. Lloyd realized, sitting there, that he knew almost nothing about Iris. They ate together as the afternoon settled around them. Lloyd asked Iris about her servants. She lit up. She spoke about Nero making elaborate breakfasts that no one ate because she was already gone, and about Syphilia eating all of it instead. She was clearly fond of them both. Lloyd said he wanted to hear more. Iris smiled. Then a voice came from the trees. Someone had found them. Nero and Syphilia emerged from the treeline. Nero's expression was fixed and barely controlled as he watched Lloyd and Iris sitting together over a shared meal. Syphilia stood beside him, unreadable. Nero asked what Lloyd was feeding Iris. Tururu, Iris's head maid, arrived shortly after, having tracked Iris down from further downstream. She introduced herself to Lloyd and explained she had come to deliver something Syphilia had left behind. She noted with flat disapproval that Iris had been washed even further down the river than usual today. Iris apologized. Tururu noted that Nero and Syphilia had apparently gotten separated from each other on the way. Tururu told Iris firmly that she had already warned her to stop practicing advanced magic unsupervised. Iris apologized again, more quietly this time. Then Iris said something that gave even Tururu pause. She said that maybe she should find a way to help others more, to live without the burden of being a saint but still be useful. Tururu asked if that meant she was going to accidentally freeze Syphilia and the others again. Iris said she would try harder next time. Lloyd watched her and thought, without ceremony, that she was a good person. Lloyd suggested to Tururu that he could take over teaching Iris magic, since a professional guiding her would be safer. Tururu hesitated. Iris immediately brightened and declared that Lloyd was worth 100 teachers. Tururu relented on the condition that she would stop the lesson immediately at any sign of danger. Lloyd wondered why Tururu had come along at all. He led them to a wider area downstream to practice. Nero had circled back to the spot where Lloyd had made the meal. He found nothing suspicious, only a small table and cooking equipment. He told himself it was outrageous to let Iris eat something so amateurish, then noticed Syphilia quietly eating the leftover curry from the pot. He demanded to know why she was eating. She explained she was checking for poison. He told her to show Lloyd what a former holy knight could do instead. Syphilia produced a radish from somewhere, noting it was the one Nero had asked her to fetch a week ago. Nero said he no longer needed it. She also mentioned she had forgotten her holy sword. Nero went quiet. Syphilia handed him a spoonful and mentioned the curry tasted similar to his. He tasted it. He told himself, as Iris's chef, he needed to know everything she had eaten. Then the taste hit him. Nero processed what he was eating. The ingredients were balanced precisely. The rice cooked without a single rough grain. He thought of a master chef he had once known, a man who cooked for the emperor. In terms of skill, Lloyd was his equal. But something about the curry unsettled him. It was filled, he decided, with something he could only call fear. It was an abnormal curry. At the river, Lloyd told Iris she was still working on the water dragon spell, the one that forms a dragon from water. He instructed her to start with a small vortex and expand it gradually. Iris responded immediately and with full effort. Tururu watched from the bank, quietly certain that whoever had made that curry would eventually bring misfortune to Iris. She resolved to remove him. Iris fired a water bullet and lost control of it almost immediately, nearly sending the current sideways. Tururu asked Lloyd, pointedly, whether this was really safe for Iris. Iris called back that it was fine. The river responded with a surge. Lloyd moved quickly to redirect it. Iris looked at Lloyd with a focused expression and said she would do anything to get it right. Lloyd told himself he would stay with her until she managed it. He thought back to when he had first learned the water dragon spell. Somewhere in a desert near death, a small water dragon forming just enough to keep him alive. He decided he could not put Iris through anything like that to learn it. Tururu confirmed the downstream area was clear. She noted that Iris was keeping well away from the river's edge. Nero approached Lloyd from behind, announcing he had no choice but to get rid of him here. Syphilia was already moving on Teruru's order. Nero told her to show Lloyd what she was capable of. Syphilia drew the radish and struck with it. The blow carved through the landscape with the force of a former holy knight. Radish slash. The ground split. Syphilia looked genuinely surprised by her own attack. Lloyd turned to face the result. Steady. Lloyd redirected with Water Dragon, sending a column of water surging upward. Nero was swept back. Syphilia landed and looked uncertain. Lloyd pointed out to Iris that the Water Dragon was useful precisely because it could manage floods on its own. Iris noted that made sense. Nero recovered from the water, spluttering. Teruru called him over sharply. She was already annoyed at him for putting Syphilia in a reckless position again. Syphilia reported she couldn't use the radish anymore because she had already eaten part of it. Nero stared at her. The group, half buried in the aftermath, regrouped slowly. A legion fish erupted from the river, a high-class monster, in a place like this. Lloyd moved between it and the others. He fired a flame arrow into the swarm, scattering part of it. The swarm pressed back. Lloyd noted that the legion fish would not stop until every last one was destroyed, but explosion magic or lightning magic would hurt the people around him. He held his position and kept the swarm from breaking through. Iris stepped forward. She said she would help. Iris cast Ice Spear into the water. The ice spread across the surface, but the fish swarm had already found a gap. One came for Iris directly. Lloyd called out. Teruru moved to intercept. Teruru threw herself between Iris and the fish, taking the hit. She hit the ground and did not get up immediately. Iris reached her side. The swarm regrouped. Lloyd pulled back to cover the opening, noting that using ice on the water had caused the freeze to spread too wide. He braced. The fish came at Teruru again. Iris threw herself over Teruru to shield her. The swarm broke around them, scattering ice and debris. Lloyd, Nero, and Syphilia stared. Teruru stared up at Iris. Nero drove into the remaining swarm, shouting at the fish to stop defying the chef. He and Lloyd fought the last of the swarm back together while Syphilia covered Teruru and Iris. Lloyd called out to ask if the two of them were all right. Nero answered that they were, but there was still something in the water. Teruru lay on the ground, visibly shaken. Iris knelt over her, expression tight. She looked at the water. A shape still moved beneath the surface. Iris raised her hands. Iris summoned a water dragon. It rose out of the river fully formed, large and controlled, and struck the remaining monster clean. The water settled. She had done it. Iris stood in the shallows, breathing hard. She said plainly that she did not want anyone to get hurt, and that she could not simply stand back and watch. Lloyd, Nero, and Syphilia all looked at her. Teruru's expression, still on the ground, shifted. The water dragon dissipated. The river calmed. Iris swayed slightly but held her footing. Lloyd watched her, quiet. She had succeeded. Someone cried out Teruru's name. The girl had been thrown to the ground by the impact of the battle, and Iris reached her first, dropping to her knees and pulling Teruru into her arms. She checked her over urgently, relieved when Teruru gave a dazed but conscious response. Nearby, one of the others murmured that Iris-sama's magic was truly beautiful. Lloyd stood a few steps back, watching Iris cradle the smaller girl. Iris looked up with a wide, open smile, unbothered by the chaos around her, entirely focused on the person in her arms. Lloyd held that image in his mind. He had learned magic to protect himself. Iris had learned the same craft to protect the people around her. The difference settled in him quietly. Iris turned toward him, still flushed from the effort, her smile unguarded. Teruru peeked out from beside her, equally pleased. Lloyd watched them both and thought, simply, that she was incredible. Lloyd called out to the other young man, who turned to face him. Lloyd held something out to him without ceremony, and the other accepted it. He then thanked Lloyd for saving his life and apologized for attacking him without warning earlier. Lloyd gave a short, easy acknowledgement. It was nothing worth dwelling on. Then he held up the item he had been carrying. a large, freshly caught legion fish, its scales still gleaming. He announced that it was fresh. The other young man stared at it and slowly worked out what Lloyd was suggesting. A legion fish sashimi platter. Lloyd referred to him by name, Lloyd-sama. The masked creature rushed in demanding to know if Iris-sama was hurt, voice sharp with alarm. Lloyd waved it off, insisting he was not as skilled as they were making him sound. The two attendants, composed where the creature was not, expressed their gratitude for his care of Iris-sama and told him they would repay the kindness one day. Then Iris moved. She stepped forward and pulled Lloyd into a hug, gripping him tightly. The attendant watching went still. Lloyd froze completely. Iris was very close, looking up at him with wide, earnest eyes. She told him thank you. Lloyd's expression went blank with shock, every coherent thought leaving him at once. Lloyd crouched at the water's edge, still processing what had just happened, and thought that he was very glad he had agreed to teach her magic. Behind him, a massive pillar of force detonated against the rock face. Iris, still burning off energy, driving her magic into the stone with full force. The impact cracked the ground and sent debris scattering. Her attendants watched from a safe distance. Later, the group gathered around the cooking equipment. Lloyd set the legion fish down on the surface. He noted its name plainly. One of the attendants stared at it and pointed out the obvious problem. Legion fish were high-class monsters. They did not normally appear anywhere near Manurva. Lloyd paused mid-bite and told the others to wait. He had been living in Manurva for some time now, he said, and in that time he had already dealt with a sandworm and a griffin, both high-class. The others reacted with visible alarm. Iris said carefully that she wished it were just coincidence, but she did not believe that it was. The other attendant stated plainly that this was not a normal situation. Lloyd mentioned that the griffin had appeared at the Temple of Winds specifically. He wondered aloud whether the temple's holy power had weakened, making it easier for strong monsters to move in. Another member of the group swallowed hard and suggested the same, that something had changed there. The other young man cut in with certainty. Temples were supposed to carry the strongest holy power of any location. They were precisely the kind of place high-class monsters should never be able to enter. Something about the whole situation smelled wrong to him. Lloyd turned his gaze toward the Temple of Winds in the distance, its stone structure heavy against the sky. The rest of the group stood behind him, quiet. Something was happening at the Temple of Winds. The next stage would be set there. Each saintess carried the duty of maintaining the shrines of her country. The shrines served a practical purpose. Using the saintess's holy magical energy, a barrier could be erected within them, one strong enough to repel high-tier monsters. One of the group pointed out that the Temple of Winds lay just beyond the forest ahead. Iris looked up, something clicking into place for her. The conclusion was straightforward. A high-tier monster appearing at a shrine meant something had gone wrong inside the Temple of Winds itself. As they approached, the scale of it became clear. A gap had opened in the barrier, wide enough to matter, visible even from the road. A vehicle carrying several figures moved along the path toward the temple entrance. Lloyd called out to the group. He noted that the others gathered nearby seemed to have already sensed something was wrong. The people at the temple entrance were injured. One of them confirmed Iris-sama was present. Another called out to Lloyd. Someone asked urgently if they were all right. A woman with composed, sharp eyes explained what had happened. They had been hit by a horde of 3 griffins. They had managed to hold the creatures off for the time being, but another wave would almost certainly follow. The surrounding area showed the evidence of the fight. Craters torn into the ground, the stone broken and scattered. Someone asked whether the saintess from before was somewhere else. The answer was no. Lloyd and one of the others stared at a massive crater nearby, and the explanation settled between them without further words. That was from a previous battle, not this one. One of the women said there was no way around it. She explained that they had already requested an investigation into the griffin outbreak, but the saintess was currently at the farthest shrine and could take up to 2 weeks to return. 2 weeks. Iris did not hesitate. She had already worked out what needed to be done. She would go into the depths of the shrine and perform the cleansing ritual herself. The attendant turned to Lloyd and said she had a favor to ask. Lloyd repeated the term back, a cleansing ritual. The attendant clarified. It was the ritual performed to erect a barrier. The attendant asked whether Lloyd would be willing to escort Iris-sama to the deepest part of the shrine. She acknowledged he might be a liability, but expressed confidence that Iris-sama would be fine with him along. Lloyd reacted with surprise. The other young man, Nero, went still, then said that if Lloyd was escorting Iris-sama, he had nothing to worry about and agreed readily. The conversation shifted when someone asked if there were any edible monsters in the area. Lloyd confirmed that beetles were edible. He added that the meat had a lot of legs but was very juicy inside. Iris lit up immediately. The staircase descended into the ground. Lloyd had not expected the temple to have an underground structure. Nero explained, going up led to the dungeon entrance while going down led to the deepest part of the temple. He told everyone to stay alert. Monsters had likely infiltrated this way. Lloyd moved ahead on the stairs, warning the group to watch for ambushes from behind. One of the attendants kept close to Iris-sama, watching the dark passage around them. As the group pressed further in, one of the men remarked that the place felt wrong. He pointed out that the food Nero had prepared for Iris-sama gave off an ominous quality he could not trust. Nero reacted with immediate offense. The other man held firm, his expression unchanged. He said the aura coming off that food was something he could not get behind at all. Nearby, Iris and her attendant moved ahead in the dim passage. The attendant said plainly that it was fine. The young man who'd raised the complaint was not fully convinced, muttering that it was hard to accept, but Iris spoke with certainty. Lloyd-san would keep the peace on this continent. Something lunged from the dark. Lloyd shouted a warning to Nero and cast lightning. The creature was struck and thrown back, hitting the ground hard. It was a beetle, massive, many-legged, its shell thick. Iris stared at it with round, interested eyes and asked if that was one. Lloyd checked on Nero, who confirmed he was unharmed though shaken. Someone called out that more were coming. Nero raised his knife with alarming enthusiasm. Iris tilted her head and noted that it looked difficult to eat. Iris asked if it still counted as a beetle. It was a king beetle, significantly larger than any of the regular ones, filling the passage ahead. Lloyd and the others were visible in the space below it, small against its bulk. The attendant, Syphilia, moved forward without hesitation. She drew her weapon and cut, releasing a blast of holy energy that tore across the floor and into the creature. The strike was clean and precise. Lloyd watched from the side, genuinely impressed. Syphilia was a former holy knight like Isolde, that explained the precision. The attendant, for her part, held out her hand toward Nero and asked for a beetle leg, completely composed. Nero stared. Lloyd picked up one of the severed segments and turned it over with interest, noting cheerfully that the pieces were quite large given the king-tier rank. Syphilia dropped her weapon. She announced that she had lost all will to fight. Lloyd crouched beside her and observed, without much tact, that she must be starving. Nero moved in. He explained that removing the slime coating and applying strong spices would handle the smell. He got to work immediately, enthusiasm fully restored. The attendant's hand shot out. She told him to give it to her. Nero paused. Lloyd suggested cutting the pieces small might help with the texture. He was already thinking about how to make it work. Syphilia chewed. Her eyes went wide. She declared it delicious. Nero presented the plate with some pride. Lloyd looked genuinely pleased, marveling that beetles could actually taste this good. The mood broke when someone ran in urgently, calling Lloyd's name. Bad news. A large horde of high-tier monsters was moving toward the temple. The group outside would not hold. Iris turned immediately. There was no time, they needed to move now. As they walked, Nero fell in beside Lloyd and acknowledged, grudgingly, that the food had been good, though he would not fully recognize Lloyd's skill until he understood the secret behind that flavor. He also said he wanted to learn how to cook beetle meat himself. Lloyd smiled and missed the point entirely, wondering if Nero was simply particular about ingredients. The man reporting the crisis stood with Lloyd, pressing him urgently. The barrier had to go up immediately. He was speaking from the middle of the attack zone. A massive horde of high-tier monsters was closing in, and the defenders outside would not last. Iris called for everyone to move quickly. As they walked the corridor toward the ritual chamber, Nero fell in beside Lloyd and told him plainly that the food had been genuinely good. But he refused to acknowledge Lloyd's skill outright, not until he understood how it was done. He also declared he was curious about the beetle meat preparation and wanted to be taught. Lloyd nodded, misreading the whole exchange, and guessed that Nero must simply care a lot about secret ingredients and technique. A minotaur broke through into the passage ahead. Iris identified it immediately. The creature was enormous, hunched and heavy, and it moved fast. Lloyd and the others braced. Iris stepped forward. She drove her fist into the creature with full force, sending it staggering. Syphilia followed without pause, her blade coming down in a long, clean arc across the Minotaur's body. The attack carried through completely. Lloyd raised his magic circle and fired. The blast connected. Syphilia followed with a sword strike that shattered the target entirely, debris scattering through the passage. Nero, undeterred, balanced a platter on one hand and held his knife ready. The group walked forward together through the settling dust, side by side. Lloyd remarked quietly that he understood now why Iris had worked so seriously to learn magic. She had wanted to stand and fight alongside the two of them. Iris pointed ahead. The gate at the end of the passage led to the cleansing ritual chamber. Syphilia said nothing, but her expression shifted slightly. Nero stated flatly that Lloyd was being naive. The young man beside him went still. Syphilia spoke last. She said only that it was not that simple and turned away. Lloyd had no idea what she meant. They entered the ritual chamber. Lloyd looked around. It was a large, open interior, the floor centered on an octagonal ritual marker. He wondered if this was where barriers were made. Iris stepped forward and addressed the group. She told them she was beginning the cleansing ritual and asked everyone to guard her back. Syphilia and Iris moved through the chamber, cutting down the monsters breaking in from the sides. Lloyd stayed near the ritual marker, watching. Something came in fast, not a monster. A dagger struck near the marker and a laugh rang through the chamber, sharp and mocking. Lloyd registered the weapon with alarm. On the far side of the room, the ritual circle had taken a hit. Iris and Syphilia turned toward the sound. The figure standing in the chamber wore a mask and moved with practiced ease. She announced herself with contempt. She had been waiting to meet the fake saintess. A bounty had been paid for Iris's capture, and she intended to collect it. Syphilia recognized her immediately and named the affiliation, an assassin sent from Roland. Lloyd's expression went rigid. There was a bounty on Iris. The assassin moved through the chamber, striking fast, taunting that resistance was pointless. She drove Lloyd back with a burst of force. Nero stumbled and went down. Lloyd looked across the chamber. The assassin and the group were both still standing, but the situation had shifted badly. Then the room went quiet. Someone asked, voice unsteady, had they gotten her? The assassin lay still on the floor. No one moved yet. The figure they had taken down was not the real assassin. A voice rang out from above. What they had defeated was the weakest of her clones. Daggers came down fast. Nero threw himself over Iris, taking the impact. He grunted from the hit but held position, shielding her with his body. The assassin crouched on the upper ledge, flanked by more of her copies. She remarked with amusement that it had only been a foolish shadow clone. Lloyd stood below, staring up at the figures above. His expression had gone tight. New enemies had appeared, and they were standing directly in front of him. While Lloyd and the others were dealing with a mysterious assassin beneath the temple, things on the surface were falling apart fast. Lyra was panicking, the kind of panic that made her useless, while the others tried to keep her together. They needed her to calm down and fight because if she didn't, they were done. But how was anyone supposed to stay calm when a massive creature was tearing the temple apart right in front of them? If that thing got inside, Manurva was finished. The soldiers on the ground knew what they were looking at. A land-eater, a high-level monster. Some of them were already backing off, telling each other to run. Others pushed back, insisting they had to hold the line or the citizens would pay for it. One of the fighters threw herself into the creature, striking hard, buying time. Someone called out that Iris-sama and the others would close the barrier soon. They just had to hold out until then. Below the surface, a woman stood alone in the dark passage, her back to the crumbling exterior. She was thinking about Iris. The masked figure called herself Black Crow, an assassin from Roland. She told them she'd known they'd come here. Lloyd noticed something odd. The figure Iris was facing wasn't actually Iris. It was one of her clones. The real Iris was somewhere else, while the clones handled the fight. He wondered out loud why she was using them. Black Crow found the whole introduction thing amusing. One of her partners complained that revealing their identities like that was reckless. They were assassins, not courtiers. Lloyd turned and asked Iris directly how the barrier was holding. Iris told him she could only keep the breach from getting wider. Something powerful was working against her. Black Crow laughed and produced the Staff of Holy Destruction. Iris went rigid the moment she recognized it. One of the other assassins immediately complained about her just pulling it out like that. But Black Crow shrugged it off, saying it was only polite to answer when asked. She was also clearly showing off. Lloyd had no idea what the staff was. Someone filled him in. A weapon used 200 years ago in the war against demons. The Holy Roland Kingdom was supposed to have been keeping it under lock and key. He couldn't quite process what he was hearing. Black Crow laid it out plainly. The whole attack, the monster, the chaos outside, was a trap designed to draw Iris here. Their intel had confirmed that Minerva's saint was away from the country. Without her, the barrier hole couldn't be properly closed. As long as the staff wasn't destroyed, it couldn't be sealed. Lloyd looked over at Iris. She was furious. The idea that people could lose their lives just for this made her grip tighten. She told Black Crow exactly what she thought of it. Black Crow moved on her immediately, blade in hand, telling her the one who was about to die was her. Iris flinched. Black Crow reminded them they were all dealing with first-class assassins. Lloyd's group was already getting pushed hard, no time, no room to breathe. Lloyd knew the math. Protection magic couldn't run at the same time as offensive magic. He told the others he'd leave the fighting to them and step back, switching focus. He activated Force Shield. The assassins hit it and staggered. One of them clearly hadn't expected that kind of barrier. The shield held. Syphilia launched herself into a full attack, Holy Sword and Nero Slash, and the force of it sent one of the assassins crashing across the floor. Lloyd thanked her. The assassins pulled back, rattled. One of them muttered that her sword pressure was absurd, like fighting a monster. Black Crow cut off the argument. She told one of the clones to go ahead while she dealt with the situation. The clone that had been holding back made her move. Black Crow watched and thought it couldn't be helped. She'd have to use that. Lloyd shouted a warning to Nero and Syphilia. Smoke filled the space. One of the group noticed it, a smoke screen. Syphilia looked up, tracking the movement with calm eyes. Black Crow was already in position. She activated her technique, illusion, future and past. Both clones went down at once, caught in it, dragged under. The illusion pulled Syphilia into a memory. She was sitting against a wall somewhere, eating something she'd scrounged up, when someone crouched in front of her and held out pastries. She took them. They were good, genuinely good, the kind of thing she hadn't really had before. Back in reality, the assassins laughed. Black Crow explained the technique. It was showing Syphilia her past. Someone watching muttered her name, Syphilia, with a note of something that wasn't quite pity. Black Crow announced this was where the real fight began. Inside the illusion, Syphilia was being treated to a full spread. Servants setting out dish after dish, telling her to enjoy herself. Her deepest desire, apparently, was a table full of food. One of the assassins watching muttered that she was absurdly greedy. Black Crow gloated. Once someone was comfortable in the illusion, it was impossible to break out of. The dream had no end. Lloyd stood very still. He was thinking. Someone nearby, Iris, called his name quietly, watching him. Lloyd was caught in the illusion too. The protection spell was breaking. Inside it, he found himself somewhere warm and unhurried. He kept turning the question over. What was it he actually wanted? The answer that surfaced was simple: a world where everyone could eat well. He was sitting across from someone who was asking if he'd be the head cook starting today. He said yes without hesitating. Back in reality, the illusion version of Iris was already leaning into Nero's cooking, sighing contentedly and muttering that she'd forget all her duties. Black Crow called out for them to reveal their desires. Nero was watching the situation fall apart. The assassins were targeting Iris. He figured he had no choice. He'd have to drop the protection magic and take them on himself. Then one of the illusion versions started going on about how beautiful Iris looked while she was eating, pushing food toward her and getting more and more worked up about it. Nero stared. The narrator inside his head quietly noted that this guy's desires were deeply weird. The hit landed hard enough to knock Nero sideways. Whatever that had been, it was a lot. Nero was overwhelmed, he couldn't keep up with it. But the illusion version of him kept demanding more, piling food on an already groaning Iris until she looked like she was about to pass out from fullness. Black Crow was surprised. She'd never seen a cook like this before. She told Lloyd that, without the illusions, she could still beat him on her own. Lloyd blinked. He noticed something. The illusion had broken or was breaking. He asked if it had actually cracked. Lloyd landed on the answer. He told Nero to cook something, right now. Nero looked at him like he'd lost his mind. Nero said the ingredients were already gone. Lloyd reached into his storage and held out what he had left. Nero didn't like it. He said so. But he took the ingredients anyway. Nero and Lloyd moved together. Leftover curry topped with omuris. Nero cooked with everything he had. Lloyd kept watch. One of the assassins jeered that no cooking stunt was going to break through an illusion. Sephilia, still caught in the illusion, looked up. Something shifted in her expression. She came out swinging. Outside, the situation was grim. Lyra was being clung to by Mars, who was getting in the way of her fighting. The Land Eater loomed over the temple, jaws open wide. She told him it was over. The creature lurched and went still, then dropped. The barrier sealed around the temple, pushing the monster back. It slumped against the structure, subdued. The group outside stared. Someone asked, quietly, if they were actually saved. Inside, Black Crow's allies were all down. She was the only one left standing. Lloyd told her it was time for the counterattack. He wasn't smiling, but he wasn't angry either, just calm. Black Crow let out a short, quiet laugh. Then the fallen assassins started to glow. The ones they'd beaten were being absorbed, energy or something like it pulling into Black Crow as she stood there. She laughed again, louder. Black Crow told them her clones hadn't worked, so she was combining them all into one. She announced she'd reached super speed, supersonic flying swordsmanship. She moved. Lloyd barely reacted in time. He pushed forward into her path, activating super physical enhancement, and the collision between them was loud and ugly. The attack cut off mid-word as they slammed into each other. Lloyd explained afterward, simply, that she'd looked strong. So he'd used the strengthening magic he normally saved for the highest class monsters. The people watching nearby couldn't find words. A small cluster of stunned onlookers just stood there. Outside, the temple stood against the open sky, intact. Black Crow lay in the rubble somewhere below, staring up, still trying to figure out what had just hit her. With Black Crow captured, Iris thanked Lloyd and the others for holding the Temple of Wind. She told them she'd be taking Black Crow to the capital to stand trial. Lloyd asked the question that was sitting heavy on him. Why was there a bounty on Iris in the first place? Black Crow answered with a short, flat grunt. The Holy Roland Kingdom's prince wanted Iris eliminated. She was getting in the way of his plans. The group took a moment to absorb that. One of them quietly said it made sense now. Another asked Iris directly, had she really been banished? Iris didn't deny it. She'd mentioned it before. Lloyd and the others stared at her. Iris's expression didn't change much, but what she said next landed hard. That prince genuinely intended to start a war with this country. Lloyd went pale. A war? Iris turned to Lloyd and asked if he'd come with her to the capital, to stop the Roland Kingdom's invasion. Lloyd stood there, not answering right away. The capital. Where Ruby was. He didn't say that out loud, but it was the first thing that crossed his mind. They were traveling by carriage, and Lloyd was still trying to make sense of what Iris had told the group. She explained that Prince Geese of the Holy Roland Kingdom had long pushed for seizing the so-called heathen counties, insisting it would strengthen their army against the demon threat. When Iris objected, pointing out that invading like that made them no different from the demons who had attacked 200 years ago, he had her banished under the label of fake saint. Iris told them this incident was likely just the beginning. The prince had removed her to clear the path. To stop Roland's invasion, she wanted to ask Malzeria to form an alliance with other countries. If that was the plan, one of the others offered to arrange a meeting with the queen directly. Lloyd was very clearly not okay. He sat in the rattling carriage looking like he was barely keeping it together, answering that he was totally fine in a way that convinced no one. Malzeria Kingdom Capital. The buildings were massive and elaborate, and someone in the group found them worth noting out loud. The queen, apparently, only cared about things she considered elegant, and so everyone around her dressed accordingly. They were brought before the queen, Isolde. She greeted Iris warmly, noting it had been a while, and praised the group for protecting the Temple of Wind against Black Crow. Iris deflected the praise. Isolde turned to the rest of the group. She said Iris's sudden visit had surprised her, but that thanks to them, nothing serious had happened. She called it truly elegant. She then noticed Lloyd lingering nearby and asked who he was. Lloyd quietly wondered where Ruby was. Iris stepped forward and told the queen she had something important to say. Isolde's expression shifted when she heard that Roland intended to go to war with Malzeria. The room went tense. Advisors muttered among themselves. If Geese had exiled Iris-sama, then who was the current saint? The implications unsettled everyone. The queen's attention landed on Lloyd. She asked, somewhat flatly, who this dull-looking person was, noting she didn't recognize him despite apparently having met him before. Someone identified him. The assistant mage, Lloyd. The one with a 40% material collection rate. Another voice repeated it back in disbelief. Assistant Mage Lloyd? Iris confirmed it. Lloyd was the mage who had beaten Black Crow. The room didn't buy it. Some of the nobles scoffed loudly, insisting there was no way someone like him could have beaten the infamous Black Crow. One of them dismissed him as just an annoying nobody as usual. Iris heard every word. She stood very still, and in her head the insults stacked up. Idiot, loser, worthless. And each one landed like a small blow. She couldn't believe they were talking about Lloyd like this. The queen raised her fan and cut the noise dead with 2 words. Not elegant. The room went quiet. Isolde explained her position clearly. Elegance, as she saw it, meant the composure to remain unshaken even when something unexpected happened. That same composure was exactly what it took to catch a crow. She snapped her fan shut and told Lloyd to show her what he had. The queen's knight commander appeared. Dandelion, Knight of 100 Flowers, announced as Malzeria's most elegant. Lloyd looked at the outfit and didn't know what to say. The knight told Lloyd he was welcome to come at him with multiple people. Iris quietly asked Lloyd to wait while she processed the situation. Lloyd was already depressed again. Someone nearby pulled him aside and told him this was the moment. Now was when he needed to prove them all wrong. Lloyd straightened up. Iris snapped at Lloyd to focus and stop letting their words get to him. Lloyd pulled himself together. The fight started. Sephilia moved in fast, and Isolde watched the exchange with interest. Then she pointed something out. Sephilia had been a holy knight once. She told her to use the Gemini blade. Someone noticed Lloyd was in a strange getup. He looked ridiculous. Isolde told him he was no better. Dandelion fired back that Sephilia had forgotten her knight's training. She spotted an opening. Sephilia activated Gemini blade and somehow pulled out jam and bread in the process. Dandelion stared. Then Lloyd moved, and the dandy Giga Bloom flash technique connected. The knight went flying. The queen announced the match was over and asked who was next. Isolde grabbed Lloyd and told him to go. Iris caught Lloyd's arm. She told him directly that what they'd said about him was unacceptable and she couldn't stand it. Lloyd looked at her. She told him he was the one who had saved Manurva, and right now was the time to prove every one of them wrong. He said yes and meant it. The fight moved outside, carrying across the city. From somewhere else in the capital, a woman stood at a window and noted the noise irritably, then turned away. Whatever was happening out there wasn't her problem yet. She had her own battle to prepare for. Elsewhere in the capital, a young woman named Alchemia sat across from Crowley, the top mage of the Magic Association. She greeted him with obvious excitement. He told her there was no need for formalities. Getting around the capital was easy these days, just a carriage ride. Masterclass Mage Crowley, one of the heroes who had defeated the Demon King 200 years ago. He had long since retreated to a quiet life in the countryside but still held his position at the top of the Magic Association. Alchemia had her own agenda. She brought out homemade cookies and presented them warmly, already calculating in her head. If she could get him on her side, she could knock out her massive backlog of overdue requests and make a serious profit. First step, get him to like her. Crowley took one bite of a cookie and cast instant protection magic before swallowing. Alchemia panicked. He pointed out calmly that the cookies tasted terrible and asked why she had put explosive materials in them. She said she was trying to give them a spicy flavor. The look on his face was not impressed. He noted in one taste that she'd used King Papamu and Flame Elixir with a bit of sugar. He identified the exact ingredients from a single bite, which Alchemia registered with alarm, instant protection magic, and that level of material recognition at the same time. Crowley agreed to work with her and told her to go gather the materials right away. He handed over a request slip. Alchemia looked at the name written on it. Fleur d'Eincel. She recognized it. A phantom flower that only bloomed in the unexplored territory of Area 0. Crowley read quietly, expression flat. Alchemia pushed back on the deadline. Materials from Area 1 alone took a week, and unexplored territory was a different matter entirely. Crowley asked if she could get it by the end of tomorrow. She started to protest. Then he clarified. He wasn't telling her to walk. He had a teleportation circle drawn by his predecessor, and it would get her close to the destination. Alchemia had never seen a real teleportation circle before. Crowley seemed genuinely baffled that they weren't in common use. Nearby, someone whispered the name Lady Alchemia under their breath. Watching. Crowley told her plainly that her passion for alchemy was fine, but she seemed to take too little seriously. She didn't get it at first. He explained, Area 0 was an extremely dangerous place. 1,000 knights could die in a single night there. Alchemia laughed a little, said it couldn't be that bad. 1,000 in one night sounded like an exaggeration. Her smile didn't quite reach her eyes. Crowley watched Lloyd fight from a distance and thought about it. Lloyd always came back with whatever he was sent to get. No exceptions. He told Alchemia quietly. If what she said about her former assistant was true, then he was someone Crowley himself was no match for. It would be no exaggeration to call him a Chronicle class mage. Lloyd and Alchemia both registered that in silence, separately. Outside, Lloyd faced Dandelion, who had transformed into something massive and dark. The fight was still going. Inside, Crowley and Alchemia sat across from each other. Neither spoke for a moment. Crowley told Alchemia plainly that she had a real ability, and that someday she could become an alchemist comparable to Lloyd. That night, Alchemia lay awake. Somewhere in the dark behind her eyes was a memory. Two small figures, a child reaching out, murmuring for a father and mother who weren't there, and a voice, cold and flat, telling her she was blind to her own incompetence. Alchemia woke up sharp and defiant. Lloyd had gathered those same materials alone, so the danger Crowley described wasn't some excuse to hide behind. If she couldn't even do that much, then all her talk about being the best meant nothing. Crowley watched her without expression. She pushed further, calling the Demon King and the old heroes just a story people repeated, nothing that actually amounted to anything. Crowley said nothing back. The air around Crowley shifted. Heat came off him. Not metaphorical, actual heat. And Alchemia felt it before she understood what was happening. He told her he couldn't overlook comments that disgraced his comrades. Alchemia backed up fast, calling him an incompetent mage, but her voice cracked. Someone nearby told her to take back what she'd said. Crowley moved. The blast hit hard and scattered across the room. Alchemia stood in the middle of it, wide-eyed and frozen, completely off guard. Crowley was on the floor. Alchemia stared down at him. She put it together slowly. Cookie plus Crowley equaled boom. She had actually knocked out one of the heroes of 200 years ago with her terrible explosive cookies. Guards burst in asking what the explosion was. Alchemia was still processing what she'd done. Holy Kingdom of Roland. Snow fell outside the towering cathedral spires. Inside Roland, word had reached the prince. Black Crow had been defeated. He was furious. He'd given her the staff of holy destruction because she'd claimed to be a top-tier assassin, and in the end she was just some thug from the east. Useless. A cloaked figure nearby knelt on the floor. The prince muttered Iris's name under his breath, gripping his new staff. The prince stood with the staff in hand, looking out, and said that all they were doing was delaying what was already coming. The unification of the Western continent was the only true path to lasting peace. Anyone who stood against it was just getting in the way. Back at the arena, Lloyd stood in the sun while petals drifted down from above, festival noise all around him. He scratched the back of his head, completely unaware that things were accelerating. The queen laughed and declared Lloyd more impressive than she'd expected. She told him he should wear proper clothes regularly. People wouldn't look down on him if he did. Lloyd agreed weakly. Isolde turned serious. She told them that with what Lloyd had shown her, she could believe Iris's story. She'd call a meeting to work out a plan. The others around her were labeled, quietly, as not elegant. In the meeting, Iris told the queen plainly, the Temple of Wind incident was a deliberate provocation by the Holy Roland Kingdom. She asked that Malzeria not mobilize its army. Isolde understood, keeping citizens out of it was the right instinct, and she called that elegant too. Instead, she proposed coordinating with allied nations to impose trade restrictions on Roland. It would still create some strain on ordinary people, but it avoided open war. Isolde said it directly. None of this gets resolved unless Prince Geese is stopped. Iris knew that better than anyone. Isolde offered them a residence for the time being, her family's vacation home. Iris thanked her. Lloyd walked away from it, quietly turning something over. He wondered how long Iris had been carrying the weight of the prince on her own. With the goal for the day accomplished, someone suggested they take the evening off. Iris apologized for not thinking of it herself. She handed Iris over to Lloyd for the afternoon and headed to the Adventurers Guild on her own business. Iris called after the group, but was told simply to come along. Lloyd suggested they walk around since neither of them knew the capital's landmarks anyway. Lloyd brought up the prince almost immediately and then immediately regretted it. Iris told him it was fine. She said the prince wasn't exactly scary. He was desperate, more than anything. They'd both wanted peace for the world. Their methods were just completely different. She said it quietly, more to herself than to him. Lloyd listened and said nothing for a moment. The disagreement between them, as Iris described it, was this. The prince believed they needed to take control of the neighboring countries to prepare for a demon invasion. Iris pushed back. Invading other nations made them no different from the demons themselves. Even if the prince unified the whole continent by force, it would still mean countless pointless deaths along the way. His counterpoint was that her holy power alone wasn't enough to hold the barriers against a real demon threat. Iris had no answer to that, and it showed. Lloyd was still thinking about it when Iris suddenly prostrated herself and apologized for prying. He told her not to worry about it and pulled her up. They stumbled into a traveling magical fair. Lloyd had no idea what he was looking at. Iris recognized it. One had come to her hometown when she was a child. She'd wanted to ride the roller coaster back then and never got the chance. The ride turned out to be dragon-shaped. Lloyd noted idly that it reminded him of the time he'd clung to a real dragon for a full day trying to defeat it. Iris went completely silent. After the ride, someone asked if she'd gotten motion sick. She said no. It was just that things had been so intense lately that her sense of what was alarming had gone a bit numb. Lloyd nodded. Same here. They found Dandelion at the fair, powering a ride with his own strength as a workout. He spotted Lloyd and called him the incompetent mage in front of everyone. Dandelion told the bystanders not to say such things, then casually mentioned Lloyd was actually stronger than him. The crowd around them was baffled. Dandelion announced he was done for the day and told them to have a nice time. Iris stared. Lloyd just thanked him awkwardly. As they headed back, Iris asked if they should start walking. Lloyd agreed. The city was going orange. Lloyd asked Iris what she wanted to do once the war was stopped. Go back to being Roland Saint, or go somewhere else and just live quietly. Iris paused. Then she said she wanted to tell him a little about her past. Iris explained that when she was born, the bishop recognized her aptitude for holy magic and placed her in a training institution as a saint candidate. She clarified that there were multiple candidates. It wasn't one per country, but only those who could master history, prayer, and politics would eventually undergo the ceremony to become one. Lloyd was surprised. Iris said, with a small amount of pride, that she was quite the elite. Wielding holy power meant being responsible for a country's barriers. That was the weight of it. Lloyd said she'd worked hard to become a saint. Iris said yes because there were people she wanted to protect. The people who grew up in Roland's harsh lands. Her father, a knight who sometimes came to check on her at school. Her brothers working in the fields. Her mother at the market. She said they were all good people. The conflict with the prince got worse over time, and eventually she was banished. But the people who had followed her came with her. They found her and stood by her, and believed she was in the right. She said returning to being a saint would be difficult. But she wanted to live among the people who mattered to her. She said it simply. She couldn't handle being alone. Lloyd stood close, not saying anything, just listening. Iris noticed he'd gone quiet and called his name. He was thinking about her, how much she was carrying, and thinking too that dealing with Ruby had taken everything he had. And yet here was Iris, who'd been managing something bigger and harder on her own. He told her he'd do anything to make her happy. The night came in over the rooftops. Iris said thank you. Back at the residence, the whole group had put together a Malzeria-style full-course meal to celebrate the trip. The spread was impressive. Sephilia dove in immediately and had to be yelled at for eating everything and talking with her mouth full. Iris looked at Lloyd. He was smiling at the table. Iris said when it was all over, they should celebrate like this again with everyone. Lloyd said that when it happened, it would be a fresh start for her. She said yes, it was a promise. The whole group was there, gathered around the table in the lamplight. That same night, word spread through the capital. Ruby the Alchemia had been arrested. Her atelier rank had apparently hit rock bottom, and she'd been desperate for money. She'd attacked a well-known mage and gotten caught. Alchemia, sitting in a cell behind bars, was furious. She called what people were saying baseless rumors. She kept saying it over and over. Alchemia raged in the dark, insisting she was an aristocrat, demanding to know why no one was standing up for her. She was nearly in tears and then furious at herself for it. She told herself to shut up and figure out what was actually happening. A masked figure appeared at Alchemia's cell and asked if she was perhaps the top alchemist in the kingdom. Alchemia said so what if she was? She was hungry, and she wasn't going back after failing like this. Black Crow's clones were in the adjacent cell. One of them apologized and mentioned her group's situation. They couldn't go back either. The masked figure asked Alchemia to come to Roland with them. The clones argued about it among themselves. One thought bringing Alchemia as a gift might improve their standing. Another pointed out she was an important figure in Malzeria and that was exactly why it was a bad idea. A third reminded everyone that they'd failed the assassination and leaked information. Going back meant execution anyway. One clone settled it. They could get out. The others pointed out they couldn't even get through the bars first. The door swung open. Alchemia had already picked the lock. Alchemia told them that even if they escaped, the border was a long way off. But she had a teleportation circle in her atelier. They could use it if they were capable of using magic. The masked clone said no problem and asked where the atelier was. Alchemia walked ahead of them, telling herself she was just being dragged along. She'd follow them and figure out the rest later. Alchemia told herself this wasn't over. If she could get out of Melzaria, the whole Crowley incident could be reframed as a false accusation. One of the clones pointed out she was talking to herself and called it creepy. She said it was a habit. Another clone mentioned this one was just a copy anyway. Behind them, guards finally noticed. They had escaped. Dawn broke over the city. Early morning at the residence. A butler called everyone to the reception hall. Lloyd was still in his apron, breakfast not yet ready. Nero had no idea what it was about. Neither did anyone else. They gathered in the hall. The news came in short, flat pieces. Someone important in the capital had nearly been killed. The suspect in the case had escaped together with Black Crow. On top of that, the garrison troops at the border had been attacked. Iris murmured Lloyd's name under her breath. Her expression was tight. Roland had begun its invasion of Melzaria. Iris sat with the report in her hands, still and composed on the outside. Behind her, through the window, armored soldiers moved in darkness. Lloyd stood nearby in his cooking apron, holding a tray, completely unprepared for what the morning had become. Iris said everything she'd done up until now had only made things worse. She hadn't understood how far the prince was willing to go until Black Crow showed up. That was when she'd left Roland. She was going back. She'd appeal to the prince one more time, no matter what it took. She had to stop him. Someone pointed out that his army was already at the border. She couldn't get through. Another noted it might be possible if she went alone, even if harder with all of them together. Iris thanked everyone and started to leave. Lloyd stopped her. Something had just clicked for him. There might be a safer route to Roland. The teleportation circle in the atelier. Using it meant confronting Ruby. He said it anyway. Lloyd started to say something, Rue, and couldn't get it out. He tried again. Iris and the others asked what was wrong. He keeled over. He was thinking about Ruby. The anxiety caught up with him and he passed out mid-sentence. The others looked down at him. He'd been too scared to finish what he was saying and just dropped. Iris thought her own impatience had pushed him too hard. Isolde had a solution. She called for a captured demon tool, something her people had renamed to something more appropriate. The thing that arrived was a floating eye. She called it Enter One's Mind. The tool worked like the illusion technique Black Crow had used. Wearing it while sleeping next to someone let you enter their mind. Iris said she'd do it. The risks were unknown, but she'd do it anyway. If Lloyd didn't wake up, they'd go in and pull him out. Others wanted to go too. Nero told them to stay behind. Iris leaned close to Lloyd and apologized quietly. Inside the mindscape, the atelier stretched out enormous and dim. Lloyd was already there, crouched over in the dark. Ruby appeared and she was not calm. She demanded to know why he was always so slow. Lloyd, still dazed from being inside his own head, murmured that he was pretty sure he'd been trying to tell everyone about the teleportation circle before passing out. Ruby told him he was 100 years too early to be asking her for favors. She called him a turtle and a snail. He hit the floor. He apologized to Iris in his head. He was worthless. Outside, someone called his name. Iris stepped in. She told Ruby she was wrong. Lloyd was an amazing mage. Ruby demanded to know who she was. Iris said she was Lloyd's friend. Ruby went on, 40% gathering rate, a complete failure, suited to be treated like a slave. Lloyd agreed with her quietly. Iris did not. She told Ruby to release him. What Ruby was doing was unforgivable. Iris attacked. Ruby countered hard, but Iris held Water Dragon. She took a hit but steadied herself. Ruby told her she was brave for one of Lloyd's friends. Iris acknowledged this was a world of imagination. Brute force alone wasn't going to win it. Lloyd watched and felt useless. He said so out loud. Despite everything, Lyra, Mars, Isolde, all their advice, he was still scared of Ruby. He told Iris to leave him behind. Iris refused. Iris told Lloyd to just ask for help. When you hit a wall you can't get through alone, don't blame yourself, rely on your friends. The memory behind her showed it. All of them together, Lloyd at the center of it, people who had shown up for him when it counted. Iris reached toward him. She told him he'd always helped her. Now she held out her hand and told him to take it. He did. Iris grew enormous, pulling herself up to full scale in the mindscape, Ruby suddenly small in comparison. Ruby stared. Lloyd stared too, for a completely different reason. Iris announced everything was fine now. She held a tiny snail in one palm. Iris's hat-wearing companion had bottled up Ruby. Lloyd lay back, the eye device still blinking on his forehead. He told himself he'd said he'd do anything for Iris, and here she was doing the rescuing. Lloyd sat up and told everyone to follow him. There was a teleportation circle in the atelier. Iris asked if he was all right. He said Ruby's voice had gotten quieter. He felt like he could actually ask her to use the circle now. When they arrived at the atelier, guards blocked them immediately. The owner had been investigated for attempted murder. Lloyd called out for Ruby anyway. Iris asked what on earth Ruby had done. They found the circle. Lloyd explained that using it would get them to his gathering spot in Roland. Iris and Syphilia asked what the plan was for when they actually met the prince. Lloyd told them he'd explain after they teleported. Nero handed Lloyd a bag of snacks for the road and told him provisions mattered. Lloyd thanked him. Isolde was coming too. She'd already handled instructions for her people while she was away. Syphilia asked about Nero and the others. They said they'd slow the group down and apologized for it. The maid Tururu asked them to be careful. Syphilia noted that in the past she would have tried to stop them because of the danger, but she didn't now. Lloyd told everyone to line up. The circle would send them one at a time to avoid mixing. He noted out loud that teleportation magic was harder than it looked. They landed in Roland. Snow was already coming down. Lloyd looked toward the mountains, quiet and steady. Prince Geese could wait. Alchemia complained about the cold. Black Crow's clone noted they were almost there and asked if the prince would send someone to pick them up. A soldier spotted something. Black Crow was there. Black Crow and Alchemia were in handcuffs. Alchemia had no idea what they'd done wrong. A Roland soldier told her to shut up. She wasn't allowed to speak without permission. He informed them both flatly that they were being sentenced to death regardless. Alchemia stared. She was already a criminal in another country, and now this. A week had passed since their capture. They'd finally reached the capital. Black Crow knelt before the prince and reported that while the assassination had failed, he'd brought back someone valuable. The prince forgave him on the spot, clearly pleased. Nearby, the main character watched the whole exchange with a flat expression, already regretting that she'd followed the woman who dragged her into this mess. Roland Castle's audience room. A soldier reported that the offensive on the Melzaria front was going smoothly, then introduced the situation as they entered. The prince sat on his throne, one hand raised to his chin. Beside him stood Ezekiel, watching calmly. The main character caught her first look at the Prince of Roland and went still. The prince confirmed the report and noted that he was deeply troubled by the current situation and wanted it resolved quickly. The prince explained that unifying the continent had been the dying wish of the king killed by demons. Once he fulfilled that dream, he would take the throne. Ezekiel stood close beside him and murmured that she would support his great undertaking. She was the only one worthy to stand above others. Below them, at the edge of the scene, Black Crow quietly admitted he was so nervous he might wet himself. The prince snapped at him to shut up. The prince turned his attention to Iris, the previous saint, and his mood shifted. He complained at length about how much she'd made him suffer, throwing her authority around as saint to ban wars, keep farmer taxes down, and order the best cook in the city. His attendants looked uncomfortable. Ezekiel, meanwhile, stepped aside and smiled. All that was in the past now, she said. She was here. Nearby, the main character watched the exchange in silence, making no comment. A small frown was the only sign she was paying attention at all. The next soldier reported that during patrol, Black Crow had been captured. Black Crow cut in quickly, insisting the assassination on Iris had failed but that he'd brought someone who would surely be useful. Ezekiel leaned toward the prince and called it pathetic. She had no use for Black Crow or the girl he dragged in. The prince told them both to shut up. On the far side of the room, Black Crow flinched. The prince sentenced both of them to death. The main character went pale, fighting against her chains. She declared that she was Malzeria's best alchemist and that she never should have come here. Black Crow cursed under his breath. The prince ordered the guards to take them away. Then, from the far end of the room, a calm voice cut through. Wait. Ezekiel stood with her eyes half closed, smiling. She asked the prince to stop throwing away lives so carelessly, and offered to take the two prisoners herself. The prince said nothing. The main character stared up at her, not moving. They were led out through the castle grounds. A guard told them to be grateful the saint had a soft heart. The main character processed this in silence, then muttered to Black Crow that it looked like they dodged the death sentence. Black Crow didn't say much back. Outside, a small group of strangers called out to them in a friendly, curious way, asking where they'd come from. The main character didn't know who they were. The strangers introduced themselves: a clown who'd offended the prince, a bishop who'd followed Iris, and a man who'd done something far worse. The bishop explained that Ezekiel had originally been a saint from another country that was destroyed by demons, and that Roland had taken her in as their new saint. One of the group asked if the main character knew what the saint was going to make them do, and whether she was dangerous. Before anyone could answer, a door swung open. Ezekiel had gathered them all on purpose. The main character went quiet. Behind Ezekiel stood a massive creature, something between a giant owl and a beast, towering over everyone in the courtyard. The main character went rigid. Ezekiel told them not to mind it. It was her pet. She had her attendant hand out papers to the group. Whatever was on those papers was the reason they'd all been gathered. The main character looked at the paper and thought it looked like a material gathering list. Ezekiel confirmed it. She had an interest in alchemy and wanted their help collecting materials as her slaves. The main character stared at the list. Most of the items on it were from unexplored areas. She knew that because she was an alchemist. She said outright it was basically a death sentence. Black Crow agreed it was impossible. Ezekiel's pet lunged. The crash sent everyone scrambling, and the main character hit the ground hard, wide-eyed and shaken. Ezekiel crouched down, still smiling. She said there was a misunderstanding. It wasn't an order. It was their fate. Ezekiel straightened up and made herself clear. Their lives were in her hands. If she told them to jump into lava with a smile, they'd do it. She asked if they understood. Then she sent them off, sharp and flat, no dawdling. The main character and Black Crow headed out. Neither of them looked happy about it. They were out in open, rough terrain, moving through falling snow or ash. Ezekiel's final warning followed them: return without everything on the list and be executed immediately. The main character moved forward with the group, bag in hand. She pointed ahead and said that beyond this point was the unexplored area, where holy power didn't reach. Black Crow rounded on her and complained that she'd told him things would somehow work out if he followed her. Black Crow muttered that Ezekiel might have been the one who pushed out the previous saint, since the prince preferred her for being gentler. Then he noted that nobody expected her to turn around and abuse her own power like this. The clown said flatly that if they went against her, they were done. They had no choice. The bishop agreed. The clown then rallied the group: work together, survive. That was the plan. The others fell in line. Monsters burst through the area without warning. A pack of multi-headed dog creatures, fast and aggressive. The group scattered. The clown and bishop tried to hold their ground. The main character stumbled back, barely keeping her footing. Black Crow and the main character stared at each other, both in shock. Someone identified the creatures as Chihuahua Baruzes. The group sprinted toward what looked like a cave entrance. They dove inside. It wasn't a cave. It was a dark Alron, a massive plant monster with a gaping mouth. Someone screamed. The main character screamed louder. Black Crow deployed clones, sending them straight into the Alron's mouth one after another. The main character watched in horror as the clones just got eaten. Black Crow insisted it was working. He'd keep making them until the thing choked. The main character had no words for how disgusting the strategy was. The Alron kept eating. It didn't slow down at all. The Alron snapped at the main character. She barely got clear and landed hard, clutching her leg. It hurt. The creature locked onto her again, closing in. The monster loomed over her, jaws wide. The main character was pinned, frozen, staring up at the teeth above her. Black Crow reached her and called her useless, dumb, and slow, which was somehow the most comforting thing anyone had said to her all chapter. She had one thought: was she actually going to die here? A memory surfaced, someone apologizing for causing trouble. The main character's face cracked under it, emotion breaking through before she could stop it. Another voice, quieter, told her that someday she could become an alchemist on par with Lloyd. Then darkness. That memory snapped her back into the fight. She screamed and tore herself free, moving on pure refusal. If Lloyd could collect materials like these, so could she. Nearby, one of the Chihuahua Baruzas got knocked flat by something small and fast. The clown watched with a surprised, delighted noise. Black Crow confirmed it. She'd done it. He held up a fong and noted that Chihuahua Barus fangs were on the materials list. The main character lay sprawled on the ground, wrecked, laughing weakly to herself. She muttered that she wanted a bath. Black Crow told her flatly that wasn't happening anytime soon. The scene shifted. The group had crossed a border somewhere and arrived safely inside. Lloyd noted it was a real relief to have been able to cross like that. The clown checked herself over nervously, asking if she looked normal and whether she'd accidentally fused with an insect during the crossing. The main character gave her a tired look. Lloyd pulled out an item box and presented it when asked about his plan to deal with the prince. Lloyd laid it out. He'd stuff the prince inside the box and haul him back. The others stared at him. He'd already tested it. He'd been using the box as a tent and confirmed it was safe and surprisingly comfortable inside. Someone asked if you could actually put a person in there. Someone else called the whole thing bizarre. One of the group quietly decided it might actually work. Lloyd explained further. Item boxes were master-grade magic and almost no one could use them. Nobody would ever think to use one for kidnapping. That was exactly why it worked as a plan. He'd use it to bring the prince to Melzaria for peace negotiations. One of the group asked why he'd delivered that whole explanation with such a smug face. He didn't have a good answer for that. Iris stepped forward and said that from here on, she and the others would take the lead. This was their territory. The group rallied with an unexpected burst of energy, raising their fists together. Lloyd looked a little caught off guard by the enthusiasm but didn't say anything against it. They set off across the open terrain. A dark shape watched them go from a distance. Back at the castle, Ezekiel stood in the shadows with a calm smile, watching a vision of the two figures moving through the landscape. She murmured that it looked like some insects had gotten in. Someone identified the creature as a magical construct, a puppet controlled by a magician, not a real living thing. Iris noted quietly that the prince would be staying inside the cathedral. Beside her, Lloyd took in the landscape and thought to himself that he was finally back. In the distance, the clown poked at what was left of the puppet creature and asked if the meat was any good. No one answered her. The group pushed toward the capital. Someone called out the destination, the cathedral. Inside the castle, a soldier reported that Ezekiel's familiar had been defeated and that intruders had breached the grounds. Ezekiel reacted before anyone finished speaking. She recognized the name Iris immediately and went still for a moment, then cold. The fact that Iris and the others had come back and beaten her familiar pushed something loose in her. She gave the order, leave none of them alive. Someone watching from a distance noted that Iris really wasn't the kind of person who quit. Lloyd stepped forward and raised his staff, ready to blast through the guards at the front with an explosion. The others cut him off immediately. Safiria pointed out it was going to be impossible to force their way through the front entrance. Lloyd pushed back. They had to get through somehow, didn't they? The main character grabbed him and demanded what exactly he was planning to do. He actually had to be talked down from using lethal magic on a crowd of soldiers. Isolde asked flatly if he'd lost his mind, reminding him that not everyone was as tough as Dandelion or Black Crow. The main character laid it out clearly. If his explosion hit the wrong spot on a normal person, it'd kill them outright. Lloyd blinked at that, genuinely caught off guard. He offered plant magic as an alternative. Safiria shot that down too, pointing out that using any obvious magic would just get them spotted faster. Someone nearby noted, not unkindly, that Lloyd's whole frame of reference was built around unexplored areas, places where you either hit hard or you died. His sense of what was normal had drifted pretty far from everyone else's. Iris cut through the debate. They weren't here to start a war, and the priority was not getting caught. She pointed out a supply route near the castle perimeter. Security there would be lighter since it was a low-priority area. Lloyd immediately went over and started poking around. Before Isolde could stop him, he'd already drawn the attention of a nearby guard, and they had to scramble. Isolde was furious. Iris just exhaled. They found themselves near the castle's food storage. The main character noted their own supplies had run dry, and the amount of food stockpiled here made her eyes go wide. Isolde suggested they fall back and find another approach. Lloyd agreed, pointing out that security near the food supply was probably the most relaxed it'd get anywhere on these grounds. The guard they'd just bumped into got knocked out efficiently. Isolde looked pleased with herself in a way that made everyone slightly nervous. Now inside the castle proper, the group moved carefully through the corridors. Isolde warned Lloyd directly. Getting caught would ruin everything, so no rash moves. Lloyd wondered aloud if there was any magic that could help them stay undetected. He reminded himself that the whole plan hinged on him having the item box, so staying useful mattered. A guard appeared ahead and called out to them, asking where they were headed. They got stopped in a corridor. The guard asked where their post was and demanded to know what unit they belonged to. Safiria stepped in smoothly and answered, "Guerrilla troops," responding to a disturbance reported in the library. The guard waved them through without a second look. Lloyd thought to himself that being a former holy knight had its uses. One small problem. Safiria then announced very confidently that the library was this way and pointed in the completely wrong direction. The guard froze. While moving through the castle, they overheard guards discussing the intruders. One mentioned Lloyd by name, the magician with the absurdly low material collection rate. The guard got a number slightly wrong. Lloyd didn't bother correcting him. Another guard described the two holy knight traitors, Isolde, called the candy-brained gorilla, and Safiria, the selfish berserker. Apparently those two had been the ones who'd driven the previous saint to her breaking point. Both Isolde and Safiria listened to this in complete silence. Neither of them looked particularly bothered. Iris fired an ice spear and cleared the path ahead in one move, decisive and clean. The group pressed forward. Someone called out to her in surprise. She didn't stop walking. Back with Ezekiel. A soldier reported a kill near the grand corridor. Ezekiel muttered that her soldiers were useless. She wasn't rattled, though. She noted that the castle's lower levels housed plenty of magic monsters, and that the intruders would inevitably get backed into a corner. She released her remaining familiars and sent them off to hunt. Isolde and Safiria held the monsters off, buying space for the others to move. Lloyd reached the prison cells and found people locked up inside, guild members apparently. One of them recognized him immediately. The prisoners explained they were Melzerians who'd been grabbed near the border while working a job. Roland had been rounding up merchants and ordinary citizens too, using them however they liked, sending people into dangerous zones to die. Lloyd popped open the item box and told everyone inside to get in. Isolde looked genuinely rattled hearing what the prince had been doing. The prisoners moved quickly. Someone noted the door ahead looked reinforced. There was a brief exchange about how crowded it was getting inside the box, but no one stopped moving. One of them opened a deeper room and found a child locked alone inside, thin, barely conscious, curled on the floor. Lloyd crouched down. The child had strong magical reserves, probably why she'd been captured. She looked like a magician from another country. She needed treatment right away. Someone said she was nearly dead. Isolde looked at the child and went quiet. She said, low and tight, that she should never have let any of this happen. Lloyd agreed. He didn't know the full extent of what the prince had been doing, but it was clear that if it kept going, more people would get hurt. They got spotted. Guards called it out, and the magic monsters closed in from both ends of the corridor simultaneously. They were surrounded. Close to the cathedral now. Isolde and Safiria split off to pull the guards in the opposite direction. Lloyd told them to be careful. Isolde told Lloyd to show the prince something worth seeing. Some real plant magic. Lloyd confirmed it, no hesitation. The main character watched him for a moment, then looked away. The cathedral loomed ahead. Inside, one of the prince's attendants reported that a pack of familiars had been taken down. The attendant turned to the prince and asked quietly whether Ezekiel had failed to stop them. The prince said nothing for a moment. Then, calm and flat, apologies. The prince stood before a full formation of the Holy Flame Knights, Roland's strongest unit. He noted with mild interest that the intruders seemed capable. He outlined the position. The bridge to the cathedral was completely exposed, no cover from any angle. The formation sealed every approach. He was confident nothing was getting through. The prince's attendant stumbled back, shouting in confusion. Beside him, Ezekiel watched from the side with wide eyes. Outside, massive vines had erupted through the castle grounds, tearing through fences and sending guards scrambling in every direction. The scale of it was hard to take in. Lloyd stood at the center of it all, calm. The entire cathedral had been lifted and wrapped in vines. It hung suspended, tangled tight from base to spire. The prince stared up at it. His attendant next to him couldn't form words. Neither of them had seen anything like it. Lloyd and Iris stood before Prince Geese. Iris told him directly that no one was coming to help him, and asked him to come with them. The prince demanded to know what this was. He recognized Iris. Iris said plainly that what they were doing wasn't self-righteousness. It was a request. The prince pushed back hard. What they were doing was fracturing the balance of power among humans and handing an advantage to the demons. Iris said it was a pretense. She told him he was worried because things weren't going his way, not because of any real concern for the people. She said plainly that they were there to protect the people, and that protecting people was the duty of a saint, and the ideal she held herself to. Lloyd said nothing. He just watched the prince. The prince lost his composure entirely. Iris held his gaze without flinching and told him that if he wanted to rule this kingdom, he'd have to go through them first. The prince called her stubborn under his breath. Lloyd moved. Ezekiel stepped forward, calm and composed. She told Iris she'd take her up on that. The main character watched from behind, mouth open. Lloyd stood ready, expression locked in. The current saint was now standing between them and the prince. The scene cut to the cathedral grounds. Lloyd spotted the prince right away and confirmed that was their target. Someone called out to Iris, demanding to know why she was with such a dangerous mage. Ezekiel stood across from them, composed. She told Iris she'd returned to meet her end, then addressed her directly as a fake saint. The main character noticed that Ezekiel was wearing the same kind of clothes as Iris. Ezekiel acknowledged Lloyd by name. She said the vine display was impressive, but that anyone who stood out too far would have to be dealt with. She raised her hand. Delta Stream, the strongest class of wind magic, tore through the area in a wide arc. Lloyd watched it hit and his expression didn't change, but he registered what he was up against. Lloyd raised a force shield and caught the blast. The wind slammed outward in every direction, but the group held their ground. Outside, Isolde looked up and pointed toward the cathedral. The fight had started. Knights got thrown into walls. Things kept crashing. The vines holding the cathedral began to tear under the pressure. The whole structure groaned and started to tip. Guards scrambled, shouting. More things collapsed around the bridge approach. Ezekiel laughed. She was genuinely enjoying herself. She declared that not even Lloyd stood a chance against her. Lloyd corrected her with a cyclone, another wind attack tighter and faster. Ezekiel's amusement flickered for just a second. She admitted quietly that it was actually impressive. She hadn't expected them to walk away from Delta Stream unharmed. Ezekiel pushed into close range and hit Lloyd with physical enhancement, sending him skidding back hard. She was fast and the impact was clean. The main character went still watching it. Lloyd got his footing back without a word. Ezekiel found the whole thing fascinating. The fight escalated, fireball from one side, ice spear in answer. Iris moved with the exchanges, controlled but pressing. She said plainly that she wasn't going to kill Ezekiel, but that Ezekiel was coming with them. Ezekiel threw a water bullet and said she had no choice. Iris unleashed Water Dragon. The sheer size of it hit Ezekiel square and the impact shook the corridor. Ezekiel surfaced from it breathing hard, acknowledging that the magic was very draining and she probably couldn't use it again soon. Someone asked where Iris had learned that. Iris said Lloyd taught her. The prince watched Iris from a distance, visibly thrown. Someone nearby noted that she listened to everything Lloyd said, but never once listened to him. The scene shifted. In a flashback, a ceremony was taking place inside the cathedral. The prince, standing at the far end, called out Iris's full name, Iris Elizabeth Cart, and asked if she was ready to dedicate herself to her divine duty. Young Iris stood in the ceremony, quietly swearing to protect the weak, bring peace, and cleanse the land of deception and evil. A note in the background identified her as the top student of the Saint Training Academy, suitable to be Roland's saint in a theocratic state. The attendant introduced herself, Taruru, and told Iris to settle in for the day. Iris looked at the building and thought it was massive. Iris wandered through her new quarters, overwhelmed by the size and impressed despite herself. Outside, the prince showed up with Roland's cook in tow. The attendant looked at the young Iris and wondered silently if this really was the saint of the nation. Iris had requested food that reminded her of what her mother used to make back home, and she wanted everyone to be able to eat well. The prince snapped. She was a naive brat who knew nothing. She probably thought her mother was the best person in the world. Yet somehow everyone around her kept praising her. And now all of this. Back in the present fight, Ezekiel wasn't done. She landed another hit and took a cut herself. Lloyd watched and quietly worked out why the child named Nero had joined their group. Ezekiel, bleeding and still standing, told Iris she was always ignorant. Iris fired back that Ezekiel's grievances no longer mattered here. A flashback, Iris had gone to purify a frontier temple. The prince noted he hadn't realized that when the holy power in a place weakened, things could get this bad. A holy knight told Iris she'd protected this place and thanked her. Iris said it was just a knight's duty and moved on immediately, already heading to the next location before anyone could respond properly. Back in the present, the prince demanded to know who Iris thought she was, telling him how to run a kingdom. He laid out his reasoning. The demons were invading, his father had died to them, and he needed to expand territory to build a stronger unified front. He wanted Iris's help. Iris asked if that meant annexing other nations. She said that would only divide people further, and that humans fighting each other now made them no different from the demons. The prince lost his temper entirely, screaming that she had no idea what it meant to lead a nation and had no right to interfere with the royal family. Iris got hit and went down. The prince stood over her and called her a naive little girl getting high on her own ideals. Lloyd called out. The prince stood above where Iris had fallen. The prince said, quietly, that what Iris believed might be true, but his breathing was uneven. He wasn't as calm as he looked. Iris got back up, blood on her face, but her expression hadn't changed much. She said she was just a girl from the countryside, and she couldn't think any other way. She told him that instead of banishing her and trying to have her killed, he should have just talked to her. Lloyd, watching, muttered that she had a point. The prince went still. Then he admitted it, this was his fault. He was the one who pushed her away. Iris reached toward the prince. She said that was exactly why she came back, to stop him. Water Dragon surged up again. The prince was caught in it before he could move. The prince was pulled under, tumbling inside the Water Dragon, making muffled sounds. Lloyd moved fast, item box open, ready to catch him. The main character yelled his name. Lloyd was already in position, watching where the prince was going to land. Lloyd puts his body into overdrive, magic surging through his limbs to give him the burst of speed he needs. He navigates the massive, crumbling structures with a series of heavy leaps. Targeting the chest in the distance, he levels his staff and unleashes a tether of energy. The chest gets yanked from its perch, flying through the air as Lloyd focuses on bringing the prize in. Lloyd lands firmly on a giant wooden beam, clutching the chest with a triumphant grin. He's breathless but clearly stoked that the plan actually worked. Iris stands a distance away, her face lighting up with genuine excitement at the sight of him. Lloyd doesn't hang around, quickly jogging back across the narrow path to rejoin her. Lloyd rubs the back of his neck, looking a bit sheepish as he admits the whole ordeal was more of a shock than he expected. Iris leans in, checking him over with a worried look to make sure he isn't hurt. Suddenly, her expression shifts to pure mortification. She covers her face with both hands, shrinking back and stammering out apologies for letting him see her in such a messy, unpolished state. Lloyd reaches out, his hand hovering near her as he tries to get her to look up. He offers a small, lopsided smile, admitting that he's usually the one acting like an idiot, so seeing her lose her cool is actually a huge relief. It makes her feel a lot more human. Iris peeks out from behind her fingers, her face still bright red, struck by the fact that he isn't judging her at all. The scene shifts to a cold, jagged mountain range where two girls are trekking through the snow. They're lugging heavy packs, having finished their collection, but the red-haired girl stops in her tracks. She stares at the materials they've gathered, a heavy sense of dread settling in her gut. Her partner asks what's wrong, but before she can answer, the earth beneath their boots begins to heave and crack. A massive, grotesque monster erupts from the ground, dwarfing the two girls. There's a mess of scales, dripping slime, and far too many eyes. The sheer scale of the thing leaves them paralyzed for a second. The red-haired girl screams for her partner to take it down, but the masked girl can only stare up at the mountain of teeth and claws, wondering how they're even supposed to fight something that big. The nightmare doesn't end with just one. Two of the giant creatures begin lumbering across the wasteland. Their path is straight and purposeful, heading right for the distant walls of Roland. In the dirt behind them lies a shattered wooden sign marked with a skull and crossbones, left as an ominous warning of the destruction moving toward the city. A demon girl stood in the middle of destruction, taking hit after hit from a voice that called her weak, told her she'd failed again, ordered her to go train herself. She took the hit standing, but somewhere in the back of her mind, a girl's face surfaced, someone she didn't recognize. At the bottom of the page, battered and on the ground, lay Ezekiel, barely conscious. Ezekiel picked herself up, one fist against the wall for support. She'd underestimated Lloyd. She knew it. She couldn't win as she was now. Nearby, someone muttered that the prince had been caught, then added that it figured totally useless. Across the rubble, Lloyd's companion called out that the item box had burst. Lloyd figured out loud that the water dragon must have pushed it over the limit. It had been crammed full to begin with. The enemy commander had already called in the spare monsters as backup. They came pouring in fast. Ezekiel's one thought was to get out. She pushed herself up and started moving. A few steps away, Lloyd's young companion knelt over an injured girl, shaken. Even she had gotten hurt. Lloyd stepped forward and held out his hand, telling the enemy to give the girl to him. From somewhere in the ruins, a voice called out Ezekiel's name, sharp with alarm. Ezekiel dropped down fast, landing in front of Lloyd. She was battered and bleeding, but her eyes were flat and steady. She told him she had no use for the prince anymore. That was done. But the girl was a different matter. She told him to hand her over if he wanted to live. Lloyd blinked, confused. She wanted the girl, not the prince. Lloyd's companion planted herself in front of the girl and refused outright. She wasn't handing over someone under her protection to anyone like that. Ezekiel's composure cracked a little. She thought about how difficult they'd made things. Failing the mission meant consequences she didn't want to think about. She hadn't wanted to use this power, but they'd left her no choice. She looked at them both, steadied herself, and let the power come. Ezekiel's body changed. The transformation tore through her, visible and violent. Horn splitting through, power radiating outward in waves. Lloyd grabbed the young companion and pulled her close, shielding her. The companion stared up at Ezekiel, wide-eyed. Ezekiel's new form rose above them, expression somewhere between calm and contempt. She stood in her full demon form amid the broken surroundings and said, simply, that it was what it was. Lloyd and his companion stared. The companion thought she'd always seen her as the ideal saintess. Lloyd couldn't process what he was seeing. His companion asked out loud if she was a demon. Ezekiel launched herself forward and the fight broke open again. Debris exploding outward, a shockwave hitting the ground hard. Someone nearby barely got out of the way in time. Lloyd grabbed his companion by the shoulder and shoved her back, telling her to get clear. Lloyd threw his staff up to block. Ezekiel came down at him, claws forward, full force, and told him she'd finish all of them right here. Lloyd cast explosion magic. Twice, the spell circle blazed open and the blast tore outward, colliding with everything in front of it. The explosion shook the whole area. Debris rained down across the ruins. Ezekiel got hit by the blast wave and spun through the air. Lloyd held his ground, staff planted, eyes fixed forward as the dust cleared. Ezekiel landed hard. Lloyd's companions stared at the result, unable to believe it. Ezekiel's magical output had matched Lloyd's. Lloyd took it in quietly. He understood now. Ezekiel steadied herself and came right back at him, still pushing hard. Ezekiel grinned through the hits. Lloyd looked up, still standing, and pushed back. Ezekiel drove him into the ground. The impact sent chunks of rubble scattering in every direction. She walked toward the crater, unhurried. The fight kept going, trading blows at close range, neither of them stopping. Ezekiel forced Lloyd back hard, sending him skidding through wreckage and across open ground. The companion watched from a distance, stunned. Ezekiel noted that he was strong for a human and asked what kind of training he'd gone through. Lloyd said he just collected materials. Things that only exist in the uncharted territories like the white sand dunes among other places. Ezekiel went quiet for a second. Collect materials, she repeated to herself. Ezekiel asked if he was serious. Lloyd confirmed it flatly. He said he'd been going there a long time. Ezekiel's expression shifted, something genuinely surprised cracking through. Someone else had gone into that place and made it out alive. Lloyd went stiff. He had no idea what that meant. In a memory or something close to one, a small demon girl stood before a figure who addressed her as Ezekiel, the demon lord's very first subordinate. The figure repeated what she always said, that winning against courage required overwhelming power. From that day forward, the young Ezekiel was sent to train in the white sand dunes for 1,000 years. The young girl protested she couldn't do it, that even veteran warriors couldn't last more than a few days there. She was told to shut up. The demon lord had smiled and told Ezekiel it wasn't an order. It was fate. Ezekiel had refused. The demon lord had said shut up again. Ezekiel described it to Lloyd now, day after day getting torn apart in that place, barely making it through each one. She'd eaten monster flesh to survive. She said it out loud almost without meaning to. Lloyd said quietly that it had been the same for him. Ezekiel pressed. Did he actually understand what that had been like? 1,000 years of it, forced back there over and over? The hatred she'd built up for the demon lord through all of it. The promise she'd made to herself to get revenge someday. Lloyd just stared at her, blank-faced. Eventually the demon lord had acknowledged it, told Ezekiel she'd done well, and named her reward, a place fighting at the front lines. Ezekiel had thanked her, but whatever loyalty she'd once had was already gone by then. After the hero battle had drained the demon lord, Ezekiel had moved in from behind and hit her, then used what she'd given her to sedate her and take her captive. Human records said the demon lord had been gravely wounded and was waiting in hiding for her chance to return. That wasn't true. What Lloyd was holding in the item box was the shadow of the demon lord herself. Lloyd went quiet for a second. Ezekiel kept talking. She'd been hiding among humans all this time, waiting. She'd gone as far as impersonating Roland Saintis, controlling monsters, tricking the prince. And still it hadn't been enough. The real Saintis had started drawing on her holy power, and the whole thing had started to fall apart. From further away, Lloyd's companion watched, not fully understanding. Ezekiel asked why she needed to fill that role anyway. Destroying humans was a demon lord's duty. Ezekiel pulled herself up to full height and declared it outright. She was going to be the one to surpass the demon lord. That was her revenge. Not through the power the demon lord had always craved, but through scheming, through controlling things from the shadows. She was going to erase the demon lord's existence entirely. Lloyd said the goal itself was actually impressive. Surpassing the demon lord, he meant it. But using Iris, tricking the prince, wrecking the lives of people in Roland and Manurva, the innocent townsfolk, those were things he couldn't let go. He said it plainly. Using Ruby to gather materials for her plan. Those he wasn't going to overlook. His companion stood nearby, watching his face. Ezekiel had half hoped he'd understand. He didn't. She let out a slow breath and admitted it. This round had been a total failure. Lloyd had thrown everything off. She hadn't wanted it to end like this, but she wasn't going to talk her way out of it now. She was going to have to settle it by force. Ezekiel told Lloyd she'd make her plans work in the next country. After she buried all of them here first. A large monster emerged behind her. Further away, 2 girls had arrived on the scene. Both armed, both looking at the situation ahead of them with steady, ready expressions. The Roland area was completely overrun with monsters. 2 travelers with heavy packs on their backs stopped and stared at the scale of it. One of them couldn't believe what they were seeing. The other pointed out they couldn't let their guard down until they made it back home. A third person, wide-eyed, said that even if she were immortal, getting through all that would be impossible. A large bird monster lunged. One of the girls yelped and scrambled back. She turned to Black Crow and asked if he could handle it, use a clone or something. Black Crow said flatly that he definitely couldn't. And even if he could, there were more of them waiting. The other girl decided they should at least return the materials they'd gathered and started moving. The first girl cried out in protest. 4 hands raised their weapons together. A staff, 2 swords, and a club crossed in the center. Lloyd stood his ground in front of the monster and told Ezekiel he couldn't let her keep going. He wasn't handing over the demon lord's shadow. Not to her. Ezekiel, perched on the creature beside her, gave the order to her 2 monsters. Focus everything on Lloyd. Once he was down, nothing would be able to stop them. Ezekiel told Lloyd to give up. She could regenerate as much as she needed, same as the demon lord. Lloyd cast protection magic. A wide barrier snapped into place overhead. The monsters slammed into it and the impact sent debris flying across the area. The cathedral took a hit nearby. Someone called out its name in alarm. Ezekiel watched the result. His shield had broken. She noted that it wasn't surprising, given how little time he'd spent in the Great Sand Dunes compared to her. Still, the fact that he'd managed even that much with only 10 years of training gave her pause. Beside her, the large creature waited. Lloyd cast explosions 16 times in rapid succession. The blasts cratered the ground around him. He landed back on his feet. Ezekiel stared at the result, genuinely thrown. A shield large enough to cover an entire cathedral was not something possible with 10 years of training. Her read on the situation kept not adding up. Lloyd's logic was apparently too simple for her to follow. Lloyd's companion shouted a warning. Something was coming from behind. Ezekiel watched it coming and decided this wasn't going to be quick. 2 more monsters closed in on Lloyd from both sides. He cast protection magic again and deflected the attack, sliding into position. Ezekiel moved in from the other direction. Something hit the monster from the side. Ice spear, hard and fast. Lloyd and the caster exchanged a quick check. He asked if she was all right. She said thanks. Ezekiel looked at the newcomers and said flatly that Lloyd's allies were too weak. How inconvenient. More monsters appeared further back. Ezekiel called out to Lloyd and asked if it reminded him of the sand dunes. Lloyd said nothing. 3 massive monsters closed in around them from all sides. Explosions of that size, that was high-level magic. The new arrival couldn't figure out what Lloyd was even fighting. In another part of the area, someone was screaming for help. Ezekiel's familiars were tearing through everything around them. A huge new monster appeared. 2 fighters nearby panicked at the sight of it. One of them launched a flashblade attack. A slash of light cut across the creature's arm. The newcomer called out that the monster had high magic defense. Direct spells weren't going to work cleanly. She got hit and staggered, but stayed on her feet. Her partner moved in immediately, calling her name and telling her to do it the way they trained. Double Fang sword technique. They went in together. The coordinated strike landed. The monster let out a loud screech and reeled back. One fighter faltered mid-motion. She'd gotten distracted for a moment, which her partner immediately called her out on. The partner told her to just do it like they'd practiced. Syphilia heard the name Isolde quietly from behind her. Syphilia admitted she hadn't baked anything in weeks. Her partner asked how she was supposed to function if she needed to eat constantly. Syphilia explained it was the smell. Something sweet had drifted past and thrown her off. Her partner, Isolde, had always cooked for her after battles. Nero used to do the same. Syphilia pulled herself together and made a deal out loud. Once this was all over, she'd bake a huge cake. Syphilia's eyes went wide and round at the thought. Isolde made her decision simple. If Lloyd couldn't fight, they'd fight for him. Double Fang sword technique. Rakage combo. The two of them moved in together, cutting through Ezekiel's defense from two angles at once. Isolde shouted at the bystanders. If they were holy knights, they needed to pick up their swords and act like it. Nearby observers were surprised. Those two weren't just the aggressive cake-obsessed types they'd assumed. Ezekiel watched from a distance, quiet. She noted, with genuine uncertainty, that humans had actually taken one of her familiars down. Lloyd recognized who it was. Lloyd's companion watched the fight and wished she had enough power to use Water Dragon. Ezekiel looked over and wondered if Isolde could really handle this alone. A spear launched from somewhere and struck the familiar dead on. The creature dropped. The companion stared at where the shot had come from, caught completely off guard. A round figure crashed onto the scene, declaring they were here now and to relax. Lloyd turned around. Beside the new arrival stood a crowd of small monsters, stacked together in a loose group. One of them was already hopping around complaining it was too hot. Ezekiel stared. Lloyd stared. His companion stared. Lloyd recognized them. Lloyd couldn't believe it. Lyra was there. Mars too. Lyra announced she'd nearly burned to death and that she'd told them to take off the bag. Mars asked how she'd even gotten there. They explained they'd snuck into Lloyd's item box when he was leaving Manurva. During the chaos of his last fight, more and more people had been trying to escape, so they'd barely had enough time to get out before the box burst. They'd just been trying to find a way out. A large man from the Adventurers Guild launched himself into the fight, declaring he'd protect Lady Iris and that it was finally time to try his new skill. More guild members poured in behind him. Lyra noted that they weren't the only ones who wanted to help. Lloyd stared at the turnout, caught off guard. Ezekiel looked at the growing crowd and scoffed. It didn't matter how many small fry showed up. Isolde and Syphilia cut through the monsters with the double Fang sword technique. Rakage combo, pushing back hard on both flanks. Ezekiel watched and went quiet for a moment. There were serious fighters here besides Lloyd. Lloyd spotted them and called their names. Isolde shouted for everyone to attack together, announcing she'd hold Ezekiel back. Lloyd's companion confirmed that's exactly what they were there for. Syphilia remembered the roots that had burned her and threw herself in with extra energy. Ezekiel called her servants to surround and protect her. Isolde and Lloyd's companion hit Ezekiel from two sides, double Fang sword technique and ice spear landing at almost the same time. The guild fighters pushed back the other monsters in the background. Lloyd hit Ezekiel with double silence magic. Ezekiel barely got a word out before the impact cut her off. Ezekiel told Lloyd she wasn't the same creature she'd been wandering those dunes alone. She had people fighting alongside her now. Lloyd stared at her, and for just a second, he looked genuinely rattled. Everyone charged in together, Lloyd at the center, Isolde and Syphilia at his sides, the guild members and Lyra's group filling in around them. All of them moving at once toward Ezekiel. Lloyd fired focused explosion at point-blank range. The blast tore straight through Ezekiel's remaining defenses. The hit landed. Ezekiel staggered, and for the first time she looked genuinely unsure. Most of her minions were down. She couldn't just walk away from this, but she didn't know what to do either. The enemy had the upper hand. Ezekiel pulled herself upright beside the last of her large monsters. She thought back. This was the same situation she'd been in thousands of years ago. She asked herself if there was any way out. Someone shouted at her, asking how much longer she was planning to drag this out. The monster took a hit and stumbled. The large monster finally stopped moving. Lloyd's companion dropped to her knees on the ground nearby, banged up but holding together. She looked toward Lloyd and said his name quietly. Ezekiel knelt at the edge of the rubble, catching her breath. Lloyd turned and saw who was behind Ezekiel, and recognized her immediately. Ruby. Both of them were beat up and barely standing, but they were face to face. Ruby stood in front of Lloyd, furious, demanding to know where he'd been and pointing out that he'd abandoned every quest at the atelier. He tried to respond but barely got a word in before she kept going. Her life had been completely turned upside down since he left. Ruby hadn't stopped. Ever since Lloyd walked out of the atelier, nothing had been the same. Nearby, someone told Lloyd he'd done good work collecting the materials. The comment landed somewhere between praise and exhaustion. Lloyd stared at Ruby, still processing. His companion stared too. Ezekiel pulled out an alchemy cauldron. Lloyd recognized it immediately. She explained she'd planned to use it as a means of travel, for conquering other countries. She started working with it, feeding the remaining monsters into it. Lloyd's companion spotted what was happening and said they had to do something fast. Ezekiel was forging something using the cauldron and the leftover monsters. Ezekiel finished. She held up what she'd made, an alchemy item, dimensional transfer crown. Isolde launched double fang sword technique and cut through to Ezekiel, shouting at everyone to get clear. But Ezekiel was gone. Lloyd and Isolde both looked around. She'd vanished completely. Below their feet, a massive magic circle had already been activated. Someone shouted that the magical creatures had disappeared. Lloyd recognized the circle immediately. It was a teleportation circle close to the one used at the atelier. He warned everyone to get away from it now. Ezekiel had apparently escaped through it. Someone nearby pointed out something else was happening further off. Something massive rose up from where the circle had been, a creature that had absorbed all the mana of the vanished monsters. It wasn't a new summon. Lloyd explained it simply. When multiple teleportation circles activate at once, they converge. Ezekiel had merged with the monsters. The result was enormous, wrong-looking, and loud. Lloyd's entire group stared up at it. Ezekiel's voice came from within the merged form. She told Lloyd she'd been had, that she never expected him to be the kind of person who'd make friends with soft, peaceable humans. She told him not to speak badly of them. Lloyd shot back that they'd saved him when Ruby had him captured. The others nearby tensed up. Ezekiel told them all to shut up and look at what she'd become. Ezekiel said fighting in this body, a body built entirely around power, was her revenge against Albatross, who wanted to rule the world through strength alone. She told Lloyd he'd completely wrecked her beliefs, so he needed to take responsibility and disappear. Lloyd raised force shield and braced. The merged creature hammered the shield repeatedly. Lloyd's companion called out that it wasn't going to hold. The shield cracked further with each hit. Lloyd held position, watching the creature's movements carefully. Lloyd admitted quietly that Ezekiel in this form was on a completely different level. His magic wasn't going to be enough to finish her. His companion heard him. Ezekiel slammed through again. Lloyd and his companion moved together and pulled back to regroup. Iris stepped forward. She told Ezekiel her holy magic training had been rigorous, even if the output wasn't impressive. Ezekiel noted it and said holy magic wouldn't affect her directly. But Iris laid out the plan. Amplifying the holy magic already stored in Roland's temple might be enough to weaken the monsters Ezekiel had merged with. Lloyd asked where the temple was. His companion pointed, past the mountain range. Lloyd said he could reach it. He turned to everyone and kept it short. He needed 5 seconds. Just enough to drop the shield and launch a counterattack. The group answered immediately. 5 seconds. A hit came through the smoke. Someone spotted it just in time and called it out. A surprise attack through cover. Iris dove in and took the hit meant for someone else, throwing herself into the path of it. Someone called out in alarm. Was she going for a self-sacrifice move? The creature called them obtrusive. Ezekiel threatened to burn all of Lloyd's companions to ashes. Iris went flying. Someone nearby cried out. Lloyd gripped his staff and said thanks to everyone. The creature froze, and snaring vines locked around it from below. Someone else called out for Lloyd to go now. Lloyd grabbed the Roland temple with his bare hands and yanked it free of the ground. Roland's temple press. Someone stared in disbelief at what Lloyd had just done with their holy temple. Lloyd activated physical enhancement and told Iris to hold on tight. She said okay. Lloyd hurled the entire temple directly at the merged creature, Iris still with him as they rode the impact in. Below, a narrow tunnel was bored straight through the creature. On the other side, a small figure hit the ground hard, thrown clear from the collision. They landed inside the ruined temple. Lloyd told Iris to go ahead. She said yes and ran to the center of the magic circle. From above, the two of them were tiny figures in the middle of the wreckage, with the circle already beginning to activate beneath them. Lloyd and Iris stood together, battered but steady. Lloyd said it was time to settle this for good. Below them, at the center of the circle, Iris knelt and pressed her hands together. Light began to build around her. Ezekiel felt her power draining away. The holy magic was doing exactly what Iris said it would, tearing through the monster mana she'd converged with. From below, Lloyd's companion called out his name. Guild members across the area were watching, barely holding their breath. Iris poured everything into it. Lloyd stood at the edge of the collapse, staff raised above the wall of dark energy pressing in from both sides. He held steady. Then he turned and looked directly at Ezekiel. Lloyd fired explosion at point-blank range. Iris was right there beside him in the blast. The magic circle overhead blazed open and the light came down through everything. Ezekiel couldn't believe it. The merged form broke apart, shredding outward in every direction. What remained settled into dust and debris across the open ground below. Lloyd and Iris stood on what was left of the temple's edge, looking out over the aftermath. Lloyd said it had been a very close call. His companion, still down below, started calling out to Iris, voice going up in pitch mid-sentence. Lloyd turned. Iris had grabbed hold of him. Iris was crying. She thanked him for fighting alongside her and for protecting her people. Later, somewhere quieter, with food on the table and everyone gathered, the group sat together. The fight was over. Lloyd looked out at the wreckage from the edge of what remained. The temple was somewhere out in the water, half-sunken, broken. He told the open air that they were very welcome. Simple. No ceremony. Ezekiel was still alive. She lay in the rubble and told herself she hadn't lost yet. If she could reach the monsters in the unexplored regions, heal herself, and open another teleportation circle, it wasn't over. She started moving. Ruby stood in front of Ezekiel, calm and unhurried, holding something small in one hand. Behind her, Lloyd's small companion stood ready. Ezekiel looked up from the ground. The narration noted that a confrontation between Ruby and Ezekiel had always been inevitable. Something was bound to happen eventually. Ruby stood face to face with the person Lloyd had defeated. Still conscious, still hostile. The enemy noted that she'd been one of the slaves, and asked if she came for revenge. Below them, the enemy had already clocked what Ruby was capable of. Even in this battered state, she made it clear she could tear someone like Ruby apart in seconds. She told Ruby to drop the crown and walk away. Ruby found the idea interesting, even admitted it was something she hadn't thought of herself. The enemy pressed her on what she was planning. Nearby, the Black Crow Kid was wrestling with an alchemy pot, demanding it give up the jar inside. Someone called it an alchemy pot out loud, half in disbelief. Ruby, unbothered, pointed out that her alchemy items couldn't be used on humans, so there was no point trying anything in that direction. Then she added, almost casually, that she'd watched the whole process and memorized it. Ruby crouched over the alchemy pot with focused hands. She'd spotted the leftover materials nearby and figured a few adjustments would be enough. The enemy started to say something, barely got a syllable out before Ruby reached into the pot and pulled the fusion through. She'd taken a demon's own tool and reworked it for herself, right in front of them. Ruby straightened up and declared herself Ruby Alchemia, genius alchemist of the royal capital. Someone nearby panicked at the idea of a human using such a thing and told her not to jinx it. A massive magical circle lit up beneath them. Ruby grinned and told Lloyd to watch. A pillar of energy tore upward. Someone nearby couldn't process what they were seeing. In the distance, a leaning tower. The surrounding landscape cracked and shifted. Lloyd dropped from above, scanning the area below, and called out to ask if everyone was okay. The group was battered but alive. Someone offered temporary healing magic. Lloyd got a quiet acknowledgement of what he'd pulled off. 2 names, Isolde and Syphilia, were called out with relief. Lloyd got a bad feeling the moment things settled. Someone asked what was wrong. The group split up. One of them was going to find Ruby, who had to be somewhere nearby. Another said he'd check on Ezekiel. Someone reminded them to watch out. The Black Crows had been around too. A massive dark shape loomed over the landscape. An enormous surge of magical power pressing down over the broken terrain near the tower. It had the feeling of something that had been sealed now coming undone. Lloyd and one of the others stopped in their tracks. One of them wondered aloud if Ezekiel had come back. The other just stared at the scale of it. The sheer amount of magic in the air was overwhelming. The enormous creature that Ruby had fused with filled the sky, surrounded by smaller monsters. She screamed Lloyd's name across the mountainside and told him to come out. Lloyd and the others spotted her. One of them said out loud that she looked completely different. Scarier than anything Lloyd's nightmare had conjured up. Someone pieced it together. She'd used Ezekiel's alchemy item. They stood there staring, trying to work out what she was even after. Ruby, massive and barely contained, roared that if Lloyd didn't show himself, she'd level the entire country. Then she struck. The impact scattered debris and sent the smaller monsters skidding across the ground. The blow tore into the Roland Mountains. Someone nearby watched with wide eyes and muttered that the power was unreal. Ruby laughed and announced she was going to get back at everyone who'd bullied her. But Lloyd came first. She had unfinished business with him. Lloyd, somewhere below, cursed under his breath. Lloyd called up to Ruby and demanded to know what had gotten into her and why she was doing this. Ruby, looking down at him from that monstrous height, told him she didn't feel bad about it. One of the others asked loudly if she really needed to turn into a monster just to do this. They pointed out that Lloyd was completely helpless even under normal circumstances. Ruby ignored them. She wanted Lloyd beaten into the ground. Badly enough that he'd apologize and swear he'd never leave her side again. Someone demanded to know what exactly Ruby had against Lloyd. Syphilia cut in and said flatly that Lloyd-sama was the greatest mage who saved this country. Ruby went quiet for a second, then snapped back that Lloyd would never understand what she was trying to tell him no matter what she said. Someone nearby tried to play it off, but Ruby wasn't having it. She told them to stop stalling and just say it straight. A small chest sat in the rubble nearby. Ruby blinked at it. Ruby demanded to know how long she'd been with Lloyd. Since birth, raised together in the same orphanage. She knew everything about him. She kept going. Lloyd was a complete idiot who was only good at magic. If she hadn't been there pulling him out of trouble, he would have been dog food by now. Lloyd flinched. Someone whispered that she was cruel. One of the others muttered that this was worse than the nightmare version of Ruby they'd heard about. Another told Lloyd to watch out. Ruby went on swinging. Someone took a hit trying to keep up. Then Syphilia said she understood, that the first time she met Lloyd, she'd felt the same way. Suspicious, unsure. He felt dangerous. She said it plainly. Back then, she thought the same thing Ruby did. Lloyd and the others behind him caught that and went a little stiff. That's what she thought of me, Lloyd registered. But Syphilia said it was different now. Lloyd stood with the others and said that during the journey, Lloyd had learned a lot and grown into a real adventurer. The others jumped in. He'd beaten Iris-sama and the demons, even stopped Roland's invasion of Melzaria. Lloyd looked a little overwhelmed. He thanked all of them quietly. Someone added very seriously that his curry was really good. Syphilia noted, almost to herself, that this version of Ruby was somehow worse than the one in Lloyd's nightmare. There was something sad about it, though she couldn't say exactly what. Ruby exploded. She told them all to shut up. People like Lloyd didn't just change. His roots went too deep for a few months of travel to touch. Ruby kept pushing, said that just running away for a little while didn't change anything, and kept repeating that Lloyd was useless trash. Someone called Lloyd's name, alarmed. Ruby turned on the others and dismissed them too. They'd only been around for a few months. They thought they understood him. She called them stupid for it. Lloyd's expression settled. Not angry, just tired in a quiet way. He thought to himself that this was probably Ruby's version of playing friend. Her best attempt at it. Ruby kept going. She told him it was all just nobody's propping him up, and that he was pretending to understand people and saying things he didn't mean. A childish game of being friends, that's all it was. Lloyd asked what she'd just said. Lloyd threw a straight right directly into Ruby's monstrous face. The impact exploded outward, debris, force, the creature's body cracking back from the blow. He'd hit her clean, no hesitation. Ruby slammed into the ground. The impact cratered the earth beneath her, dust and debris exploding outward in every direction. Lloyd stood over the crater, battered. Ruby was down in it, small against the scale of the destruction around her. All his life, every awful thing said to him, he'd carried it quietly and told himself it was probably his fault somehow. But this was different. Lloyd stared forward, wide-eyed and furious in a way nobody had seen from him before, calling his bonds with everyone a childish game. That was the one thing he wasn't going to let go. Ruby lay in the rubble, dazed, looking up at him. Nearby, the others caught their breath. Lloyd was angry, actually genuinely angry. Neither of them could quite process it. Ruby stared up at him in silence. Ruby said his name, quiet, almost uncertain. Then she came back hard. Even if it was Lloyd, she wasn't backing down, and she lunged at him with everything she had left. From the side, someone shouted at Lloyd to hang in there and give it everything he had. Lloyd's expression didn't waver. Ruby lunged at Lloyd and told him he'd pay for hitting her. Lloyd pushed off and shot back that she had a lot of nerve talking about things she didn't understand. Lloyd, still on the move and grinning despite everything, couldn't quite process what he was hearing. Ruby was furious at him. Back in the present, Ruby thought about pot au feu while staring at a bowl of it with flat, empty eyes. She hated it. Always had. Elsewhere, a man explained that he couldn't thank the alchemist enough for the donation. He introduced his daughter Catherine, who had apparently come up with the whole idea, and who served as both his daughter and his apprentice. Catherine's father went on about how admirable it was, that the children had learned the value of charity so young, and entirely thanks to her. He called her dependable, exactly what you'd expect from nobility. Across the way, the kids thanked Catherine brightly. Catherine smiled and said it was delicious. Ruby watched from a distance, her expression dark. She thought to herself that neither of them seemed to notice what they were actually doing, how they were lording it over everyone, looking down from above. She thought it was unpleasant. She wondered if nobody else could feel how wrong it was. Someone next to her asked if she was going to eat. Lloyd offered her his portion. A teacher told the kids to line up and get into formation. Young Lloyd stood quietly nearby as the instructor pointed out he had talent for magic and told him to keep practicing. Lloyd said yes, sir, without hesitation. Word spread among the orphanage kids that he'd been casting water spells from morning till night. Ruby watched from outside, thinking it was dumb. Why was he working so hard just because some adult told him to? The guild master had apparently said Lloyd could join the mage's guild if he broke a specific rock. But from where Ruby stood, it didn't look like he was close. He kept at it anyway, through the night, year after year. The sound of the impacts was getting stronger. Ruby noticed, even if she didn't want to admit it. Ruby flinched back when the rock finally shattered. Lloyd stood in the debris, arms raised, and let out a small cheer. The instructor praised him. He said what Lloyd had done would normally take several times as long, and that he'd be eligible to join the Mage's Guild once he came of age. Ruby lay on her bed that night thinking, if she had power, status wouldn't matter. She could pay back every noble who'd ever looked down on her. She got up and told Lloyd he should become her assistant mage. She was going to be the best alchemist in the country. Lloyd asked what an assistant mage even was. Ruby said it meant they'd be a team. Lloyd repeated the word back to her, slowly. The fight continued, Ruby and Lloyd trading blows in the present. Lloyd confirmed he was okay. Ruby laid into him. He dragged her to uncharted territories constantly, made every day feel like hell, and on top of that, he'd used bread to trick her into agreeing to be his assistant mage in the first place. She called it his own fault for falling for it, then immediately contradicted herself by telling him he was too simple-minded. Lloyd pointed out that her wanting to meet everyone was ridiculous. Ruby told him to stop being such a sulk about it. Their new atelier was run down, but Ruby figured it beat the orphanage. Lloyd liked it, said it had the feeling of a secret hideout. Ruby called him a brat. She then pulled out a quest document she'd picked up right after passing her alchemist exam. She told Lloyd it was their first job together and they were going to give it everything. Ruby burst into the shop beaming and held up a potion, genuinely stunned at what she'd made. The merchant wasn't impressed, pointed out a scratch on the decorative leaf and called her a newbie, offering to take it off her hands as a show of goodwill. Lloyd started to apologize outside afterward and Ruby cut him off. She told him flatly not to apologize to her. She was the one who hadn't tried hard enough with the materials. Lloyd told her it frustrated him too, being treated like a fool. Ruby said she knew how to handle people like that. She was going to become a better alchemist than anyone could imagine and shut them all up for good. She pumped her fist under the night sky and declared that nobles, royalty, it didn't matter. She'd bring them all down to their knees. Lloyd shouted in agreement. Deep down, Ruby thought to herself that she'd fully believed he'd stay by her side. Ruby became Ruby Alchemia, a noblewoman and the finest alchemist in the country, titled at a young age. She thought to herself that those average people and their petty arrogance were nothing to her now. Then Catherine approached and introduced herself, saying she'd been impressed by Ruby's alchemy the other day and wanted to pay her respects. Ruby registered the name, or so she'd thought things would go. Ruby thought to herself that she had it in the bag. She wasn't the weak kid anyone used to look down on. She was Ruby Alchemia now. She dismissed Catherine politely, but internally she was already celebrating. Then she burst through the door to tell Lloyd. A noble alchemist had come to look up to her as a prime example. Lloyd asked what she was making. Ruby said patofu, the same thing they used to eat all the time at the orphanage. Lloyd had been eating nothing but heavy, rich food lately, and he'd suddenly missed the thin, watery taste of it. Ruby stared at him. Ruby had done everything she could to escape that place. And here he was, handing her a bowl and telling her to try it too. Ruby told him to stop. She flat out refused. She asked if he was seriously saying that right now. Lloyd just smiled. Ruby snapped. She'd always hated patofu and he never even noticed. Lloyd asked what was wrong with liking what he liked. Ruby told him that if he couldn't see the value of everything they'd built together, he could go on eating it forever for all she cared. Lloyd shot back that she hadn't changed one bit since the orphanage. She still couldn't handle losing and just laughed it off. Ruby loomed over Lloyd and pressed him. He hadn't understood her at all, even after everything. Not defile his meeting with everyone. She told him to stop acting like he was some decent human being. Lloyd's expression shifted. He said one sharp word. Iris and the others arrived and told them both to stop. At this rate, Lloyd was going to get himself killed. Sophilia faced Ruby and said it plainly. No matter how deep the anger or resentment went, they had been Ruby's closest comrades. They'd stood with her through everything. The rest of the group stood behind her. Sophilia asked Ruby outright whether she truly believed the only path available to them was tearing each other down. Ruby went still. Lloyd, battered and quiet, watched her. Elsewhere in the capital, a younger Ruby pushed Lloyd hard through the night. They were going to get it done by dawn and impress the queen. The plan was to set up Hecate's lights all across the capital. A massive operation. Lloyd thought it was a great idea but hadn't expected it to be this exhausting to pull off. Ruby told him to stop dragging his feet and bring the next stone. Lloyd said okay and kept going. Ruby waved off Lloyd's concern and said she was fine. She still had a plan to finish. Lloyd said her name quietly and asked if she shouldn't take a break. The two of them stood on a rooftop under a dark sky. Ruby said it out loud, that they'd always had a rough life. No parents, no money. Nobles looking down on them just for being poor. They'd had nothing in every sense of the word. The lights below began to glow as the first of the Hecate stones flickered on. Ruby spread her arms toward the lit-up city and said it plain. If they lit up the whole town, then all of it would belong to them. Lloyd stared at the sight, wide-eyed. Back in the present, Ruby and Lloyd faced each other across the rubble, both worn down. Lloyd just said one word, idiot. Ruby, turning away, called him a half-wit, a slowpoke. Ruby's expression cracked. She called him a brat through gritted teeth, and then she came at him again. Fast, hard, not holding back. Ruby shot upward into the sky, putting distance between them. Debris scattered in her wake. Lloyd stood on the ground and watched her go. He said her name under his breath. He'd figured this was how it would end, that they wouldn't be able to reach each other. Not yet. A woman with a sword stood with her back turned. The caption noted that the saint speaks not in words, but in deeds. Inside a damaged hall, the situation after the conflict was being sorted out. The prince would be arrested and handed over to the kingdom of Melzaria as a hostage. Someone asked what would happen to the kingdom. The answer was that it would fall under Melzaria's protection. Iris, Lloyd, and their group stood nearby. The prince thanked them. He admitted he'd been deceived and used by the demons, and said that without them, countless civilians could have died. Sephilia stood across from the prince and said plainly that she bore equal responsibility. The reason Ezekiel had been able to manipulate them both was the lack of trust between her and the prince. She apologized. Lloyd watched from the side and thought to himself that the saint was kind. One of the others said it moved them to see the two making up after everything. Lloyd muttered that he himself would not have forgiven an assassination attempt. They'd managed to avoid a full-scale war. One of the group said they'd barely escaped the worst of it. Iris said she was glad she'd been able to talk things through with the prince. She gave the credit entirely to Lloyd. Lloyd said she was selling herself short. The ministers had approved the plan, so after a short rest, the prince would be transported to Melzaria. Even now, Iris admitted, just thinking about Ruby's face made her angry. Lloyd told her she was probably not giving herself enough credit. Lloyd said he didn't know what to do. Ruby had run off and they couldn't just leave things the way they were. Sephilia looked at him and said that if they came face to face again, Ruby would probably pick up right where they left off. Iris quietly registered what that meant. Someone narrated that the battle between Ruby and Lloyd had been unlike anything seen before. When those two fought as kids, they'd normally just wear each other out and eventually laugh it off. Back in the present, the group gathered inside. Isolde had somehow produced a victory cake in spite of everything, and someone asked how on earth she'd managed that. Someone else called for Lloyd. One of the group asked Lloyd if he wasn't relieved that his childhood friend was gone. Now he'd never have to see her again. They added that he could finally live the quiet life he'd always wanted. Lloyd went still. Never see her again. Before he could say anything, someone pointed out that Sephilia's holy sword was glowing. Sephilia's sword flared, and a figure descended on the city, cutting apart the collapsed and ruined buildings with precise, powerful strikes, then reassembling the pieces with adhesion magic. The whole district was being repaired like toy blocks snapping back into place. Someone watched in shock and asked what was happening. The crowd below began to recognize her. People called out, "The great hero." Lloyd and the others looked up. Lloyd watched and thought to himself that her title as the hero saint was entirely deserved. With exceptional swordsmanship and powerful holy magic, she finished the repairs and thanked the onlookers. Her name, Cornelia Elzelbel Quartz, the saint of the kingdom of Melzaria. One of the group said she was incredible. Sephilia explained that the holy sword had been resonating with the hero saint's power. Cornelia landed and crouched in front of the group, telling them she'd heard everything about them. She explained she'd come as part of Melzaria's forces to handle the war, but it turned out the demons had been orchestrating it all from the start. She said she'd heard that Iris had rallied their allies and that one of the most powerful demons had been slain. Truly impressive. She ran through what she'd learned. A group of skilled adventurers, a fine sword wielded by an equally impressive fighter, And even, according to one very enthusiastic voice from the back, a first-class cake artisan. Isolde protested that the description was off. Then Cornelia singled out Lloyd directly, the magnificent mage. She told him he was the true hero. Lloyd looked caught off guard. The others asked who exactly the hero saint was. The answers came quickly from the excited ones. Beautiful, friendly, the only saint to also earn the title of hero. Cornelia explained herself. She was a descendant of the heroes who fought the Demon King 100 years ago. She'd grown up hearing the stories of her predecessors and had trained from childhood, all of it to protect people from demons. However, she added there was something else. Cornelia suddenly turned her sword on herself, declared herself unfit to be the hero saint, and moved to commit seppuku on the spot. All because she'd failed to detect Ezekiel's presence, let alone the Demon King herself. Everyone around her froze in alarm. Lloyd rushed in and stopped her. Cornelia told him not to worry. A healing spell had already been cast, and she'd surrounded herself with illusion magic so the others wouldn't have to see the blood. Lloyd stared at her. Cornelia said she was already healed. The hero's blessing restored her automatically. She apologized for the pathetic display and said she would train harder to make sure it never happened again. Lloyd thought she was operating on an entirely different level of terrifying. Cornelia asked permission to take custody of the Demon King's remains, citing the laws established by Prince Roland and the previous hero. Iris agreed. Cornelia then said, with a calm smile, that the group shouldn't worry about the alchemist who'd fled. She would handle that matter as well. The one who stole Ezekiel's power was likely deep in the wildlands by now. Lloyd tensed. She was going after Ruby too? Lloyd asked what she meant. Cornelia stated plainly that Ruby now had the capacity to bring catastrophe to humanity. As the hero saint, she had no choice but to capture her. Even if Ruby used to be someone to her, if Ruby chose to resist, Cornelia would not hold back. Lloyd's expression went tight. Cornelia moved quickly. Once Ruby and the Demon King's remains were dealt with, she noted, the royal capital would throw a banquet. Someone muttered that her energy shifted fast, just like someone else they knew. Lloyd asked himself who she was talking about, and then it hit him. Ruby wasn't the type to be captured quietly. Cornelia's expression settled. If Ruby resisted, Lloyd and the group walked through the city. Sophilia called his name quietly. Lloyd told everyone to get some rest. Cornelia stopped them. She suggested cake first. The group looked at each other. Lloyd lay awake in bed later that night, staring at the ceiling. Ruby's voice came back to him. If he really wanted to say he didn't understand what they'd built together, then he could go on eating pot au feu for all she cared. Ruby, alone somewhere in the dark, eyes wide and hollow, let out her frustration at him. Lloyd was still lying awake, muttering that Ruby was the one being a jerk. His foot hit something in the dark. A knock came at the door. Sophilia asked if he was awake and if she could come in. Lloyd sat up, confused. She slipped inside and immediately found what she'd been searching for, holding it up with a quiet sound of satisfaction. Sophilia said it was a bit random, but suggested they have a tea party. Lloyd pointed out he'd already had cake. She waved it off. He exercised enough, it was fine. She explained that back when she was still just a saint, she used to hide snacks all over the place. The two of them sat together. She said it had been quite a fight. When Ezekiel transformed, she'd thought they were done for. But thanks to Lloyd, things somehow came out okay. She called throwing the entire temple a stroke of genius. Lloyd reminded her that Cornelia was the one who put it back together. Iris managed to reconcile with the prince despite being enemies. Lloyd said, the one who really deserved credit was her. Iris said that if she'd done things her own way, she would have ended up somewhere much worse. Lloyd had shown her a path where things could actually work out. She gave the credit entirely to him. Lloyd sat with that. A favorable outcome, he repeated quietly. He said it plainly. He'd been bullied, couldn't even approach Ruby, and then the moment he finally got out, she came after him. She was a pain and he didn't need to waste another thought on her. He wondered anyway whether the path he'd led everyone on had really been the best for all of them. But now he said quietly, Ruby, if the hero saint and Ruby crossed paths, Only one of them was walking away. The memory of young Ruby surfaced, fist raised, determined. Lloyd sat quietly with his tea. Sophia sat beside him, watching his face. Elsewhere, Cornelia was moving fast through the cold night air with someone alongside her, heading into the wildlands. Her companion yelled at her to slow down. The wind was brutal and the cold was unbearable. Cornelia said their goal was to find Ruby and, if possible, isolate and eliminate Ezekiel as well. Her companion screamed that they were going to freeze to death at this rate. A single caption appeared at the bottom of the page. Spirit Dragon. Cornelia said it quietly. Deep within the wildlands, the spirit dragon had awakened. Her companion asked if she'd said something. She said no. Up close, Cornelia's expression was sharp and focused. She told the other that humanity was facing a much more dangerous threat than either Ezekiel or Ruby. Something enormous loomed in the darkness, a creature so massive its form filled the frame. Cornelia stated flatly that they had to deal with the spirit dragon immediately, or the entire continent would vanish. A caption noted that this was a creature that frightened even the demon lord herself, and asked what kind of power it held. Ruby jolted awake from a dream. She was getting out of that orphanage with Lloyd. She needed to run. She sat up, wide-eyed, in a dark and unfamiliar space. Just silence around her. A voice said she was awake. Ruby looked at her hands. Her body was back to normal. She asked if the magic item had broken. Something nearby introduced itself as Ezekiel, the one she'd merged with to take that monstrous form. Ruby stared blankly. Ezekiel muttered that Ruby should have just died quietly in her sleep. Would have made everything simpler. Ruby's small companion started yelling that it was Ezekiel's fault and that they'd pay for this. A larger creature pinned Ezekiel down and told them to knock it off. Ruby and Ezekiel both found themselves at the edge of a demon folk village, a rough settlement built into rocky terrain. One of the locals explained they'd spotted what looked like a massive dragon crash from the sky, and found two small separated forms where it had landed. The demon asked if they'd both run from humans. Exactly, another confirmed, the former retainers who once served the demon lord had settled here. Ezekiel objected loudly to being called a small demon. The demon folk ignored the complaint and told Ezekiel to go attack the human world already instead of wasting time there. Ezekiel laughed and said the war with humans was over. Fighting was even forbidden in the village now. The fairies' mountain range separated their territory from the human world, acting as a buffer. The land was barren but relatively safe. Ruby found herself in a strange place after flying around in a daze. She thought to herself that the demons here seemed strangely relaxed about everything. One of the locals guessed out loud that both of them had run from humans too. Ruby didn't answer. Her stomach growled. One demon told them the questioning could wait and that they should eat first. Ruby tried to decline, but a bowl of thick potato soup was pushed in front of her anyway. It was lukewarm. The fire breather of the group couldn't cross the mountains, so the heat source was limited. The local demon mentioned that the human territories had things like carrots and onions. They said the soup was good, but they sometimes wanted to try different flavors. Ruby stared into her bowl. A small memory surfaced. A younger Ruby and Lloyd eating together from bowls, both of them laughing. Ruby shoved her bowl aside and stood up abruptly. The demons called after her and asked where she was going. One of them guessed maybe she just didn't like vegetables. Ruby said she didn't have time to sit around here. One of the demons told her she was unarmed and wouldn't last 5 minutes. She'd end up as monster feed. Ruby said she'd go back and fix everything herself. She didn't care about the mountains or the monsters. She said plainly that she'd rather die than stay with a bunch of losers. Ezekiel called her wicked. The demons said they were seriously impressed Lloyd had put up with her for so long. Ruby kept walking and said that she and Lloyd were the same. Both crawled up from nothing and took everything they had. But Lloyd hadn't understood the value of that. Because he was a dumbass. He'd spent all that time not getting it, and so naturally he got treated like trash. Ruby stepped into a swamp and immediately sank. Ezekiel got knocked loose and went flying. Ruby thrashed, stuck fast. She said out loud that this was bad. She couldn't get out. Ezekiel appeared above her and called her self-important. Ruby shot back that Ezekiel didn't understand Lloyd at all. Lloyd was arrogant, wicked, and discriminatory, pretty much on the same level as the demon lord in that way, she said. An insufferable lost cause. But he was the kind of person who could put his life on the line for a frail saint. That's who he was. Ruby sank lower and said out loud that Lloyd was obviously happy now. He'd beaten her and earned the trust of his friends. As much as it annoyed her to admit it. Naturally, nobody like that would follow someone like Ruby. Her ideas didn't matter to Lloyd anymore. Ezekiel told her to go ahead and wither away in her twisted ideals. Ruby went still. To Lloyd anymore? She asked out loud whether they hadn't stayed together through everything. Ezekiel, half submerged, said no, it was over. Ruby, sinking into the dark water, said his name under her breath. Don't leave me alone. Ezekiel watched from a rock above, saying nothing for a moment. Then said quietly that it must have been agony to serve Albatross, but there was no need for that anymore. Ruby called Ezekiel's name, struggling. Ezekiel pulled Ruby free. Both of them came up coughing and sputtering. Ezekiel said they hadn't expected to find Ruby stuck in a swamp after she'd stormed off. This body was completely useless. One of the demons asked if they were okay and hauled them both out. Ruby sat wet and exhausted on solid ground. Ezekiel said they hadn't expected that when Ruby ran off earlier. In the distance, the village was visible again. The demons noticed the two returning and called out. One observed they looked pretty rough. A pot of freshly remade soup was brought out, this time with water they'd fetched properly. One demon asked Ruby if she liked fish. Ruby sat quietly and didn't answer. Ruby took a stick and scratched something into the dirt near the pot. She held out her hand and told the demon to give her the stick. A small flash and the fire under the pot caught. The demons jolted back in surprise. One of them recognized it, alchemy. A human technique. Ezekiel told Ruby to stop being proud about it. She'd never lower herself to asking for help from a bunch of losers. Ruby replied that she was a great alchemist. She'd had nothing once, just like them. She'd used everything she had, never stopped, and gotten to where she was. And then she'd committed a crime in the human world and ended up running here with nothing again. She told them to do whatever they wanted with her. One of the demons noted that Ruby was the first human to ever cross the fairies' mountain range and reach them. Another said she must have worked harder than anyone to get what she wanted. She'd learned that technique from scratch, after all. You're something else, the demon said. Ruby looked at them. One of the monsters remarked that nothing beat a warm meal. The other agreed, adding that having humans around didn't bother them at all anymore. The girl sat apart, watching them eat. A large clawed hand reached into the bowl of soup, steam rising off the surface. The creature slurped from the bowl. The girl stared, something unreadable crossing her face as she pressed a hand to her own chest. She kept staring, eyes wide, not quite sure what to make of it. The bigger monster grinned, satisfied, while the smaller creatures around him looked on happily. The girl stood slightly apart, not saying anything. Then the loud one spotted her. He hollered that he figured she'd sneak off again soon. So she better get over here and drink some soup first. The girl just huffed and turned away, arms crossed. The loud monster pointed at one of the smaller creatures and declared that if it ate a lot and grew big, it'd turn out just like Ezekiel someday. Ezekiel growled at that, not thrilled about being used as the example. Nearby, the girl kept getting nudged toward the group. She resisted, insisting it wasn't like that. Out on the water, the creatures splashed around chaotically. A full mess of activity that looked more like a disaster than a community. The round monster puffed up and announced he'd made up his mind. He was going to improve this place, turn it into something that'd make humans sick with envy. A small voice drifted in from somewhere. The soup was really watery. The girl slumped forward and laughed until she couldn't stop. Somewhere else entirely, a different person was having a much worse time. She'd had to fall all the way back down to the ground after getting knocked off Lady Ruby's back, and she was not happy about it. She muttered to herself, then got cut off mid-thought when something smacked her. She'd been wondering whether there was even any point in following Lady Ruby around anymore. She unrolled a wanted poster. Ruby Alchemia. Wanted fugitive. dead or alive. The face on the poster looked exactly like someone who belonged on a wanted poster, no matter how you looked at it. The person holding it stared at it for a long moment. Lloyd got back home to find Ruby already at her desk, not even looking up. She told him she was starving and wanted curry. Now, he looked at her for a second, then headed to the kitchen without making a big deal of it. Sure, he said. Elsewhere, a girl named Manurva told someone she needed a minute. Breakfast could wait. She was in the middle of running maintenance on her item box. She stepped into the storage room and found the chest slightly open. She asked cautiously whether someone was inside it. Something shifted inside the box. Then a startled yelp came from within. The inside of the box was enormous. A whole cluttered space jammed with all kinds of things. Manurva stood there taking it in while Lloyd pulled himself out, rubbing his head. He explained that it had gotten way too full lately and started acting up, which was why he'd gone in to sort it out. He pointed out one particular spot and warned her to stay back. There was a vortex in there that would tear apart anything physical that got too close. She asked if he was okay. He was already moving on, noting there was all kinds of stuff in here. Then he spotted something and paused. He picked up what looked like a bubble tea and wondered aloud when that had gotten in there. Before Manurva could answer, the vortex lurched. Lloyd shouted a warning just as it pulled the bubble tea straight in. They both stared at where it had been. Manurva demanded to know why he was letting people into a place this dangerous. Lloyd, a little sheepish, said he was doing maintenance on it, which was why he was running it normally. Usually he kept it shut. Someone else appeared in the doorway and yelled at them to get in. Inside the box, a small group of people were being waved urgently toward the entrance. Then someone noticed a scrap of paper on Lloyd. He wondered aloud where it had come from. Manurva leaned in. Lloyd said it was a note Ruby had written. She must have slipped it in before he left the atelier. Stuff didn't spoil in here, so she figured it would keep. There were even Legion fish in here somewhere. He read the note. Short, to the point. Black tea and curry as usual. Right away. Someone noticed the item box had been shut. Someone else confirmed it and explained that when a box closes during maintenance, it can't be opened from the inside. The group outside the box reacted with alarm. One of them pointed out the last time they'd gone in there, it had been a complete disaster. Then one of them spotted that the lid was slightly open, just a crack. They reached for it cautiously. Lloyd's voice came from inside. Sharp. Don't. Outside, Lela had gone rigid. She grabbed the nearest person and hissed that the two of them were alone in there, in a locked room. She spun through all the possibilities at high speed, each one worse than the last. Another person tried to reason with her. Roland was about to be in serious trouble regardless, and love had a way of. Lela cut them off. She pressed her ear to the box and reported that she could hear their voices from inside. A smile spread across her face. She planted herself in front of the chest, arms crossed, and announced flatly that anyone who opened that lid before the show was over was going to end up skinned and dumped somewhere no one would find them. Someone shouted that they had to open the box immediately. Lela slammed both hands against it and screamed back that they absolutely would not. The other person shoved past her, yelling that it was dangerous in there. Lela refused to budge. Then she leaned in close and said very calmly that the two inside were about to put on a riveting show, and if anyone ruined it, she would personally flay them and leave the body somewhere in the uncharted territory. The other person went very still. Inside, the box lurched. Lloyd and Manurva lost their footing and went down hard. The vortex was moving. Manurva spotted it first and screamed. Lloyd grabbed her and cast wind spell. Wing, pulling them both out of the vortex's path just in time. Outside, someone announced that the box had tipped over. The crash settled. Lloyd was the first to get up, looking rattled. He apologized. Manurva, still catching her breath, said it was fine. Lloyd checked on her, then turned to look at what the impact had shaken loose. He figured out pretty quickly that the clutter he'd jammed in over the years had been the whole problem. Something had gotten wedged in an odd gap and was throwing everything off. The shock wave from the fall had knocked it free. Manurva asked what it was. He said it seemed like something had just come loose. He held up a crumpled note. Someone held up a bag and a crumpled note. both clearly old. Lloyd explained that it was a note Ruby had written and slipped into the item box the day he left the atelier. Manurva asked what it said. Lloyd read it, short and blunt as ever. The usual black tea and curry right away. He went quiet after that. Then he started talking. When he was little, he said, there was something he needed to explain. His village had been destroyed by monsters. After that, an orphanage took him in. He got lonely every night and cried almost every day. The loss of having nowhere to go back to sat on him constantly. He felt cut off from everything. All of it together wore him down badly. Then Ruby held out her hand and told him they should work together. After that, he started sleeping through the night. Back then, that had been enough. But Ruby got frustrated with him eventually. She pushed him hard, was rough with him in ways he couldn't just shake off. He couldn't forgive her for that. He didn't want to face her again. He stood with his back to Manurva. But even so, he said, he didn't want things to end like this, so he couldn't just leave Ruby on her own. He held the note. Manurva looked at him steadily. She told him that his tendency to put others first, the kind of goodness that most people couldn't even come close to, had cost him a lot. The truth was, she said, it would be completely reasonable for him to run in a situation like this. Then she stopped. She said she believed something different. She told him she loved that side of him, the way he kept trying to find the right path even when it was hard. Lloyd went stiff. For a second, his brain completely stopped working. Manurva watched him quietly, waiting. A sudden crack split the air. Something slashed through the space and nearly caught both of them. Outside, Lela started bleeding from her nose. Someone beside her grabbed her by the collar and told her to get it together. The two inside were about to drown in all of it. The vortex surged. Lloyd and Manurva scrambled as debris and liquid got pulled toward it. A door opened somewhere nearby. Ruby's voice came in cold and flat. She'd come to check on them because they'd taken forever to get to the dinner table, and she'd walked in to find that someone had shut the box and nearly drowned 2 people in the process. Lela and the others stood in a row, looking guilty. Lloyd lay flat on his back, staring at the ceiling. Iris, he thought to himself. The bottom panel showed Iris sitting with him when something was weighing on him, listening. Always there. Always steady. Iris pulled someone into the room by the scruff of their neck. She identified them to the group as Black Crow. She explained that he had been running through the uncharted territory being chased by a monster. So she caught him. In the background, the prisoner was begging for someone to please help him. He was now behind bars. The group stood in front of the cell, looking at him. Black Crow explained that he had been traveling with Ruby through the uncharted territory, jumping through it together. But she had been moving at a reckless pace and he lost her on the way. Ruby had crossed the fairy's mountain range and gone somewhere beyond it. Manurva and Lela went pale. The fairy's mountain range, the most dangerous place in the entire world. He said he had tried to follow her, but a monster blocked his path and he couldn't get through. Lloyd said nothing for a moment. Then he said he was going to look for Ruby. The prisoner panicked, begging them not to finish him off. Lloyd told him flatly that he wasn't going to do that. Someone recognized Lloyd. Someone else reacted with surprise. Lloyd turned to face the group and said that the journey would be dangerous, and that it had nothing to do with any of them. Manurva looked at him directly. She said that things might get difficult if he encountered Ruby again. But if he did meet her, she had something to say to him first. Lloyd looked at everyone. Somewhere in the uncharted territory, Ruby was swinging a tool overhead, surrounded by monsters. She apologized for the trouble, then asked if they'd be willing to come work alongside her. One monster told her to buzz off and added that nothing annoyed it more than someone receiving kindness and doing nothing with it. Another told her not to push herself. She was only human. Ruby held her ground and kept going. One of the monsters told Ruby not to get any ideas about belonging with them. Another watched her work and admitted she'd gotten pretty capable. A different monster asked her to light a fire. Ruby said sure, no problem. The sharp one crossed his arms and said he still didn't buy for a second that she'd actually changed her ways. Ruby said nothing to that. Then she lit the fire. The explosion that followed was massive enough to send everyone scrambling. The monsters looked up. Something was moving from the direction of the fairy's mountain range. The sky had gone dark red without warning. Ruby shielded her eyes and tried to make out what it was. A massive wave of monsters was pouring down from the mountains, tearing through everything in their path. Rocks were falling with them. A monster grabbed Ruby and said they needed to move. The town was in the path of it. Ruby was already running. A boulder came down right next to her and she barely dodged it, stumbling across the torn-up ground. She caught herself. Something in her expression went flat and focused. A colossal creature tore through the dark sky above the mountains, massive, unlike anything that had come before it. Ruby stared up at it, battered and wide-eyed. She asked what it was. A dragon had come out of the fairy's mountain range. Ruby was on the ground, dazed. A small monster beside her pointed it out, wide-eyed. Ruby just said ow. The monsters nearby confirmed it. The mountain had collapsed and the horde had poured out from inside. It was a massive wave of them. Something shifted. A shadow fell over the group. Ruby scrambled to her feet. The small monster beside her was shaken but alive, muttering that dying from a scratch like that would be embarrassing given who it worked for. The larger monsters confirmed it. The mountain had come apart and the horde had spilled out. Ruby stared at the scale of it. Then something enormous moved toward them from below. The dragon was eating the rubble, grinding through rock like it was nothing. One of the monsters urged everyone to use the distraction and run. Ruby moved. Then something else caught her attention, a high-pitched sound from somewhere nearby. Before she could react, something crashed down right next to her. She barely stayed on her feet. A voice called out that it looked like she'd gotten separated from Ezekiel. A fighter dropped down hard and fast, landing on Ruby and pinning her. Ruby recognized her immediately, though not without shock. The fighter said Ruby's full name, then told her to behave and she wouldn't be killed. Ruby looked up at her, rattled. Nearby, the small monsters reacted with alarm. Another human had shown up. The fighter said she had been investigating the fairy dragon when she found Ruby. She was certain it was fate. One of the monsters shouted that the creature was the fairy dragon. Another human had no idea what was going on. The fighter said it had finally woken up. She'd intended to bring Ruby to the crown prince in the capital, but this was beyond what she could handle alone. She told Ruby she was leaving her in someone else's hands for now. The dragon roared. Ruby said she understood and would deal with it. One of the other monsters nearby screamed the name Albatross, clearly recognizing the fighter and not pleased about it. The fighter herself looked equally rattled at the recognition. Meanwhile, the smaller monsters charged toward the dragon, yelling that they were helping Ruby. Another demon-type figure told them to take care of the smaller ones. The fighter and Ruby were back-to-back against the dragon. The fighter yelled for Ruby to hold it off. Then the demon-type fighter shoved toward them, demanding Albatross be handed over. Ruby yelled at everyone to wait, that there was something they needed to understand. The demon-type fighter went still, watching both of them. The fighter launched into the air against the horde. The smaller creatures scattered in all directions. The demon-type fighter landed and got a close look at the small round creature. Her expression shifted. She said that although its form differed from what the reports described, she was certain it was Ezekiel, the demon who had deceived their ruler and schemed to make humans destroy each other. The demon-type fighter threw the small creatures aside with a substance that locked them in place. She told Ezekiel that being killed by its own kind was a fitting end. Ezekiel went wide-eyed. On the other side of the field, the fighter tore through monsters while Ruby struggled to regroup. The fighter was stuck. The adhesive had caught her and she couldn't move. She yelled for someone to pull her out. Nearby, one of the demon-type creatures groaned, still alive. Ruby looked at it and confirmed it was still breathing. Ruby pushed forward and told the fighter to hold on. She recognized who she was dealing with, Hero Cornelia, and demanded she let everyone else go, since they had nothing to do with this. Cornelia paused. A human and a demon were protecting each other. She didn't know what to make of it. Someone yelled to stop attacking. The dragon loomed above them all. Its claws reached down toward the group. Cornelia and Ruby stood together, staring up at it. A thin horizontal panel showed both of their faces, focused, tense. The claw came down. The dragon's claw crashed into the ground around them, sending everything flying. Both Ruby and the other fighter were thrown hard. Ruby hit the ground. The small creature near her was wide-eyed and panicking. Ruby groaned. They'd been caught. The smaller creature wailed that it was over. Cornelia muttered that nothing ever went according to plan. Cornelia stated flatly that she had no orders to kill the fairy dragon. But if it got in her way, she would take it down. She shoved something into the hands of a nearby fighter and told them to hold on tight. The fighter yelped. Ruby's eyes went wide. The amount of holy energy radiating off the fighter was unlike anything she'd felt before. Cornelia launched her technique. Holy Sword, Secret Technique, Exorcising Dance. The attack tore into the dragon with massive force. Ruby stared in disbelief. The dragon opened its mouth. The holy energy hit it directly, and the dragon swallowed it whole with something almost like satisfaction. The energy that was supposed to seal it away was gone. Cornelia stood in the aftermath, looking at the dragon. The monster had simply eaten it. Cornelia pulled herself upright, taking stock. Even holy energy of that strength hadn't been enough. The dragon moved again. It struck hard, sending debris in every direction. Cornelia looked up at it and confirmed what they were dealing with. This thing was a natural enemy of humanity. Ruby winced and noted that even that level of holy energy wasn't enough to kill it. Nearby, Cornelia asked the battered group if they were still alive. One of the demon types groaned back. Then the demon lord appeared, stepping forward despite the condition she was in. She told Albatross not to underestimate her. The announcement landed like a blow. The demon lord had been revived. Ruby stared. That little child was the demon lord? Ruby declared she wasn't about to let herself get eaten. Cornelia shouted at the group. If they didn't want to die, they needed to take the sword. She added that the sword needed someone capable of wielding it. Ruby pulled out what she had. Demon lord or monster, she was going to use every option available. She summoned a synthesized creature, Blood Golem. One of the monsters grumbled about being bossed around. Cornelia pointed directly at Ezekiel and ordered it to fight too. Cornelia launched herself back at the dragon, declaring that taking it down was the top priority now. Ezekiel watched from behind and considered quietly whether to strike Cornelia in the back again. Ruby shoved a blood bomb into Ezekiel's hands and told it to use it. Ezekiel didn't move fast enough. The dragon got there first. Both Ruby and Cornelia cried out for Ezekiel. Ruby looked on, pale. The demon lord grabbed Albatross by the collar and demanded to know what the fairy dragon was, and why Albatross had let herself get captured in Roland without putting up a fight. Albatross looked at her. Given how things had gone, she said, she supposed she had to tell her everything she knew. Wide open sky above the mountains. Dragons circled in the distance. Everything that she knew, that is, Albatross explained. The demon folk had arrived on this continent thousands of years ago. Back then, the land had been overrun with dangerous monsters. They used magic to wipe them out, built a settlement from what remained, and put down roots. At some point, something strange was discovered beneath the fairies' mountain range. Ruby asked whether monsters were really so different from demon folk. Albatross replied that to humans, there probably wasn't much distinction between them. Ruby asked if they couldn't just talk to the monsters. Albatross gave her a look. That thing was the fairy dragon. Albatross stood nearby watching it. Since she was an expert in archaeology, she had eventually pieced together the truth from bones and artifacts that had been dug up underground. The others at the time had dismissed the discovery as just a corpse. But to her, it had clearly been sleeping. The fairy dragon had placed a curse on the continent that kept producing monsters. Holy energy was what it fed on, a delicacy for it. But since it couldn't generate that energy on its own, it had set things up so that whenever prey arrived on the continent, they would bring holy energy with them. Holy energy was also the weak point of monsters and demon folk both, which complicated things further. Each time the land built up enough holy energy, the dragon woke up, devoured everything, and wiped out whatever civilization had formed. Then it went back to sleep. It had done this over and over. The whole continent was nothing but a feeding ground for the fairy dragon. Those theories had stayed as a scholar's guesswork until now. Ruby asked bluntly how Albatross had ended up in such a bad state if she knew all of this. Albatross said she had known for certain that humans would eventually wake the dragon. Knowing that, she had started a war, framed as an invasion to try and stop it. But then a human arrived several hundred years ago and began using holy energy heavily, and that changed everything. So, Albatross said, that meant she had been created as a weapon of mass destruction to keep the fairy dragon from waking. That's right, Albatross confirmed. Ruby pushed further. Holy energy usage had been kept under control, so why had the dragon woken up now? Albatross said she believed a different kind of remarkable mana had triggered it, not holy energy. Ruby repeated the words back, not following. Albatross said she had assumed only holy energy could wake the dragon. This had been outside her expectations. She explained that she was talking about the powerful mana released during the battle in Roland. Ruby went still. She asked quietly whether that meant they were the ones responsible for waking the fairy dragon. Cornelia kept striking at the dragon, but couldn't make a dent no matter how she hit it. Albatross started to call out to the demon lord. The dragon's massive eye moved. The demon lord stared back at it. One of the small creatures watched from a distance, wide-eyed. The dragon shifted and came down. The dragon's claw slammed into the ground with full force. The impact sent everything around it flying, rock, debris, everything. Albatross and Ezekiel both hit the ground hard. Ezekiel groaned. All around them, the others were down too. Ruby looked at them all and said quietly that it was her fault. Something moved beneath the rubble nearby. A small shift, then stillness. Ruby scrambled to her feet and screamed at everyone to wake up. If they didn't move, the dragon would eat them. The dragon loomed directly above, its mouth open wide. Ruby kept yelling, "Wake up now, get up." The demon lord grabbed Ezekiel and told it not to die. She still needed it to fulfill a duty. She yelled Ezekiel's name. What duty had the demon lord entrusted to Ezekiel? The demon lord had Ezekiel in her grip and made her offer full healing in exchange for her life. Ezekiel told her to stop. She said she'd rather die than be saved by her. Ezekiel pulled away. She said dying was preferable to being rescued by the demon lord. The demon lord said flatly that when the hero defeated her, it became clear she could no longer bend humans to her will. She had hoped Ezekiel would rule over humans and keep the fairy dragon from ever waking. But she knew she was right about one thing: Ezekiel had been made as the strongest warrior. Ezekiel shot back, "No." Ezekiel said she had hated the demon lord with everything she had for covering her body in scars. She had gotten stronger specifically to deny everything the demon lord stood for. The demon lord told her, without any particular feeling, that emotions had nothing to do with it. The reason Ezekiel had grown stronger was because she had been built that way. Ezekiel went still. The demon lord said she had made Ezekiel with the intention of pushing her toward something more monster-like, though she admitted she might have pushed it too far. In the memory, the demon lord walked away without looking back, already planning out when training would start next. Ezekiel watched her go. She never cared about what Ezekiel felt, not even at the end. Ezekiel hit the dragon. The impact was enormous. The creature's head cracked under the force. One of the smaller monsters nearby stared and asked what that was. The crash sent the dragon back, and dust and rock exploded outward from the impact. The demon lord stood over Ruby and the others. She told Ruby and everyone else to get up. The small monsters nearby confirmed it. They recognized Ezekiel now. Ruby asked about the demon lord. One of the small ones said that was what they'd been trying to tell her all along. The demon lord said plainly that she had died. And in doing so, she had passed all of her power to Ezekiel without asking. Ruby stared at her. The demon lord turned and asked if Ruby understood now, why the demon lord had hurt Ezekiel, and why Ezekiel had to carry all of this. The demon lord looked at the dragon. It moved again. She launched herself at it, screaming that it was all because of creatures like it. She drove into the dragon with everything she had, tearing at it. She said it directly. The dragon was the reason she had been born into a life of pain and nothing else. One of the smaller creatures was flung aside by the shockwave and landed hard. Ruby jerked back from the blast. One of the small monsters stared. It couldn't believe she had just taken down something that size. Ruby grabbed her weapon and cursed under her breath. More monsters were still moving. The blood golem held a group back and someone shouted at Ruby to get everyone out while Ezekiel held them off. A larger creature came at Ruby directly. One of the small ones asked her to deal with it too. Ruby said she was on it. She took a hit and went down. Someone called her name. She told everyone not to worry about her and to run. Ruby kept fighting, barely on her feet, trading blows with the creature. She was breathing hard. She kept going anyway. The monster got the upper hand and brought her down. She and one of the small creatures hit the ground together. Cornelia was standing over them. She pointed out, flatly, that someone had protected Ruby from the fairy dragon's tail. She told Ruby her recklessness was something else. Ruby looked up and recognized her. Cornelia said it would be a problem if Ruby died. She still had punishment coming for her crimes. Then she moved. Ezekiel tore one of the dragon's heads clean off. Cornelia watched. Someone else confirmed it. She ripped off one of its heads. Cornelia said quietly that this was Ezekiel's real strength. Ezekiel announced she was going for another head and launched herself at the dragon again. The dragon struck back. Ezekiel took the hit and grunted from the impact. Loud sounds were coming from beyond the mountain. Lloyd stood looking toward them and noted that whatever counted as normal in the world's most dangerous place, this probably was it. Nearby, a group of monsters spotted him. One of them said there was another human. One of the monsters asked if Lloyd was the person Ruby had mentioned knowing. The others reacted with surprise. They hadn't expected demons. Lloyd asked about Ruby. Someone told him Ruby was fighting right now to protect them. Manurva called out to him. Lloyd moved. He ran toward the source of the sound, taking a hit from the shockwave as he went. He was still processing it. Ruby was fighting for someone else's sake. The dragon loomed ahead, tearing through everything around it. The fairy dragon stood fully upright, its wings spread wide. Something was happening. The wings were drawing in holy energy from the surroundings, hundreds or maybe thousands of days' worth of it all at once. The ground started to crack apart. Ezekiel noticed the wings. The dragon was absorbing everything. The dragon pulled the holy energy into itself, compressing it. The sheer amount of it was visible, light pouring in from every direction. The small creature nearby went quiet. Ruby stared. Ezekiel's face went tight. The dragon released its attack. The blast tore through everything in range. Light, debris, and shockwaves all at once. Ezekiel hit the ground hard and didn't get back up right away. One of the small creatures stared in disbelief. Ruby called out to Ezekiel. The dragon coiled up and the small creatures nearby warned that it was coming again. The dragon fired again. The blast flattened everything it touched. Cornelia stared, shaken. The impact scattered fragments in every direction. The dragon loomed over what remained. Ezekiel was down, barely moving. Lloyd stepped in front of Ruby and held his ground against the blast. A barrier pattern spread out around him. Ruby looked up at him from the ground, wide-eyed. Ruby said his name. The blast hit again, full force. Lloyd braced against it as the impact spread across the field. Then it went still. The dragon raised itself up and roared. Lloyd coughed and assessed the situation. Running wasn't an option. The dragon's attacks could cut through his barrier too easily, and they'd just become easy targets. He had to think of something else. Ruby stared up at him. Lloyd reached for something at his side. The small creature went straight toward the dragon and entered its body. On the other side, the impact tore through the surrounding terrain. Something inside the dragon reacted. The dragon's head swallowed it down. Ruby screamed. Lloyd was right beside her. They had gone inside the fairy dragon's body. Whether Lloyd's plan would work from inside was another question entirely. Ruby came to with no idea where she was. Lloyd was already watching her, waiting. She'd passed out the moment they entered the fairy dragon's body. Around them, the creature's insides heaved and churned. Massive, wet, and alive. Two other monsters faced each other somewhere in the dark beyond, the sound of them crashing together shaking the walls of flesh around the two small figures caught in the middle. Strangely enough, the inside of something that big wasn't as dangerous as the outside. Lloyd knew that much. What he didn't know was why Ruby had gone in at all. He figured that last hit must have done more damage to her than it looked. He was still carrying her. She told him to put her down and run on her own now that she was awake. He said no. Her legs weren't working. Not even a little. She stared at that fact without saying anything. They weren't alone for long. Lela and Iris appeared out of the dark, and Lloyd's relief at seeing them was obvious. Lela noted quietly that they'd found Ruby. Iris filled them in fast. After Lloyd had left, the fairy dragon had broken through the mountain range and come straight for them. They'd tried to hold it off. Cornelia had stopped them. No holy energy against it, she'd said. Pull back immediately. Lela and Iris wanted to know where Lloyd and Ruby were now. Lloyd told them straight. Inside the fairy dragon's guts, monsters chasing them. Lela's reaction said everything. Lloyd's plan was simple. They were already inside, so they'd use that. Take the dragon down from the inside, then get out. He said it like it was obvious. Lela would head to the nearest town and warn people about the danger. She agreed without hesitating. Lloyd fired a focused explosion down the tunnel behind them, then shoved Ruby away from the wall before the shockwave hit. The blast was loud. The monsters took it and kept moving, wounds already closing over. Ruby watched their injuries seal up and pointed it out. One hit wasn't going to be enough. Lloyd grabbed her and pulled back. She snapped at him that he should have warned her before he fired. More of the internal monsters caught up. Lloyd couldn't tell if they were the dragon's own defense system or just things it had swallowed. Either way, there were a lot of them. He pushed speed-enhancing magic into both of them and told Ruby to keep running. She lasted about 2 seconds before the mana flow overloaded her and sent her stumbling. Lloyd caught her, cursing under his breath. He'd forgotten she had almost no control over mana input. Lloyd discharged a spark from his staff and blasted the nearest creature. It gave them a few seconds. He told Ruby the uncharted zone had a way of teaching people fast. She looked like she wanted to throw him into the hole behind them. He kept his expression straight. His wounds weren't healing. The dragon's attacks weren't normal damage. Regular potions weren't going to cut it. He pulled out an elixir, something that could handle even severe wounds. Ruby's mind was already moving. She laid out the problem. Explosion magic needed a barrier to use safely, but Lloyd couldn't run offense and defense at the same time. Without the barrier, a blast in a tight space would kill them both. Then the answer hit her. She'd make a bomb. Set it, get clear, let Lloyd throw up the barrier after the detonation. She was pretty sure she had everything she needed. The inside of the fairy dragon was enormous. What it had swallowed over the years had built up into something like a graveyard. Ruined structures, dead monsters, the leftover bulk of things too big to digest cleanly. There were materials everywhere. Ruby spotted the first one she needed. Lloyd held the monsters back while she grabbed it. 1 down, 27 to go. The plan: loot what they needed, build a time bomb, plant it deep, and get out before it went off. They worked fast. Ruby grabbed the first material and announced it loudly like she'd won something. Lloyd was already casting a barrier as the shockwave from a test blast rolled through the ruins around them. Then something grabbed Ruby from behind. She cried out. Lloyd spun and shouted at the thing to get away, and he meant it. Lloyd hit it with an ice spear. The creature reeled back. Ruby was on the ground but moving. She said the wound wasn't bad, that a potion would handle it, and was already pushing herself upright. Lloyd looked at her for a moment. She grabbed his arm and told him they had the next material to find. He let her pull him forward. They moved through the ruins, fighting and looting, Ruby assembling the bomb piece by piece. Lloyd kept the monsters off her while she worked. When she finally finished, she sat back and stared at what she'd built. A behemoth bomb, powerful enough to level a small mountain. She'd always wanted to make one, she admitted. They were illegal, technically. Lloyd pointed out that her mana and potions were nearly gone, and that her handling of the whole situation left something to be desired. Ruby told him loudly that nobody asked him. She turned the bomb over in her hands and added that Lloyd's injury was his own fault. He pointed out he got it protecting her. She didn't answer that. Then she stopped walking. She'd spotted something neither of them had noticed in the rush of the last few hours. Lights. Still working after all this time. Lloyd guessed it was an artifact from an old civilization. Ruby breathed the name out, Hecate's light. The technology was ancient, far beyond anything current. The structure around them was enormous, swallowed whole, still mostly intact. Lloyd asked if she was ready. She said yeah. He placed the bomb. It beeped once. They ran. Lloyd had Ruby against him, moving as fast as he could manage. 3 minutes on the timer. Then the defensive monsters appeared again, converging from multiple directions at once. The bomb was still counting down and they weren't close to clear yet. Lloyd's face tightened. One of the monsters got through. It hit Lloyd across the back and tore into him, and he went down hard, still holding Ruby, shielding her with his body as they crashed into the ground. Blood spread across the rubble. The bomb kept ticking. Lloyd's staff was gone. He registered that with a kind of cold clarity, staring at where his hand was empty. He spotted a ruin nearby and shoved Ruby toward it, told her to get inside. The monsters were closing from every direction, the dragon's body shaking around them as the timer ran down. Lloyd was buried under falling debris, one arm free, dragging himself toward Ruby. He told her to go. Just leave him and get out. Ruby grabbed his arm and yanked hard. She told him to shut up. Lloyd tried to say her name. She cut across him. There was something she needed to tell him right now, and it wasn't going to wait. He asked what on earth had brought this on. She said sorry first. Then she said she finally understood it, after leaving the atelier, meeting people, all of it. Back at the orphanage, when Lloyd had reached out to help her, she'd taken his hand without thinking it through. She'd been so glad he asked her to come with him. Being around him had kept the loneliness at bay. But she'd been wrong about something. She'd watched him push himself to the limit for everything that mattered to him, and she hadn't been doing the same. She wasn't like that, or she hadn't been. Their hands were locked together in the rubble. Neither of them let go. Lloyd admitted it freely. He was too easygoing for his own good. He'd gotten comfortable and stopped paying attention to how Ruby actually felt. He'd told himself he'd stick with her, but when it came down to it, he hadn't. That was why he was sorry. Ruby called him a complete idiot. There were tears on her face. Ruby was the one who said sorry first, and Lloyd couldn't figure out why she was the one apologizing. He was the one to blame. He'd been selfish and hurt her because of it. He was the one who broke what they had. Ruby lowered her head. She said he'd been her most important person, and she'd still done what she did. Lloyd told her she had nothing to apologize for. The bomb went off. The blast tore through everything, and Lloyd grabbed Ruby and held on as the shockwave threw them both outward through the destruction. The fairy dragon took the full force of it from the inside. Its body buckled, flesh and mass collapsing outward, the whole enormous thing coming apart under the pressure it couldn't contain. 2 small figures were flung out along with the wreckage. The dust settled over broken terrain. Ruby hit the ground and lay still for a moment, then made a sound that meant she was alive. Lloyd scrambled toward her, calling her name. She pushed herself up slowly. Lloyd figured the ruins they'd been thrown through must have softened the landing somehow. Ruby just said their rotten luck was still their most reliable trait. They both laughed. It wasn't a big laugh, just the kind that comes out when the alternative is worse. The fairy dragon was still there, damaged but upright, pulling itself together above the wreckage, already starting to move again. Ruby stared at it. Lloyd stared at it. They still had to deal with this. Early morning in the royal capital, and whatever was happening out there had no elegance about it whatsoever. An attendant pointed toward the uncharted territory. The king turned to look. In the distance, the fairy dragon had crossed into view of the city. Everyone who saw it went quiet. Iris and Sephilia reached Lloyd and Ruby at the same time. Sephilia's first look at Lloyd's arm made it clear how bad it was. She said so out loud, and immediately offered to help with the healing. Lloyd told her he was sorry. He hadn't been able to finish it off. The arm had taken a hit, but Ruby saved his life. Sophia said the arm didn't matter. Lloyd could tell she meant it, which didn't make him feel any better about it. While Lloyd and Ruby had been inside the fairy dragon, Iris and the others had evacuated the nearby town through the night. Ruby pointed out that Lloyd had actually saved her first. Lloyd didn't argue. Cornelia arrived and took stock of the escaped monsters fast. Her group would split up and clear them out. She was surprised, she admitted, when she'd seen the two of them get flung out of the fairy dragon like pieces of rubble. Cornelia wanted to know how they'd gotten out. Ruby told her. 100 Bahamut bombs, set off inside its guts. Even that hadn't been enough to kill it. Lloyd looked around and asked where they were. The great chalk sand dunes. Then someone else arrived, Ezekiel, who Cornelia clearly knew. Ruby and Lloyd didn't. Ezekiel laid out the situation plainly. Heroes and demon folk had thrown everything at the fairy dragon together. And it still wasn't enough. The dragon had consumed whatever was in its path and left nothing. Ruby had no materials left to work with. Ezekiel said she was out of options too. Then something shifted in Ruby's expression. Ruby said they still had one option left. She'd use alchemy on all three of them, Ezekiel, Lloyd, and Cornelia, and synthesize them together. Create something that could actually stand against the fairy dragon. Ezekiel and Cornelia reacted. Those three were the strongest individuals in the world. Lloyd stared. Ruby pressed the point. If they were merged into one, what they could do would be something else entirely. Cornelia raised the obvious problem. A hero and a demon folk had opposing powers. They couldn't become one. The magical device that could have handled that was already destroyed anyway. Ruby said she'd synthesize them directly herself. Her techniques could build the strongest possible vessel. There was a catch. Lloyd and Ezekiel were both badly beaten up. She needed Cornelia's healing power in the mix. Ezekiel said she had confidence Ruby could pull it off. Lloyd added his own request quietly and seriously. He acknowledged that all of them came from different sides. But right now they were all fighting the same enemy. That meant trusting each other. Cornelia was quiet for a moment. Then she said she understood. Ezekiel looked at the two of them. Lloyd holding Ruby up, Ruby watching her steadily, and said she got it. If taking that monster down meant working with them, she had no problem with it. Cornelia said the same. Ruby told everyone to get into the magic circle. The fairy dragon was still moving, tearing into everything around it. Lloyd and Ruby stepped close to Ezekiel and Cornelia. Ruby started the process, hands shaking slightly but moving with focus. Energy tore through all of them at once. Iris, watching from a distance, described it with one word. The fairy dragon turned its attention toward the source of that power. Something new was standing where the four of them had been. The fairy dragon lunged. The new form met it head-on, and the impact between them shook the ground. Ruby watched from where she'd landed, focused and tense. The creature's attack connected. The new form held. Another massive creature appeared, a second one, different from the fairy dragon. Iris and Lela didn't understand what they were looking at. Ruby watched both of them clash in the chaos ahead. The new form, the synthesis of Lloyd, Ezekiel, and Cornelia, moved through the destruction without hesitation, cutting into the fairy dragon with everything it had. Two tiny figures stood far below, watching. Ruby watched from the ground and said it out loud. It actually worked. The fused form drove into the fairy dragon, hit after hit. Magic arrays lit up around it. The fairy dragon fought back hard, but the momentum had shifted. Iris recognized the explosion technique, Lloyd and Ezekiel working together. But the fairy dragon absorbed it. Sophia pointed it out, alarmed. Then something else came from below, ripping through the terrain beneath the dragon. The three-way fusion hit the fairy dragon from multiple angles in perfect coordination. Ruby stared at what she'd built, unable to quite believe how well they were moving together. The second head came off. Ruby named what she'd made, a long name, a ridiculous name. Iris noted that immediately. The synthesis was taking a toll though. Without a proper device to manage it, the drain on a single person was severe. Ruby collapsed. Iris ran to her. Ruby grabbed Iris's hand and told her to use her life force too. The fused form kept cutting. Another head fell. Iris, below, urged it on. The defensive monsters from inside the fairy dragon appeared again, swarming toward the fused form. The new creature caught one by the arm and held it. Lela and Syphilia watched, thrown off by what those things even were. The fused form was getting pushed back. Ruby watched it and yelled, not to all three of them as one thing, but to each of them separately. Ezekiel was the strongest demonfolk warrior in the world. Cornelia was a perfect saint. She believed in them. She told them not to lose. Ruby grabbed Iris's arm and kept going. Lloyd was the strongest mage there was. No way any of them were losing. Iris stared at her. Ruby meant every word of it. Inside the fusion, something responded to that. The fused form grabbed the fairy dragon's last head and drove into it with everything left. The impact was massive. The fairy dragon struggled against the grip, but the hold didn't break. Lela and Iris watched from the ground, unable to do anything but stare. The fused form and the fairy dragon were locked together, neither giving ground. Then a sword came through the smoke from the side. The fairy dragon's body took the full hit, tore through. The defensive creatures it had been using scattered in the blast. The fused form stood over what was left of it, not moving. The two of them, the fused form and the fairy dragon, came apart from each other in the final moment, and the last exchange between them was clean and decisive. The staff and the sword landed in the wreckage. The smoke settled. The fused form stood in what remained, the fairy dragon down behind it. Ruby, still on the ground with Iris, watched it end. A woman with long hair looked down at the rubble-strewn ground. Someone nearby had just come back to their senses. Below, two small figures stood against a massive rocky backdrop. The text noted that Lloyd, Cornelia, and Ezekiel had fused into the demon fusion dragon to take down the fairy dragon. Further down, a white-haired figure with horns extended one clawed arm forward, eyes fixed ahead. She said one word, "Look." Smoke billowed in a dark mass above the crater left by the battle. The white-haired figure sat with her back turned, looking out at the destruction. The fairy dragon was gone. That much was clear. She noted, with quiet satisfaction, that she'd completed the task she'd been given. With the fairy dragon dead, there was no longer any reason for demons to keep attacking humans. The white-haired woman remarked that there was no point in continuing to fight when they had nothing left to fight with. Her hero's protection, she admitted, was barely functional. A girl in armor stood nearby, watching her go. The woman decided it was better to leave before causing more trouble. She turned and walked off across the broken terrain. The sky above was open and still. One of the girls muttered that the smoke was going to make it hard to find him. Then both girls spotted the figure they'd been looking for and ran toward him, calling his name. Below, a woman with long light hair arrived with two others in tow, and she called out to the group. Beside her, a smaller girl asked if Iris-sama was okay. Iris confirmed Lloyd was right below them. The others were relieved. They'd been searching for Lloyd-san and couldn't find him anywhere. The group piled onto him the moment they reached him, everyone reacting at once. One of them, a young elf, couldn't believe the giant monster that had helped them fight the fairy dragon was actually Lloyd Shirsho. Another shouted that it was exactly the kind of thing you'd expect from him. Then Lloyd glanced around and asked where Syphilia was. Someone explained a little awkwardly that during the fight, they'd run out of food, and, nearby, what appeared to be a very small and very flat Syphilia was on the ground, and someone was yelling her name in a panic. The girl asked desperately if there was anything at all to eat, even a scrap of the fairy dragon. She stared blankly for a moment, then it hit her. She really had been an idiot. She'd lost everything she had because of her own arrogance. Chasing fame, recognition, and wealth, she'd ended up losing the one person who actually cared about her. Lloyd, standing nearby with another member of the group, quietly admitted that he was finally starting to understand all of it. Syphilia stood alone, small and pale against the empty white around her. The text noted that Lloyd, when he'd chosen to move forward without her, had managed to gain all of this on his own. Below her, Lloyd stood in the center of the group, Cornelia, Ezekiel, and another companion at his sides. Lloyd and Syphilia stood across from each other at a distance. She called his name. He turned. He was calm, almost easy about it. A faint smile at the corner of his mouth. She said it plainly. "Thanks for coming to find me." He answered just as simply, "Yeah." Lloyd said her full name, Ruby Alchemia. Ruby's expression shifted. She crossed her arms, looking away slightly. Iris, watching from nearby, asked whether, even after everything that had happened today, Ruby hadn't forgotten why Iris had come here in the first place. Ruby answered quietly. She knew. She wasn't going to fight it. Lloyd stared at both of them, expression unreadable. Lloyd had come looking for her to go with Cornelia. But there was also the other matter. A capture order had been issued in Ruby's name, dead or alive. The ground cracked and rumbled somewhere nearby. Lloyd called out her name, alarmed. Ruby explained it plainly. She'd be taken to the capital, put on trial, and most likely executed. A monstrous face loomed in the panel below. Ruby went on, it was fair. She'd put a lot of innocent lives at risk in the kingdom of Roland, caused a lot of problems. One of the monsters roared that Ruby was not a bad person. The others arrived, creatures Ruby had apparently spent time with. They recognized her immediately. A smaller monster told her that even though the village had been destroyed, they could rebuild it together. They'd make it the kind of place where everyone could live side by side, no matter what they were. Iris cut in from the side, acknowledging that Ruby might be a criminal by the standards of the human kingdom. But she was also the reason they were alive. She'd kept them fed, kept them warm, protected them at the cost of her own safety. Lloyd hesitated. He started to say something. The monsters pushed, asking if he was part of Ruby's group too, and telling him to help them convince the hero to let her go. Ruby went still. One of the smaller creatures kept pushing, telling Lloyd not to give up so easily. Then Cornelia spoke. She said she'd go with Ruby herself. The creatures reacted with surprise. Cornelia told Ruby she'd met incredible people through all of this, and that those people had recognized her and respected her because she'd earned it. Ruby looked at her. Lloyd watched quietly. Ruby said she understood. She needed to settle her debts in the human kingdom first, and that was something she had to do on her own. Her expression was steady. She said she needed to take responsibility for what she'd done, and that was how she'd move forward. Ruby told Lloyd he was free now, and he should let her go. She'd survive whatever came next, so he didn't need to worry. Lloyd looked at her for a moment. Ruby grinned a little and said he never changed. Then Lloyd answered what he wanted was a quiet life with everyone around him. Ruby laughed softly. Lloyd reminded Ruby of something they'd agreed on once, that they wouldn't abandon each other. Ruby grinned wide and threw back another line they'd shared, that they were going to be the heroes of this continent and turn it upside down. Lloyd told her that once she cleared her debts, she'd better come back. They'd be waiting. The monsters nearby went into full chaos, wailing Ruby's name, telling her to take care of herself, making as much noise as possible. Ruby got launched into the air by one of the monsters, spinning above the group as they cheered and reached up toward her. Lloyd stood apart, watching it all from a short distance, a quiet smile on his face. Cornelia leaned close to Lloyd and told him she wouldn't let anything bad happen to Ruby. She told him not to look sad, and to trust her. Lloyd looked uncertain for a second, then steadied. The group gathered and started moving. Cornelia and Ruby flew together, lifting off from the ground. The others followed behind on foot. From further back, you could see all of them heading away together. Something exploded in the sky, a flash above the mountains. Lloyd watched it, then turned to the group with a quiet smile and thanked them all. One of his companions said this trip had been the happiest he could have asked for, and that he couldn't have picked better people to share it with. The other nodded and said she felt the same. Ruby asked where they were going. Wasn't the plan to head to the royal capital? Lloyd said for now he'd just send a letter ahead. Iris stepped forward, serious. She told Ruby that the world still had plenty of problems left to deal with. Then she held out an emblem, light pulsing around it. While Ruby carried that emblem, she was bound to fight alongside the heroes group. Ruby stared at it, caught off guard. Iris added that Ruby's alchemy knowledge was exceptional and would be useful to them. One of the demon creatures leaned in and noted that since Ruby was looking for a way to make things right, this was her big chance. Carrying the emblem ought to be more than enough to settle every debt she had. Ruby stared at the emblem for a moment, then a grin crept onto her face. She said that when it came to alchemy, nobody could beat her. Iris watched her and let herself smile too. Iris placed her hand on Ruby's shoulder. Light radiated out around them both as she told Ruby that from now on, she'd be her new companion. Below, the full group moved together across the open terrain. Lloyd at the center, the others around him, everyone heading forward. A small note at the edge of the panel read, and so each of them followed their own path. Two women were in the middle of party preparations. One was excited about the upcoming celebration. The ceremony in the royal capital had been great, but this was the one she'd really been looking forward to. The other reminded her they had to finish before Lloyd-sama and the others got back. Below, a girl with long light hair stood frozen, hands still, staring at nothing. A small note on the page read, and now there was only one regret left in her. Iris was spacing out so badly that one of her companions had to point out that her hands hadn't moved in a while. Another told her she'd handle the decorations and asked Iris to take care of cleaning instead, so they wouldn't fall behind. Iris snapped back to herself, a little embarrassed. Nearby, two others were chatting and didn't notice anything was off. Someone cautiously asked if something had happened. Iris admitted it quietly. She kept wondering what Lloyd-san had thought about the confession she'd made that day. Someone else, apparently still waiting on a response, got loud about it. One of the girls pointed out the obvious. If Lloyd were the kind of dense protagonist who couldn't take a hint and still ended up as the lead in a romance, he would have been done for already. Another just sighed tiredly. Then one of them cut straight through it and asked Iris what she actually liked about Lloyd-san. Iris blinked. The girl pushed. Just between them, no need to be shy. Iris started to answer. Someone else jumped in first and guessed it was probably his kindness, right, Iris-sama? Iris said it was because he was a kind but incredibly capable man. Iris launched into a full, unstoppable account of everything she admired about Lloyd. His power, his refusal to use it selfishly, his dedication, his cooking, how he'd reacted that one time she told him the food was good, his voice, his even temper, the fact that he'd only gotten annoyed once during all their time together, and even then stayed thoughtful and responsible about it. The two people listening were visibly overwhelmed by the intensity. One of them just said, "Wow." The other could barely form words. A small creature nearby stared in quiet alarm. One of them managed to get out that it was apparently a miracle someone like that even existed. One of the girls gently pointed out that maybe Iris was suffering precisely because Lloyd-san wasn't being clear about things. Iris admitted she didn't really think he was a perfect superhuman, but the other girl noted dryly that Iris had apparently idealized him more than she'd realized. Then someone raised the question, should she maybe be more aggressive about it? Iris considered it seriously. Lloyd-san was so kind that he might just go along with her out of politeness. She didn't want that. She also admitted she could see some of herself in Ruby-san. She definitely didn't want to do it that way either. Iris explained that she'd always been like this since she was little. When she wanted something, she went after it immediately. That habit was part of why things hadn't worked out with Prince Geese, and why she tended to be stubborn. In a small memory panel, a younger Iris sat pouting, insisting she wanted the same thing as her older sister. Iris looked toward the window. She didn't want to force her feelings on Lloyd-san. A confession was just a starting point. That was fine. Mars showed up in the doorway, explaining he thought he wasn't needed on the shopping trip, so he'd come to help. Lyra nodded and told Iris that whatever happened, she should trust Lloyd-san. Mars looked alarmed. He wanted to know if they were about to tell their whole story. He explained that originally he'd been the heir to a merchant group, but he'd ended up getting lost in the elven forest. Lyra had been the guardian of that forest. Iris turned and asked what Lyra had meant when she said a confession was just the beginning. The elves had a rule of eliminating anyone who trespassed. Lyra had been tasked with enforcing it. But then she'd gotten hold of a novel Mars was carrying, and Mars was a little embarrassed. Back then he hadn't really understood what romance was. Lyra had grabbed him, blade out, and made it very clear. If he didn't want to die, he was going to be her boyfriend. She'd read enough novels to know she wanted this too. Mars had thought she was interesting. He agreed. Everyone reacted with shock at how straightforward that had been. Mars reflected that, in the end, it just came down to compatibility. Lyra told Iris plainly. Even if she was more direct about it, things would work out fine. She should trust Lloyd-san. Iris made up her mind. When he got back, she'd try again. Someone immediately called her a coward for not having done it already. Iris shot back. That was rich coming from someone who apparently hadn't gotten an answer from Lloyd-san either. Chaos broke out. The other person demanded to know what they'd thought the whole conversation was about, while a small figure in the background silently short-circuited. Meanwhile, Lloyd had been out doing errands and couldn't stop thinking about it. After hearing what Iris had said that day, he'd started worrying. Could he actually make her happy? The thought had stuck with him and he couldn't shake it. Nero was with him. He noted that if he'd been the one in that situation, he would have cut Lloyd down with his sword already. The others with them reacted poorly to that. Then Nero turned to face Lloyd directly and issued a challenge. Cooking duel. 1 apple, that's it. Safiria would judge the result. If Lloyd lost, Nero told him he'd never let him see Iris-sama again. Nero laid it out. He'd do anything to make sure Iris-sama ate well. If she ever said she wanted something, he'd cook his own organs to feed her. Safiria, standing nearby, found that disgusting. Lloyd accepted. Nero said to start and they both got to work. Lloyd pointed out that was absurd. Nero declared he'd stop at nothing for Iris-sama's happiness. Lloyd carved his apple into the shape of a dragon. The scales peeled clean off and it was surprisingly easy to eat. Nero was visibly stunned. Then Nero, losing his composure, pointed at Lloyd and said the only thing his worries ever revolved around was himself. Lloyd heard that and knew it was true. Nero pushed harder. If Lloyd really cared about Iris-sama, then the most important thing should be making her happy. Lloyd had been scared of Ruby, and because of that, he'd never tried to actually understand anything. And then, because he cared so much about Iris, he'd gone back to thinking only about himself. He thanked Nero, turned, and ran. Nero yelled after him to wait. As Lloyd ran, he was clear on what he knew. He loved Iris more than anyone in the world, and precisely because of that, he'd been afraid to reach out to her. But that was wrong. What mattered was what would make Iris happy. He pumped his fist and ran. Nero ended up holding out Lloyd's apple, the one he'd shaped into a bunny, and Safiria noted it tasted better than Nero's. Nero looked at it and quietly admitted defeat. Nero bit into Lloyd's apple slice, then told everyone watching that Lloyd had let him down. All he'd managed to express was this tiny, pathetic little gesture of affection. He paused. Just by cutting an apple into a bunny shape, Lloyd had somehow communicated that level of care. Safiria pointed out matter-of-factly that Lloyd-sama's apple was tastier, wasn't it? Nero said it quietly from the town below. He'd lost. Lloyd spotted Iris and called her name, running toward her across the square. Iris turned, startled. Her companion glanced over and then looked away with a knowing expression. Lloyd stopped in front of her, breathing fast. Iris looked up at him. He was clearly flustered, trying to find what to say. Iris said his name softly. Lloyd kneeled in front of her. He apologized for taking so long to give her an answer. His hand found hers. He said it plainly, a little breathless, the words coming out half embarrassed and fully honest. He wanted a quiet life. With her. Iris stared at him. Her face went still, then slowly came undone. Iris told him he made her very happy. Then she told him she loved him. The group watching from a short distance had very different reactions. Some flustered, some grinning, one stone-faced, one completely losing it. Someone asked where the ship was headed. The answer, the eastern continent. Lloyd, Iris, and the others stood at the dock looking up at the ship. A small girl with them pointed out they also had a guide. Iris noted there were apparently a lot of people struggling over there, problems unrelated to the fairy dragon. The group looked ahead at what was waiting for them. 2 figures stood on the ship's deck. A tall elf with glasses and a masked individual beside him. Someone recognized Crowley-sama, and someone else called out to the Black Crow. Iris thanked Crowley for his help with the cookie situation. He explained he'd volunteered to join the trip and added that Crowley was a member of the previous heroes' party. Below, the masked figure told someone to step aside for a moment. The group immediately went on alert, demanding to know if he was planning to bother Ruby and declaring they'd be his opponents if he tried anything. Crowley closed his eyes and said that first, before anything else, he owed an apology for speaking badly about her and her companions. Ruby stared at him, caught off guard. He mentioned there was also someone else he needed to apologize to. A small young elf sat off to the side on deck looking rough, making uncomfortable sounds. Crowley explained she was from the same mage guild as him, talented but still a bit green. He said she'd volunteered to come because she wanted to develop her skills on the journey. Ruby looked at the girl, then back at Crowley. Lloyd leaned in, getting a closer look at the young elf, clearly concerned. Ruby introduced herself with a grin. Lloyd asked the girl if she was doing okay and reached out a hand toward her. The girl looked up at him, wide-eyed and flustered. Cornelia watched the exchange with a quiet smile. The young elf, face red and squinting against what appeared to be seasickness, managed a shaky yes. The ship moved out across open water, small against the wide sky. Someone noted that they seemed like they'd make a good group. The final volume would be on sale March 9th. Thanks to all the readers who followed the story. Fin.